should be joining us. Hello, towel friends. There should be a little bit of feedback, but I think I managed to get ahead of it. No, I didn't. There's going to be a few seconds of feedback. Welcome to the Towel Stream. It's a pleasure to see you all. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I think I even got ahead of the audio. All right, towel friends, it's 7:30 in the morning. It is Monday, May 5th, 2025, and we are just an hour and a half away from coming into session in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial with more testimony about Karen's blood alcohol level. Will we see more video clips of Karen giving never-before-seen interviews behind the scenes to documentary crews that absolutely damn Karen's defense? Hank Brennan tried to play them at the end of Friday. The defense objected. Judge Canoni wanted to review them over the weekend. There might be a quick motion hearing. We'll find out, towel friends. We're also dedicating today's stream in honor of Ange Whittick's brother. May he rest in peace, Ange, and God bless you and your family. Towel's thoughts were with you on Friday and throughout the weekend. And I can see all of the folks in the chat wishing you compassion and solace. And truly, I'm very sorry for your loss. But may your brother's legacy live on through people continuing to talk about him, and yourself, Ange, continuing to honor his memory. Oh, towel friends. Yes, it is an important, and it is very important to take moments, to take stock, to reflect. And as much as we're covering a trial here on this stream, we also are human beings. And sometimes that means pausing and appreciating what it actually is to be one of those human beings. And Ange Whittick, I think we all appreciate you this morning for giving us that moment of reflection before we begin the day. Christina, I did see your picture that you sent. Thank you very much for sending it over. I am going to open my eyes in a second after my moment of reflection, and I will start saying hello to you, towel friends. And then we will get caught up. What happened Friday? What was the cliffhanger? What are we going to find out this morning? Are there more video clips of Karen coming in despite the defense's objection? What will the State Police Crime Lab analyst continue to testify about regarding Karen's blood alcohol level? We'll get caught up, friends. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Great to see you, Monty. Elevate the Process, Eva, Dina, Melanie, Jew Drops as always. So many towel friends pouring into the towel discussion. And of course, if you're watching over on the X, that's wonderful. If you want to participate in the discussion, just because of how the software works and it's easier for me on the YouTube, head over to youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We would love to have you. And I'm also a towel. And then the other thing what was it that I was going to say? We were going to get caught up on that's right, the picture from Christina. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the day, there's a few things we have to go over. First of all, I think it's telling. It's a telling indication of the state of the Karen Reed defense that their current argument is primarily, at least from what I understand, based around the Marshmallow Man. Not just any Marshmallow Man, but the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now you might say, Grant, that sounds absolutely absurd. Why are we starting the day? It is Monday, it is 7:30 in the morning. Why are we talking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Now, a few things. One, we have to do our updates about this. Hi, Bina, good to see you. About the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Hi, Tom, great to see you as well. Now, you might say, why do we have to do an update about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Well, I'm going to show you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to show you. I'm going to make it make sense. I did not just randomly start talking about this one day on stream, and then it did not just become a thing. It was actually Alan Jackson's fault. And you might say, Grant, that makes absolutely no sense. Why would Alan Jackson mention the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in a criminal trial about a murder? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot explain to you why Alan Jackson mentioned the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I cannot do that. But what I can do for you is show you the proof that he did. So let's watch it together.
Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like, it's got down and stuff in it, right?
Correct.
Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it from Alan Jackson himself. Alan Jackson has concerns about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now, what this has to do with anything, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure why Alan Jackson brought the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man up. I'm not really sure why any of this is happening. However, Christina, our wonderful honorary towel, has decided that she is going to keep us abreast about the adventures of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Now, the way that Chewbacca came into this, now this I need to take ownership of, okay? Alan Jackson may have mentioned the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, but see, Christina, we weren't ready to talk about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man yet, but I brought up Chewbacca. Angela, Ange Whittick, I missed your brother's last words. I'm actually going to go over to the chat just so I can see them. We're going to pause, friends. I would like to read these last words. Pause, towel friends. This is why I didn't want to move on to our Chewbacca update so quickly. Let's see. I'm waiting. I'm pausing, friends. Oh, I see. Ange didn't actually say them. She was just talking about them. If Ange shared them, I was going to say, oh, that's a very important thing I want to share. But anyway, towel friends, do not let me distract from your very important conversations in the chat. I'm going to give our Chewbacca and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man update because Christina, our wonderful resident honorary towel, is so proud of the update that she has sent along. We'll call her on-the-ground reporter towel, Christina, who is assigned specifically to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca beat. And you might say, Grant, that doesn't seem like a real thing. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? I have decided it is a real thing. And if Christina wants to monitor what has been going on with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca, she is more than welcome to do that. Now, the last we heard, Friday was, before we get into the testimony and other things like that, Friday was very complicated. Because first, we got word that the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca were in a dinghy, which is not really a seafaring vessel. And they were they were trying to drive on this dinghy from San Diego to Fiji. And somehow Alan Jackson got possession of an F-16. It's a very convoluted story involving the FBI or something. I don't know how he got an F-16. He managed to interdict Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And then he managed to bring them back to Dedham, whereupon they were seen driving around on a motorcycle. Now, you might say, Grant, this is just absolutely absurd. Well, you know what? I didn't bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Alan Jackson did. And today's update, there is a towel-themed Chewbacca and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man update. If you missed the pressing and important developments about the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial on Friday, clearly the most important was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca subplot involving Alan Jackson and an F-16. Yes, clearly this is the most important part of the case. So anyway, going back to my erudite analysis, Christina has let us know that the Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man have managed to procure a bunch of towels. Now, here's the problem. I'm worried that they're actually trying to take us hostage and then to use us as leverage in negotiations with Alan Jackson to avoid being called to the stand. We have a serious problem here, ladies and gentlemen. They look friendly, they look welcoming, but there's a few things. One, I'm pretty sure that's not how cars work. I don't think you sit facing the driver in a car. And first of all, why does the car have all these different strange windows? It seems like they're driving sideways. I don't think this is a very good idea. But that's not really the main point. First of all, why do they want that many towels? And also, why are the towels all together? Have they stitched them together for easier transport? Where are we even going in terms of this story arc? Now we have this convoluted situation involving the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca being called to the stand by Alan Jackson. Now they're escaping again with a bunch of towels. Is this some kind of protective blanket of towel that is supposed to protect them from Alan Jackson? I think I've put it all together. Yes, hello, Kerry Gold. If you're wondering, we're absolutely getting updated on the trial. I have managed to prove that the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man was introduced into the evidentiary record by Alan Jackson. Although questions by lawyers aren't evidence, it doesn't matter. Alan Jackson asked about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Therefore, it is absolutely fair game for Little Towel to analyze the subplot involving the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man trying to use a stitched-together blanket of towels and Chewbacca, who is actually Chloe the dog in a wig, in order to avoid being called to the stand by Alan Jackson. So, that's what you'd really tune into this stream for, ladies and gentlemen. You don't tune in at 7:30 in the morning for prescient predictions about what's going to happen today in court or an analysis of last Friday. No, ladies and gentlemen, you all waited all weekend because all that was on your mind is what happened with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca, and did they escape Alan Jackson? Now, we have clearly, via first-person evidence, discovered that the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca have escaped. So we shall say farewell to Chewie and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. They are now safely with the towels. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels and washcloths and towelettes and beach towels and hemp towels and paper towels and flannels and soap dispensers and all of the various other parts and constituent elements or fabrics of the towel universe, let us actually get into what we are here to talk about, which is, of course, how I am a towel. No, it's actually the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial day 9. So, in order to do that, we need to go back to last Friday, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to catch up. Firstly, let's take a look at how Jen McCabe's cross ended. I have to say, Alan Jackson floundered in ways. Calm down.
Screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight.
Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to listen to what I thought was one of the most interesting parts of Jen McCabe's cross, the last line of Jen McCabe's cross involving Alan Jackson. And I am a towel, so let's listen to this. This was Friday. Alan Jackson went nowhere for 6 hours on cross. This was early Friday, Thursday into Friday. And this is how his cross ended. Listen to how bad of an ending this is on a cross. You can't end a cross like this. This was horrible. Jen McCabe completely dominated Alan Jackson in a way that, listen, I watch a lot of legal trials as a lay towel. This wasn't even a close call. This was the worst ending to a cross I've ever seen in my life. And Alan Jackson didn't even get into most of the details that he tried to make important during the first trial. He kind of gave up on the 6:23 a.m. and 6:24 a.m. Google searches. He gave up on almost everything. All he did was go in circles for hours about whether Jen McCabe had recalled every piece of information at every interview she gave, which wasn't really effective because look how it ended. This was the end of the cross. To say it ended on a whimper for Alan Jackson on Friday, the Jen McCabe cross, is the understatement of the century. It ended like a deflated balloon. I'm pretty sure that half the courtroom was looking at Alan Jackson as if to say, "Sir, did you have a point with the past 6 hours of your questioning? Because you can't end like this." Let's watch it. It was that bad.
And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Inspector?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors. Lunch and break. Let's take 45.
Okay, 45-minute lunch and break. Towel friends. Jen McCabe just dominated Alan Jackson to end that cross. Oh, my word, towel friends. Well done, Jen McCabe. I think it's fair to say Towel was quite impressed by how Jen McCabe ended that cross. Now listen, if you don't understand the nuances of that, what Alan Jackson was trying to say is, you were rendering aid to your friend John after 6 a.m., Jen McCabe. Why didn't you go wake anyone in the house? And didn't you think they might have been in danger? And Jen McCabe was like, well, no, but at the time, I also didn't know that John was found on the ground after being hit by a car with taillight next to him. Oh, my goodness. You can't let a witness say that on cross at any time. But if that's the last thing the jury hears from your witness on cross, the witness wins. Oh, the witness wins, ladies and gentlemen. And listen, I am impartial and very neutral about Jen McCabe. I wouldn't say about her as a person, but her connections, contacts with Kay Peter, whatever. So I have no incentive to stand here and tell you that Jen McCabe just pulled off a rhetorical flourish of a landing to that cross in a way that completely neutered Alan Jackson. Okay? That is a very, very difficult thing to accomplish as a witness against a lawyer on cross. And that was sublime. Not only did Alan Jackson's cross go nowhere, but to end with that. Oh my word, that was very impressive, extremely impressive. It leaves the jury thinking, oh wow. Not only does Alan Jackson does the Reed defense have nothing on this witness really understood after just a few days what all of us now see from the evidence. Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car while drunk with a BAC between 0.14 and 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, at exactly 12:32 and 16 a.m. 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022, thereupon leaving John to die from a traumatic brain injury on the lawn in a blizzard over the next 6 hours, as indicated by reddening of John's pancreas in the medical report. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was a horrific failure by Alan Jackson there, and it did not get better for Karen through the day. As if going into lunch with that was not bad enough, let's take a look at how things played out going forward. Yes, because, hold on. There was another moment that, let's actually back up. There was another moment in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial where Alan Jackson stupidly let Jen McCabe confirm the end of the federal probe. That was ridiculous. Jen McCabe was outmatching and outwitting and outmaneuvering Alan Jackson at every turn. It was like watching somebody elevate like to the level of a chess grandmaster in real time. Much more polished, much more refined, erudite, analytical testimony from Jen McCabe this time. Just not just more composed, but more analytical, more ruthless, more like a lawyer. Very brilliant. And hello, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. If you missed it today, not only did Jen McCabe absolutely decimate Alan the Marshmallow Man Jackson during day 8 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, but there was a moment that Jackson never should have let happen. After Jackson gave up on the 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Google search by McCabe at Karen Reed's request, as confirmed by Celebrate expert Ian Whiffen, Jackson then moved on and said what was probably the stupidest question possible. Jackson allowed Jen McCabe to confirm for the jury that the federal probe of John O'Keefe's death is over, and Jackson left unchallenged McCabe's statement in open court that the federal probe is over. Ladies and gentlemen, let us watch the moment together. It was a stunning crescendo out for the week of the Karen Reed trial, and just minutes later, the jury would go on to see video of Karen talking about how her and John were in an argument over a woman John had dated long ago named Bella's mom, simply because Bella's mom came up in the context of John and Karen getting directions to Fairview Road in the lead up to 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds in the morning at a.m. on January 29, 2022, when Karen, with a BAC between 0.14 and 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, is alleged to have backed her car up to 24.2 miles an hour and then reduced to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction to the right upon allegedly striking John, causing him to go to the ground, hitting his head, in turn suffering a traumatic brain injury, becoming incapacitated, and then dying from an onset of hypothermia coupled with that brain injury as indicated by reddening of John's pancreas in a blizzard alone on a lawn, where John's phone confirmed he never moved from between 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022 until he was discovered after 6 a.m. the next morning by Karen and John's friends, whereupon Karen was taken to the hospital for threats of self-harm. And jurors also learned to close the Friday testimony that Karen's blood alcohol taken at the hospital where her parents sent her to protect her life confirmed that Karen had a blood alcohol level as indicated 2 to 4 times the legal limit at the moment of impact, allegedly with John O'Keefe. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to Alan Jackson allowed Jen McCabe to confirm the federal probe into John O'Keefe's death is over, as U.S. Attorney Leah Foley allowed law enforcement partners in the Brian Walsh case, the Karen Reed case, and also the Canton PD to confirm. Let's listen to the moment. It was quite an epic end to the Friday. Well done, Jen McCabe. The towel poll says that you blew most people away with the efficacy and the presentation and the confidence of your testimony.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the 2 law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously...
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson completely flustered. You heard it in real time. Jen McCabe confirmed the end of the federal probe in open court. Alan Jackson on cross just cannot help himself. He walks into trap, 6 hours going nowhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done with 8 days of presentation in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. I will stay with the Towel Friends, but in terms of this clip, come join us. You may... So, Towel Friends, you saw how Jen McCabe's testimony was going on Thursday or Wednesday and Friday of last week. Now, let's take a look at what played immediately after McCabe got off the stand. Yeah, this was pretty devastating indeed.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
That's devastating, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to watch some other clips of Karen, but this basically almost confirms. We're going to see another clip where she was asked if John, quote, didn't look mortally wounded at 12:32 a.m. after Karen said she thought she could have clipped him. Ladies and gentlemen, that is just a devastating admission. Just devastating by Karen. And Hank Brennan played that almost right after, I think it was right after Jen McCabe stepped down. Now, let's take a look at one more thing. Oh, yes, so here is the compilation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch every series of Karen's own remarks, okay, that have been aired for the jury. And let me just tell you, they're absolutely devastating. Hank Brennan's going to have more to play this week, but let's get caught up on just a few of the examples that have been played so far.
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms. Roberts.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I questioned, do I remember it because it's been relived so much? I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, Do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? And I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kelly Roberts.
How devastating was that clip alone, ladies and gentlemen? Just devastating. Just devastating. Oh, I saw so many towel friends coming into the comments. Second Beach Girl, Alana, Murder by Maestro, Monty, Lisa Cox, Solenina. Oh, dear towel friends, it's wonderful to have you with us this morning, and I so appreciate your condolences and compassion for your fellow towel friends. You all have, I'm sure, made Ange Whittickfield wrapped in a blanket of solace and comfort this morning, and that is a noble act of service. But I'm going to continue analyzing these clips. Karen Reed just admitted that there's no point in crossing witnesses about whether Karen said I hit him about John O'Keefe at the scene that morning. Karen admits it. She said she hit him. These clips are devastating. And remember, a lot of these clips were unaired. When you see the 3 boxes, those are unaired from the cutting room floor. Karen tried to get the documentary not to air specific footage. Hank Brennan has it all. And this is only a preview of what we're going to see not only today and through the week. And don't forget, one of the biggest issues, one of the biggest cliffhangers heading into next week, and we'll watch the videos or this week, is what is going to happen with the clips that Hank Brennan wanted to play of Karen Reed on Friday that the defense objected to. Judge Cannoni reviewed them over the weekend. Will we see them? Will we hear a motion hearing first thing this morning? Will we see the clips after the next witness? Ladies and gentlemen, stay with me. Let's keep watching some of the unaired footage as we get caught up in the lead up to the 9 a.m. start of presentation of evidence in day 9 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. It is coming up on 8 a.m. from a very rainy Massachusetts. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I'm a towel.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
Because you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Let's say like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around the shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of onions, like just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall, and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Read was forced to watch videos of herself admitting, first of all, evolving stories about how much she had drank in that night, but admitting she shouldn't have been driving, admitting she was under the influence of alcohol. 9 drinks over 3 hours. You heard it in Karen Read's own words from the unaired footage, from the ill-advised 400 hours of interviews Karen Read did with the ID Discovery and HBO Max documentary. That footage has now come back to haunt Karen Read. You saw it in real time right there, folks, with Hank Brennan playing clip after clip after clip after clip for the jury to crescendo into the end of the half day of today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe retrial. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm clipping this to upload. You can watch more of this Karen multicam fascinating coverage in the future for the trial at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And after I clip this, I'm going to go back to talking to all the towel friends. So thank you for your patience.
10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating.
Do you hear that, towel friends? We've already heard testimony that Karen and John were in an argument. Karen's own words, an argument in the lead up to Karen allegedly striking John with her car. And it was probably, as you just heard in Karen's own words, because Jen McCabe mentioned Bella's mom's house as an anchor to help John and Karen get over to the after party after they were drinking at the bars, because Karen and John didn't know where the house was. Ladies and gentlemen, they were fighting. Karen and John's relationship was breaking down. Karen had been cheating on John. Karen was telling John his double orphaned adopted niece and nephew, his kids, were putting a strain on their relationship. Karen was telling people she was single. John's friend, who Karen tried to cheat with, ended the affair because that person realized Karen was only trying to hurt John by cheating. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very intense few days watching these clips of Karen's own words used against her. And yes, Soleil Nunez said earlier, Karen Reed asked Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts to drive her car back from Jen's house to John's house in the early morning after 5:35 in the morning. Why? Would it have put the women's fingerprints on her steering wheel, maybe? Was it an attempt to set up Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts? Was Karen Reed behind the conspiracy the entire time? Yes, more than just get a believable alibi. She was trying to plant reasonable doubt and frame people, in my opinion. Excellent insight, Soleil Nina. Yeah, who knows if Karen went home to drink more before passing out. She was certainly in a nervous state. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. Let's continue listening to the clips of Karen that have been played during the trial, and I will also get us ready for the start of 9 a.m. testimony by reviewing what clips Hank Brennan tried to play, but the defense objected, but may still come in after Judge Cannoni finishes her review this weekend. Let's keep listening.
There was a woman...
Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
We had a question from Eva, towel friends. Let me break in. We had a question from Eva about why the camera angle is different. It's because we have exclusive Karen cam coverage. It used to be that the camera pool operator would pick what they wanted to show. Did they want to show the witness? Did they want to show Karen or the prosecutor or the defense attorneys? Now we have a fixed Karen cam view. We have the Karen cam. Oh, and the court camera pool operator sits above the jurors' heads. That's why that's why that angle is interesting, because if Karen's looking that way, she's looking at the jurors. That's literally where the jurors are seated in the courtroom. It's very small. God help if that cameraman fell forward, those jurors, it would be a very bad situation. But anyway, now we have a Karen cam, which is on the clerk's desk facing directly forward. That's perpetual. It's a fixed angle cam. It's think of it as like a hard cam in wrestling. That's now Karen knows on every channel her most important angle is the direct facing angle, so she's looking over less to the pool cam because it's not on her. But the Karen cam, which is on court, well, it started on Towel Stream, by the way, on the first or the second day of the trial. I think right away, actually. We had Karen cam coverage right from the beginning. Multicam coverage of the David Yannetti cam, the Marshmallow Man cam. That's the Alan Jackson cam. Then we got the Bill and Jana Reed cam and the Hank Brennan cam. But other networks started picking it up. And now if you turn on Law and Crime, Court TV, etc., every channel, they have the Karen cam. So Karen knows that this became a thing. And the main angle that all the channels and all the people watching are looking at is the Karen cam. Karen is now getting confused because she knows the jury's important, but she cares so much about her image that she's thinking about the Karen cam. That's what's going on. I'm a towel. Thank you, greetings world. It's great to see you. Ed Jobs, great to see you. 65 CJ5. Let's go back to the clips. I could pontificate about why I'm a towel all day.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later to the time back to therapy, but let's start at 3-4 therapy. So, who are you with? Pull up and let us see.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
Your Honor, we need to see the court before this one's played.
All right, hold that, please.
Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now, so those were all the clips that were played. Now, you heard Alan Jackson object there at the end. Now, what a great segue to another one of the cliffhangers that was left at the end of last week's episode. Yes, I'm allowed to say cliffhangers. I'm a towel. Gotta go down the park. Last week, we decided we were going to bring horse children down the park. I forget how horses... Oh, yes, we were calling me horse racer announcer towel. We decided that we were going to bring the horse children that are called foals down the park. So you can't blame me for using my accent from now and again. I'm a towel. All right, but needless to say, let's segue now into the interesting debate that occurred regarding these videos, the Friday cliffhanger, as I said, that may come in this week. Mr. Brennan, let's listen to the argument. Hold on. That was Jen McCabe's cross. Where's the argument about the videos? Come on now. Towel likes motion arguments. Where I am a towel. All right. We saw those video clips, but we want the debate. We want the protracted motion debate between Mr. Brennan and Mr. Jackson. Well, we wouldn't call it protracted. It was only about 5 minutes. But I shall find it, ladies and gentlemen. I shall find it. Come on, Mr. Brennan. I have faith in you, sir. Where is it now? Is it this? Was it the day before? I don't think it was the day before. I think it was actually... Yes, here it is. I found it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a towel. Let's watch. This is the cliffhanger. This is what we're all waiting for. After seeing all those clips, these are the clips the defense didn't want in. Towel friends, my name is GrantSmithEllis. If you're wondering what other updates do we have heading into next week's Karen Reed trial, day 9, which will start up on Monday, May 5th, I believe it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Judge Cannoni was going to allow Hank Brennan to play clips related to Karen Reed potentially confessing to being in an argument with John O'Keefe in the moments leading up to Karen striking John allegedly with her car with a blood alcohol level between 0.14 and 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Reed's team vociferously tried to stop these videos from being played for the jury, and all they got was a potential hearing next week when there's more time. Hank Brennan has been methodically deconstructing everything Karen Reed is trying to present on cross by showing videos of Karen's own words, Karen's, quote, testimony to the media used against her in court with no opportunity to rebut. Will this force Karen to take the stand in a few weeks? We will find out. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Let's watch the update. It is coming up on 4:15 p.m. on Friday, May 2nd, and my name is GrantSmithEllis, as I mentioned, and I'm a towel.
All right, so counsel wanted to see me here or at Sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them, and I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would, and I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in
That's a new one. The other one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not that we object to playing it, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking that it be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 clips, 13 and clip 15.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point, too.
Well, then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
okay. I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Miss Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it right there. Heading into next week of the Karen Reed trial, Karen Reed does not want these clips to be played, at least not in the form Hank Brennan wants to play them. Will Judge Cannoni allow it? It's a cliffhanger. Judge Cannoni is going to review over the weekend. You might be wondering, Gren, are you checking if there's any update on Aidan Kearney's pending bail revocation motion that was taken under advisement in a rare move and has not been ruled on as of yet? I'm checking now. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering, was there an update on Aidan Kearney's bail revocation? Not as of yet. The motion is still outstanding. Will the judge revoke Kearney's bail? Did Kearney say very disturbing things on a YouTube video that the judge called concerning? Yes. Could Kearney face a contempt or a bail revocation? Perhaps. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more thing to get caught up on, which is there is another witness testifying in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, and that is the witness who will be talking about Karen's blood alcohol level a little bit more. Now, before we get into that, because we want to get prepped for what the pickup when testimony picks up just in a few minutes' time at the top of the hour, 40 minutes from now, let us take a look at what I thought was one more really, I want to watch it one more time, what I thought was the most impactful interview clip from Karen that was used against her by Hank Brennan. Now, I have the full compilation here. Oh, by the way, people were asking how Towel is doing. Towel absolutely almost collapsed yesterday. It was a very concerning situation. It's happened at the dentist before. We've talked about this. Towel has a fear of needles, and sometimes when they go to work on Towel at the dentist for just routine procedures like a filling or whatever, Towel will just pass out. Towel gets very scared, and then Towel passes out. Now, we have some mechanisms at the dentist office, because I go to the same dentist, and I have been for years, where the dentist keeps Towel calm, and we have, a support system, and Towel gets through the very small needle, but it's still horrifying. Well, it's never happened to me in real life before, Mostly it just happens vasovagal reactions due to the needle. Well, I was doing my thing yesterday, and I walked up a flight of stairs, and all of a sudden my blood pressure went really high, and I felt like I was in a woozy tunnel, and my face got all flushed, and I was like, I am not going to faint. And I held myself together, and I was at a location that had first aid, so I got myself over the first aid, and I was very lucky that I was able to get my head lower than my feet, and I recovered. But goodness, Towel almost went down. Towel has to think a lot about his physical health, and Towel cannot. I can exert my mental sort of muscles a lot, but my physical body is not doing that well, and that was a very loud warning sign. Towel's going to follow up with his doctor today, that Towel cannot overexert himself physically or he will just collapse. So we have to balance Towel's mental exertion with the fact that his body is not actually physically able. Anyway, I'm sitting in a chair now. Maybe I should just sit in a chair more often. We're doing that, folks. I think we're helping Towel avoid collapsing. Isn't that great? But yes, no, I'm glad you all were happy to hear that Towel did not actually collapse. I managed to use all my willpower to say I am not going to fall down on the ground and get myself to the first aid place. But goodness, it was an adventure, I will tell you. I don't remember most of it. I got a little worried there for a second, but I pulled through. Apparently I didn't. My face was just completely flush and had no color at all. And then my blood pressure was like 200 over something, and it was not a good scene. Anyway, I'm okay, Towel friends. We're just going to keep Towel relaxed, and we're not going to let Towel's physical vessel continue to be pushed to the brink of collapse because it is disabled. People have asked what are my disabilities in the past. I have colitis, but my family history is such that 2 of my siblings don't have colons, so I have to really monitor that colitis because it could lead to serious things. My throat and my airway started collapsing into each other, like air penetrates over to my esophagus, which is why you hear me burp a lot, and food penetrates into my airway and liquid, which puts me at risk of this very serious kind of pneumonia all the time, so I have to constantly tuck my chin while I'm eating. It's very not pleasant, and drinking. And then that also induced an optic and facial nerve issue that has just been hell for just years and years. And then I also, I'm on the spectrum. I don't care about admitting to that. A lot of people are like, oh, whatever. But I'm like, I think everybody's neurospicy nowadays. So, but anyway, those 3 things combined to make Towel's physical body not doing so hot. But my mental acumen and acuity is still there. My mental muscle is still strong, and I will use it to engender the cogency of public discourse and uplift the spirit of compassion and universal love among the Towel friends. And that is what makes me feel like I am living up to my vocation as a Towel. Human eudaimonia manifest, ladies and gentlemen, becoming an anthropomorphic Towel, analyzing court cases, and hanging out with the Towel friends around the world. Yes, that makes me a happy Towel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to watching the one clip that I thought was very important that I want to play just one more time. It was the Nightline interview. I forget where it plays, but I shall find it. I am a Towel. You shall not best me, Karen Reed. I am a Towel. I have this memorized. I know it was somewhere in here. Where is it now? Come on, it was a very short clip with Nightline. You're a Nightline. Oh, I think it was right here. It was 2020, actually.
When you walk out of the bar, how many drinks?
Oh, no, it wasn't this. I want the one where she talks about the night before, where he didn't look mortally wounded, where John O'Keefe, Karen said, didn't look mortally wounded. Where is it? This is a very important clip that we must watch, and therefore I have an ethical obligation to find it. Where's the mortally wounded clip? Come on now. I know it's in one of these clip packages. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Towel has to actually take a second to do this then. All right. While we do this, let's see if I can put up another clip for us to watch to get caught up. That mortally wounded clip, though, is absolutely devastating for Karen, and it's probably one of the most damaging parts of the video that was played involving her testimony, because it's basically Karen saying that at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds she saw John O'Keefe on the lawn, but he didn't look mortally wounded, and that's just so damning. All right. Oh, that's right. Okay, so let's get caught up on the blood alcohol content testing because this is really going to be the start and probably primary focus of the morning session. And you might say, well, Grant, I don't really want to learn about blood alcohol content testing. Well, I'll say back to you, it's actually very important because the nature of this blood alcohol content testing indicates that Karen's BAC conservatively, by the way, using a time window that was adjusted 2 hours forward to help Karen, because that's just how the new methodology works. Karen's BAC conservatively at the time of alleged impact between Karen's car and John's body was 0.14 to 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit. Conservative, 9 vodka drinks. She's an 100-pound woman, even with a tolerance. 9 vodka drinks, 3 hours, 2 to 4 times the legal limit. So this BAC evidence, the OUI component of the second part of the indictment, there's 3 components. There's 3 charge. Well, there's 1 charge and 2 lesser included offenses of the second indictment against Reed. The first indictment is second-degree malice murder, which doesn't require an intent to kill, but rather under the third prong, reckless action, which a reasonably prudent person in the moment knew or should have known would cause a plain and strong likelihood of death, like being drunk and backing up your car while another person was around the car. That's malice second-degree murder. Now, there is an element of that where you could prove the OUI to show the recklessness, but that isn't a statutory element of malice second-degree murder. By the way, I'm not a lawyer. None of this is legal advice. I'm a towel. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Get a towel if you really, really, really want to get over your stubbornness and prove universal love in a world defined by greed and self-interest is still possible. The second element of the charge the second indictment is OUI manslaughter, which does have OUI as a component, a statutory element of the charge. One of the lesser included one of the lesser included offenses of that charge is motor vehicle homicide. OUI also has OUI as a statutory component. The other element, lesser included offense, is involuntary manslaughter or voluntary manslaughter. I think it's involuntary. That does not have OUI. And then the third is leaving the scene of an accident causing death or serious bodily injury, does not have OUI. So you can see the OUI really is key here because it checks off a foundational box of 2 of the primary elements of the second indictment or its lesser included offenses, that being OUI manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide OUI. And when you check the box on that, getting to the next part of the charge is very easy. So this evidence is fundamentally important, and that's why we're going to watch just a small preview of some of the conclusion of the State Police Crime Lab technician who analyzed the Karen's blood alcohol results and then converted those results to obtain the retrograde serum analysis, which got us that 0.14 to 0.28 number. Because, of course, Karen's BAC after 8 or 9 a.m. the next morning, actually, I know the exact time. Karen's blood was taken between 9:03 and 9:06 a.m. on January 29, 2022, after she was admitted to the hospital by her own parents for making threats of self-harm at the scene of John's death. Specifically, Karen's mom told Carrie Roberts to tell the police in Canton that Karen had medication in her purse that Karen's mom thought she could take in combination with alcohol to take her life. So we had a situation whereupon Karen's parents inadvertently get her sent to the place where they take her blood level and end up finding she has alcohol in her blood. Between 9:03 and 9:06 a.m. the blood is taken. The results come back at 9:53. It's a 0.093. Over the legal limit. Retrograde BAC extrapolation, conservative estimate, 0.14 to 0.28. Let's learn more about this, though. Why? Because I am a towel, as you can see me there? I'm a towel after I got some rest, me just sitting in a bed, fluffy towel. I'm a towel. But now we got to talk about forensic analysis of BAC results, which is not as fun as talking about me being a fluffy towel. And I wish, ladies and gentlemen, we could just sit and talk about me being a fluffy towel all day. But we can't. Be in Chance, it's so nice to see you. You're such a towel. 65 CJ5, you are also a towel. Amber Am, it's wonderful to see you too. You likewise are a towel. All right, let's get prepared. We only have 30 minutes or so to go until the start of testimony in today's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial day 9. And this is the witness who will be on the stand when we begin. And despite my typo at the time, because I was changing over between one witness to the other, this is not Jen McCabe. This is a State Police Crime Lab technician talking about Karen's blood alcohol level, and I'm a towel.
How quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol, and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested, and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range, and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations the drinking history, or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration, and then after that maximum is reached, for most folks that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking, and then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration.
Gentlemen, I am sorry to break in, but we need to take a live look at the Karen Reed support. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no one there. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, there is no one there. Give me 1 sec, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 sec. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 sec to fully get this up on the screen. What is that, ladies and gentlemen? What is that? There is not a single supporter there for Karen Reed. Hold on. Let us check in now. Let us check in. I need to start the clip. Give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what they're talking about.
So behind the registry of deeds and then cut that.
Makes his own trail. He's a trailblazer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. They're just talking about how no one is there. All right, let me start the clip. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I guess I'm a towel. I am providing live coverage in the lead up to day 9 at 9 a.m. of testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, I don't believe there is anyone there to support Karen Reed at the moment with just 23 minutes to go before the hearing. Yes, it is one man out there with a camera named Tom, who is the only person on scene supporting Karen Reed as of 8:37 a.m. on May 5th, 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, blogger Aiden Turtleboy Kearney was concerned that there were only 11 to 15 people last week, and he started screaming over the weekend about this lack of support for the Free Karen Reed movement. Now there is no one. Ladies and gentlemen, it is down to 0. Will they come back? We don't know. But for today, the flag is planted. Well, I should say the flag is not planted because there is no one there. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Follow along with the Towel Friends via youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Coverage starting in just over 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We did the clip. We're towels. We're efficient towels. Now we have to do our ceremonial write-up of the clip. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a momentous moment. Grab your coffees, your energy drinks, your water. Those are the only things that Towel consumes, so I don't know what any other drinks are. I do actually drink electrolyte drinks and Gatorade sometimes. Ladies and gentlemen, it is just a hug overload, apparently, ladies and gentlemen. I guess we give out hugs. But more than just that, ladies and gentlemen, there is no one left. We need to have some kind of celebratory train, ladies and gentlemen. There is no support left for the Free Karen Reed movement. Get on the Karen Reed train, ladies and gentlemen. Get on the lack of the Karen Reed train. You can't get on the train because it's not there. You could leave the station. It would have no one on it. My name is GrantSmithEllis, ladies and gentlemen. Let me write this post up for you now and bring your comments back up on the screen. Get on the non-existent Karen Reed train. Just in. Ladies, gentlemen, and fellow towels. For the first time, there is no one other than a single camera man named Tom from the Free Karen Reed movement outside of court ahead of today's day 9 of testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Oh my word. Watch live coverage and watch live, chat with the towel friends, and see special towel multicam coverage, including the world famous Karen Cam, via this link. I am a towel, ladies and gentlemen. I am an unabashed towel. I will not apologize for my triumphant declaration of towelness. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, anyone who asks you to apologize for being a towel is truly not a towel. And you might say, yes, Grant, that makes sense. They would not ask me to apologize if they were indeed a towel. And I agree. One more thing I have to... Just yesterday, blogger and former Karen Reed confidant Aiden Turtleboy Kearney expressed frustration that only 10 to 15 people were showing up to support Reed each day. Kearney bellowed that those who don't get their A to dedum are quote dead to him. It is unclear if Kearney, who is not on the media list for court this week, is standing outside in the rain somewhere else, or if Kearney simply expected others to stand outside without being willing to do so himself, thus destroying Karen's movement. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen, I am truly a towel. Yes, so now there is another Chewbacca update, but we don't have time to do the Chewbacca update right now, ladies and gentlemen. We must focus on incredibly important things like the fact that there are no Karen Reed supporters outside of court. And you might say, Grant, on a scale of 1 to 10, that is probably not that important. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? I think it's important. And as a towel, I have a right to assert my this is an important moment towel position. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is what comes along with being a towel. And you might say, Grant, you really lean into this towel thing. And I would say, well, yes, try broadcasting a criminal trial for an extended, for literally days on end with very little break. And you too would probably eventually, out of delirium, become a towel. Yes, it all makes sense. All right, are we ready to go back to the blood alcohol content explication? I feel like that was a little bit random there. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, if you can't deal with a little randomness, I don't know if you're going to get through Towel Stream. I need to be bluntly honest with you. Randomness and moments of levity are the prices we pay. Let's continue.
And your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So, because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury? The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference
between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration. That
Pause, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. We have a live look in outside court. We are monitoring for the arrival of Karen Reed. Now, I am a towel, and we are waiting for court to come into session at 9 a.m. Will we see Karen Reed? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, she should be arriving any moment. Will we see the masterful Hank Brennan? Will I continue to be a towel? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, these are the important questions you come to Towel Stream to learn about. Will Grant ever be anything but a towel? And the answer is no. That is not Hank Brennan or Karen Reed. Focus on your job, Mr. Cameraman. As towel, ladies and gentlemen, we're a fifth the size in the early morning of Law and Crime. The towel universe is growing. Eventually they will say, I tuned into Towel. That's where I saw the trial, and I'll say, I'm a towel. Hello, Lynn Hennis. Oh, I'm not a king. I'm just a towel. You are all king and queen towels and towelettes and flannels and washcloths and beach towels and hemp towels and paper towels and soap dispensers and flannels. And if you're wondering, Grant is a flannel a towel, the answer is yes. Bill, you're welcome here, my dear friend. Of course you can be a soap dispenser. And some folks have asked, how can a flannel or a soap dispenser be a towel? Ladies and gentlemen, if you can absorb anything with the object in question, it is a towel. And some people may say to you, Grant, a soap dispenser is not a towel. And I would say in return, have you tried putting a soap dispenser made of cloth onto some kind of liquid, and did it absorb the liquid? If the answer to that question is yes, then you indeed can say affirmatively that a soap dispenser, ladies and gentlemen, is a towel. Now, towelettes aren't just towels, ladies and gentlemen. Towelettes got mentioned in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. That was the biggest moment of the trial so far. Every single towel friend is in concurrence. It truly was the moment when moist towelettes came up in the context of Karen Reed's blood alcohol content testing. Yes, towelettes shall come to inherit the earth, ladies and gentlemen. That was the prophecy all along. It was not about walking through the Eastern Gate in Jerusalem. It was actually about towelettes. Now, what happens if we take a towelette and we have the towelette transmutate through the Eastern Gate in Jerusalem? Have we thus deified the towelette and made them into the prophecy foretold? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going somewhere here. The Eastern Gate in Jerusalem may be sealed, but we can get a towelette through that gate. I've been putting a lot of thought into this, ladies and gentlemen. I have been putting a lot of thought into this. And no, I'm not just waiting for Karen Reed to arrive in court by talking extensively about towels. Now, some people may say, Grant, this hard-hitting and fascinating analysis is juxtaposed with a very interesting form of sardonic commentary wherein you talk about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, Alan Jackson, and towels. And I would say, yes, that's the entire point. Have you ever read about Lord Reith's creation of the British Broadcasting Corporation, which is rooted in the notion of educating and informing the public by using entertainment as a hook? What can I tell you, ladies and gentlemen? I am doing it on purpose. The Howard Cosell thing, the intonation has become a bit of just a thing. I think you all got me addicted to it in a little regard. I did not mean to become horse racing announcer towel permanently. But I can't help myself, ladies and gentlemen. It just adds so much drama to the moment, entirely unnecessary. I could be talking about two squirrels walking down the sidewalk, and we would somehow find a way to think that it is important to the development of world geopolitical affairs. Yes, we would find out that one of the squirrels had actually gotten a secret message from the Pope to deliver it to Karen Reed's lawyers, and none of us knew it was happening because they were squirrels. Good morning, Lisa. Great to see you. Oh, Dewdrops try to get a nap today. We'll keep you updated as much we can. Dewdrops needs rest, folks, and healthy brains are rested brains, and I'm a towel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for the arrival of the Karen. There she is. That is the Karen Reed in her natural habitat. Ladies and gentlemen, I must go into David Attenborough towel mode. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. David Attenborough towel. Okay. As we watch the Karen Reed in her natural environment being driven to a courthouse, a small spattering of cameramen and women and towels standing around. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is a giant tractor. Is that tractor going to pick up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? We don't know. Okay, now you might be wondering, is Karen Reed about to enter court? Yes. The Karen Reed in her natural habitat begins to prepare to take a turn. The Karen Reed, chauffeured by a driver who speaks Spanish, I'm pretty sure, so that driver can understand what Karen's saying to her lawyers. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Good Dewdrops, as long as you get some rest at some point. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for it. You're going to be in the clip if you're in the chat. All the people who want to be in the clip, get in and say hello. We're towels. As soon as Karen gets out of her car and starts her chauffeured thing and starts walking towards the court, we will be ready. We will be ready, watching the Karen in her natural environment. Hi, True Crime and Some Wine. I'm a towel. We watch closely. We hear the rumbling of the school bus. The Karen's natural environment. Quiet, desolate. Karen stands, a lonely figure. That might not be Karen, that's one of the jurors. Someone holds an umbrella. It looks like it is a man. Yes, it is Bob Alessi holding an umbrella. Karen doesn't even have an umbrella. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed's arrival for day 9 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Karen Reed and Alan Jackson leading the pack. Does Karen have anything to say? No. No, she does not. A quiet figure. Oh, at least Alan Jackson carries a briefcase for her. What a gentleman. A tiny act of chivalry in a cruel world. My name's GrantSmithEllis. My name's Grant Smith, Howard Purcell, David Attenborough, Towel Ellis. Bob Alessi walks up the stairs. That might be a paralegal. There goes David Yannetti. And coming up from the rear is Elizabeth Little, forced to carry her own briefcase. No one was chivalrous to Elizabeth Little. How dare you all? I don't know who that other woman is, but you must be more chivalrous to Elizabeth Little. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Come join the Towel Friends. Watch live for more coverage of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Day 9, starting in just over 7 minutes at 9 a.m. Eastern. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. What did you think, ladies and gentlemen? How did Towel do? That part was in the clip. You saw it there, ladies and gentlemen. You saw it there. I am not sure why this court pool reporter was walking up the stairs with his camera on. You are not supposed to do that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are waiting for the Karen Cam to come on to scene, and guess what that means? It is almost time to come into session. Yes, indeed, and we can finish listening to this preview of the blood alcohol testing while we wait for the Karen Cam to return, because I'm a towel. And you might say, sir, we know you are a towel. And I would say, I understand that. I'm still going to tell you I'm a towel.
It could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And Similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And at this point, I'm only going to give you about 5.
That was the end of the day. That was the end of the day on Friday. We are now fully caught up. What excellent timing. As we wait for the Karen Cam to come into session, we only have one thing left to do. And that is, I'm just going to grab this quick copy paste to make it easier for the Towel friends to watch with us on YouTube. Then I'm going to type this up. Here is Karen Reed's arrival for day 9 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Oh no. What have I hit? What did I hit? I didn't mean to hit anything. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Cam is up. To give me a few seconds. Well, it's not up, but we should be into session soon. Karen, for the first time ever, had only one supporter at court just 20 minutes before Monday's testimony was scheduled to begin. What a shocking change. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now all we need to do is get this uploaded. Then we need to keep an eye on the Karen Cam coming into session, which should be very shortly. Okay, we're having the audio test. Ladies and gentlemen, get the horses are at the starting gate. I'm Grant Howard Cosell, Towel GrantSmithEllis. Ladies and gentlemen, the horses are at the starting gate. The foals are down the park. And we are waiting to begin today's session. Judge Canoni, the race official, readies the racers behind the line. I don't really understand the point of horse racing. It seems to involve horses running around in a circle. For some reason, Bob Alessi during this process tends to go into the infield grass and lecture people about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Listen, I don't really understand, ladies and gentlemen, but what I do understand is I'm going to go get ready with you all now to set up the Karen Cam, which means we're about to come into session, your favorite time of the day. Truly, ladies and gentlemen, oh no, it's Metaphysical Towel. I'll get that fixed. We're looking at Towel twice. Could you want anything more than Metaphysical Towel? I have always wanted to be a Metaphysical Towel. That would make me so happy. I want to be a 4-dimension towel like a tesseract. I want to only interact with the 3D world as a mere sliver. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. We have the fan. I will not make you watch. Well, I'm going to make you watch the fan because we're coming into session any moment now. And as a result of that, ladies and gentlemen, that means we also get the Karen Cam ready to be brought up for your viewing pleasure. Now, the Karen Cam isn't actually turned on, but you will see it before anyone else because we are towels. We also, of course, have the David Yannetti Cam, which we had some trouble getting set up yesterday, but I will not be deterred today. You can't just not have the David Yannetti Cam. All right, the David Yannetti Cam is back, and we have the Hank Brennan Cam. Yes, and now we have the last one, the Bill and Janet Reed Cam, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we are ready, my dear towel friends. We are ready. The Karen Cam is up. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are ready to take the wheel. Our fate is truly in the hands of a dog in a wig who thinks it's Chewbacca while riding alongside a 200-foot-tall condensed Stay Puft Marshmallow. And you might say, Grant, that is absolutely outrageous. And I will continue to remind you, you are watching a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel broadcast to you a criminal trial. And that should tell us all we need to know. Also, I had to put another watermark on the bottom right Karen Cam because someone, they know who they are, tried to take a screenshot of just that to not include my attribution. And now you get punished because you're a towel. And why, ladies and gentlemen, must we watermark each angle of the Karen Cam? Because not all stations actually use the Karen Cam. They are a bit lackadaisical and only deploy a general static cam. But not on Towel Stream. We go the extra mile, and that means if you want to screenshot this stream, at least do so with attribution. You heathens. All right, come on now. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. We must prepare the horses at the starting gate. Maybe we'll start with a morning motion session about the videos to be played. Hopefully it'll be quick. We'll see what's going on. I'm going to stay with you because my name is GrantSmithEllis and I am a towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I will not abandon you. I will stay with you until we are ready for the day's testimony to begin. We also will see if Turtle Boy's bail revocation is going to get acted on. We will keep ourselves updated. And you might say, Grant, are we doing that because we're towels? And the answer is yes, ladies and gentlemen. The answer is yes. And you might say, Grant, I've always wanted to be a towel. And I'd say, well, you have come to the right place, ladies and gentlemen. Not only do we watch court hearings together and get prepared for the court to come into session, we literally can be any type of towel we want. You can be a flannel, a beach towel. You can be a soap dispenser. You can be a hemp towel, a paper towel, a towelette. You can even be a... what other type of towels are there? There's lots of type of towels. My point, it remains the same. And ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Thanks for tuning in for this great pre-show as we await for the start of court to come into session. As one final reminder, this is a public information service. And well, I forgot to do this the entire pre-show. If you want to send support to Little Towel, we did wonderful fun fundraisers on Friday. If you want to send support to Little Towel today, you can find the information in the stream description, or I'm going to post a helpful little chat for you all where you can send donations so Towel will be able to help his family and get through the month. And also, I might have to go to the doctors more often, but I'll get through it. God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. This truly is a stream that embodies the best of the digital world, in my opinion. Not only do we educate and inform each other, we entertain each other, we provide compassion. The fabric of the towel universe is strong. And Towel's grateful so much for all that you do, all of you Towel friends, not just the support, the likes, the subscriptions to the channel, not just the way that you are so compassionate to each other, but the way that you actually look forward to going about engaging with each other, doing small acts of service, and taking pride in making the world a better place, one not defined by preserving, expanding, and demonstrating power, but instead expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to do small acts of service and express universal, unconditional love for one another. And thus we will bring about a new age of Aquarius, not just defined by a water bearer, but a water bearer with a towel. I appreciate you listening to me, ladies and gentlemen. I enjoy so much my opportunity to provide my soliloquies. Are we coming into session? I don't know. It doesn't appear so, but I'm ready when we do, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have the Karen Cam, but my word, we might get some kind of pre-motion hearing before, pre-hearing motion discussion, or pre-testimony motion hearing, and we'll be the first to know because the Karen Cam is up and ready. And that means you'll get audio from the court quite early compared to the stream, and by quite early, I mean a few seconds. Then I'll turn that first audio off. There'll be a little bit of double audio if I don't do it quickly enough, and then court will be in session. Is this dramatic intonation needed for a very simple technological miniature? No, it is not, ladies and gentlemen, but here we go!
Okay. All right, why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
Please be seated. This court is in session.
We start with a sidebar. We start with a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. How expected. Sidebar. We shall take the foals down the back.
You are unmuted. Okay. All right, why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
Please be seated. This court is in session.
Ladies and gentlemen, sidebar. We are at sidebar, and we will quickly, ladies and gentlemen, come to find out Karen Reed's fate. We will see the O'Keefe family. We will see, ladies and gentlemen, there's Peggy O'Keefe, John's mother. We saw Paul O'Keefe. The Reed family is there. We wait, ladies and gentlemen. We observe. The day begins at sidebar. The Karen Cam is not in session. The world awaits the Karen Cam. There has been no trial like it. Unlike anything in the world, no one except for the clerks and the judge normally gets a perpetual view of the defendant during a criminal trial. But the world has shifted its focus. It is all about Karen. I don't think Karen wanted it this way, but it has become the Karen Show, ladies and gentlemen. She is on camera perpetually on every single broadcast, and it all started with the Karen Cam on Towel Stream. Some would call it Karen's just deserved fate. Others would call it me simply being a towel. Where you fall on that spectrum is really not something I can control. Either way, Mr. Bill Reed, reflecting long and hard on the fact that he too must be on camera for 9 hours a day. It must be agonizing, ladies and gentlemen. Now we see the O'Keefe family, Peggy O'Keefe. The camera zoomed in a little bit much, but we still have her on camera. We see Peggy O'Keefe. God bless her. She is so strong, the hero to millions and millions around the world. She does not even realize how many people truly support John O'Keefe's family, his mother, his father, his brother, his adopted niece and nephew. There is love from all corners of the globe for Peggy O'Keefe. And now we watch as Peggy O'Keefe pensively monitors the sidebar. We don't know what's going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. The week has started with a sidebar, not an open court. But the testimony in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial should resume any moment. And while the courtroom pool operator goes between the fan and Peggy O'Keefe, I do my best to keep the shot on Peggy O'Keefe. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are still at Sidebar, and we have not returned. It looks like this is outside the presence of the jury as well, ladies and gentlemen. So, as we continue to monitor, we are now in a prolonged Sidebar. This could mean something interesting. Is this about reports that a juror told their sister over the weekend, and then the sister identified their initials or something, that the juror was talking about the case with their family? Is a juror actually named those initials? Is this an attempt to take out one of the jurors? Ladies and gentlemen, we don't know what's going on at the Sidebar, but we are absolutely monitoring very closely to see what has happened in the morning session of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Ladies and gentlemen, this has truly become a devastating show for both sides. The O'Keefe family just devastated. Karen Reed's family knows that their fate is too intertwined with Karen's dwindling movement, down to 0 people at one point today. We're back. Here we go. What's going to happen?
Go ahead.
Tony, do you want me to talk?
Hold tight, ladies and gentlemen. Are we getting the juror? We see a shot of Karen Reed, Peggy O'Keefe behind her, pensive. The O'Keefe family. The shot finally zooms in on Karen. Very intense moments here, ladies and gentlemen. Very intense moments. Karen Reed discussing with Alan Jackson. Camera zooms in. The pool camera finally got the shot of Karen they were denied the other day. Here we go. Maybe not. There is a lot of ongoing discussion here, folks. Are the jurors coming over? I think that's what I heard. Doesn't look like we're going to hear a motion. You never know, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen at any moment in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, and I am just a mere towel here to do my best to cover proceedings for you. What is going to happen? Will the jurors enter? Looks like jurors are we motion arguing? Oh, come on, folks. We need better updates. What do you want to do, Judge Cannoni? Yeah, it looks like something has happened. Stay with us, folks. We're going to find out. No Karen cam yet. That means the jury hasn't entered. Are we doing a motion argument or are we waiting for the jurors? Could be waiting for the jurors. Doesn't look like any motions will be argued this morning. Keeping Karen in the shot, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. Here we go. What is going to happen? Jurors entering. There's Hank Brennan. There's the prosecution. Hank Brennan discussing with Adam Lally, a superstar duo, taking charge of this case. The combination of those two together has truly blown the Reed defense away. David Dianetti wishing he never took the case, says Lisa Cox. I agree. Why did they move Bob Alessi, says Beach Nance. I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, this is intense. Are jurors being walked over? It could be. We await the beginning of session. It doesn't look like... Oh, it looks like a court officer walks up to the judge. Is there a discussion to be had? What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? What is going on? The world watches with bated breath. The court microphone is not on. We all wait. We all watch. How will the day start? Adam Lally looking intensely. Here we go. Looks like the court officer's talking to the judge. The microphone goes muted. The Reed family and the O'Keefe family look on. Is the jury entering? Is there a discussion that needs to be had? We don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be very careful to hopefully, if there's some issue with a juror, the court pool operator doesn't show the juror walking in again, which caused the pool feed to be... All right, the jury is entering, ladies and gentlemen. The Karen cam should turn on momentarily. Here we go. Modelo Macy, Linda A., Jew Drops, Lisa Cox, great to see you all in the comments. We should be starting any second now. I'm sure my intonation does not help your anxiety. This is not actually a horse race. I'm sorry, Lisa Cox. I will try to not be Howard Cosell as much, but I can't help it. As soon as the Karen cam turns on, ladies and gentlemen, that is our sign. We should be getting ready to go. Bear with Little Towel.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Here we go.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable
Ready.
Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Denham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Right. Good morning again, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, juries. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
I understood that the defense informed they were still on cross-examination.
I'm sorry.
I got nervous.
Okay. I thought that we were done with that witness.
No, I had said to cut me off so that we could end early, but no, I have more.
Okay, I didn't know that. I'm glad Mr. Brennan knew that. All right, come back in, Ms. Noles, please.
Ms. Noles, I'll remind you you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Good morning, Ms. Noles.
Good morning.
Ma'am, on Friday, you testified to this jury about the fact that the Mass State Police Crime Lab is accredited as a forensic lab, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you discussed the fact that as a forensic chemist 4, you help to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements, and making sure that you're complying with accreditation standards, correct?
Yes, that's one of my job duties and responsibilities.
You also acknowledge that in contrast to the accreditation standards of your forensic lab, the standards of a hospital lab may be different, correct?
I have no direct knowledge of what the standards at a hospital are, and so I can't say whether they're the same or if they're different. I'm just unfamiliar with them.
Okay. And you're unfamiliar with the standards at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of their accreditation status or requirements or body.
And you know that they were the ones to do the blood draw in this case, correct?
That's consistent with the medical records I had available for review prior to preparing my report.
And you cannot vouch for that ethanol testing, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of the accuracy or reliability. My calculations are solely based on the results of the Good Samaritan lab.
For instance, you don't know how the arm was prepared when the blood was drawn?
Correct. I was not present, and I have no knowledge of the policies and procedures of blood draw at Good Samaritan Hospital, or this case specifically.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Excuse me. You can't vouch for the tubes and vials that Good Samaritan uses?
Correct, I cannot.
Are you aware that there was a recall on certain tubes and vials because there was a contamination determined by the manufacturer?
Sustained.
You can't vouch for how Good Samaritan stores, preserves, and assures the integrity of its equipment, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of those topics.
Now, excuse me, at your lab, you do both a screening test and a confirmatory test, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
The confirmatory test is a second and separate test. You rerun the same sample again, correct?
Depending on the type of samples that are submitted and the facts of the case, we will either use the same sample that screened positive or that sample as well as another run duplicate analysis and compare them. It depends on the materials available and the nature of the case.
Understood. So you do that to ensure that there's no error in the testing, correct?
It's part of many of the steps involved to ensure accuracy and reliability of the results that are reported.
And you realize that when you're doing this testing, because you're a forensic lab, you may ultimately be testifying in court, and you want to make sure you get it right, correct?
Yes.
And the confirmatory test acts as a fail-safe against false positives, for example.
Correct. The screening and the confirmatory test are typically using different methodologies or different techniques to ensure that a false positive under one technique would not have similar issues with the confirmatory technique.
Okay. In this case, your lab did not do any confirmatory testing, correct?
My lab did not have samples submitted for this individual to perform testing on.
You know of no confirmatory testing that was done by Good Samaritan, correct?
I don't know what their policies and procedures are, and if the results on the report were the results of confirmatory testing or otherwise.
You just have to assume the accuracy of the testing that they did do, correct?
I used the results that were reported on the medical records provided to perform calculations.
And you cannot testify that the testing done at Good Samaritan meets your accreditation standards, correct?
Correct.
Now, your lab does whole blood testing, does it not?
If whole blood is submitted for a case, then we will test whole blood. If serum or plasma is the only available sample appropriate for testing, then we will proceed with testing on serum or plasma.
Whole blood testing leads to more accurate readings of the percentage of alcohol in somebody's blood, correct?
Correct. If you would like to know the percentage of alcohol in someone's blood, the best sample to test would be their blood.
And you've learned through your training and experience that many hospitals, including Good Samaritan, use a different method of testing than whole blood testing, correct?
Yes.
Good Samaritan uses serum or plasma testing as opposed to whole blood testing.
I'm not familiar with their specific technique or methodology. I haven't undergone training for their methods, but it is my understanding that the type of sample used for their method is serum or plasma.
Now, whole blood includes plasma, but it also includes white blood cells, platelets, and red blood cells, correct?
Correct. Typically, we describe serum or plasma as the liquid portion of blood, and the other cellular components that you described typically are removed or separated before testing.
Plasma has a higher water content than red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets, right?
Yes, it is.
Alcohol is highly soluble in water, is it not?
Yes.
So alcohol has a better affinity with water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That means that alcohol prefers to distribute into the more watery components of blood, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that also means that alcohol is found in higher concentrations in serum and plasma testing than in whole blood testing, correct?
That's correct. That difference in water content is the basis of the serum conversion that I described on Friday.
Okay. So a lab like Good Samaritan's, that in this case did serum or plasma testing, will therefore provide results of blood alcohol concentration that are higher than what the true blood alcohol concentrations are, correct?
The serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentrations that they report on their medical records would be higher than the corresponding blood alcohol concentration. That's correct.
So to translate the Good Samaritan results into a more accurate reading of blood alcohol content, you need to convert the serum and plasma results to what those results would be in whole blood testing, correct?
I'll allow it. Can you answer it as stated?
Yes. The accuracy of the value isn't changed by the reading. It's a different value. It's a serum or plasma alcohol concentration versus an estimated blood alcohol concentration. So if it is helpful or relevant to know what the whole blood analysis would have been if the testing had been performed on whole blood, then that conversion, starting with the serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentration, is helpful to do.
But to calculate a precise conversion rate, you'd first need to know precisely the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
The range of serum factors or serum conversion factors that are used in the preparation of my report and the calculations that I performed accounts for total body water variation from individual to individual. The reason I use between 13 and 19% and not just one single value is because I don't know the specific conversion factor that would be appropriate for an individual when I have medical records to review.
I think that was a long way of saying yes to my question, right? My question was to calculate a precise conversion rate for somebody, you'd first need to precisely know the amount of water in that person's blood, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Unity.
Is it scientifically possible to predict with accuracy a precise conversion rate for one individual person?
Yes.
Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
There is a normal variation between individuals.
I'm sorry, if there's an sure. Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
Yes.
And there are a number of factors that influence the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
Yes.
What is hematocrit?
I don't know.
Hematocrit is the percentage of red blood cells in whole blood cells. Do you know that?
Sustained.
Are you aware that individual hematocrit can vary and that it affects the water content in blood?
Sustained.
Would somebody's age be a factor in determining the amount of water in their blood?
I don't know.
Could somebody's gender affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes.
Could when somebody had eaten and what somebody had eaten before the blood was drawn affect the amount of water in their blood?
It's possible, but I'm not aware of those factors being considered when performing total body water calculations.
Would how frequently a person uses the restroom affect the amount of water in their blood?
As it would relate to their state of hydration, it's possible, but again, I'm not familiar with performing precise calculations on individuals. It's not a routine part of my job, and it's not in the scope of my expertise.
Would medications, some medications, potentially affect the amount of water in somebody's blood?
It's possible, yes.
And conversion factors vary significantly between individuals, but they can also vary within the same individual over time, can they not?
I believe so, yes.
And all of the factors that we've discussed that you've adopted can impact the conversion factor that is used, correct?
Yes.
And there is no one universally agreed upon conversion factor, correct?
Correct. There is a range that is agreed upon, but not a singular conversion factor.
Right. And the range that you used was 1.13 to 1.19, correct?
Yes.
You recognize, however, that with all the factors affecting the amount of water in somebody's blood from person to person, and even within one person over time, some people can fall outside the range that you used, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize that some studies have shown a conversion rate from serum to whole blood can be higher than 1.19, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of a study by Rainey, R-A-I-N-E-Y, reporting conversion rates as high as 1.59?
Yes.
And if the conversion rate is higher, that would mean that the actual blood alcohol concentration would be lower, correct?
Yes.
So if you're using a range of conversion factors that does not capture what the conversion factor should be for the individual that you're testing, you can't have confidence in the result, correct?
Correct. The range that is utilized is looking at studies of large groups of people to try to capture as accurately as possible most individuals in the population, but it would not cover 100% of scenarios with all the factors that you've described.
Okay, and you'd agree that your conversion of serum to whole blood here is imprecise, correct?
The conversion was performed within the policies and procedures of the laboratory and the best practice recommendations for my field.
But it is imprecise.
Can you repeat the question?
Let's move on. The conversion from serum to whole blood did not end the calculations that you needed to do in order to testify here today, correct?
Correct.
The conversion from serum to whole blood only translated what Ms. Reed's blood alcohol supposedly would have been, or was, I'm sorry, at the hospital at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked to try to find out what her blood alcohol level would have been 7 or 8 hours earlier, closer to midnight or sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., correct?
The time utilized for my calculations was 12:45 a.m.
So you started with the results that you obtained from your serum to whole blood conversion, right?
Yes.
Which was an imprecise calculation?
Which was intending to cover the majority of population.
But was it imprecise?
It followed the policies and procedures of my laboratory.
What was the precise number then? Was there a precise number or was it imprecise?
The range?
I'm not talking about a range. I know that you'd like to say that. Was there a precise number, ma'am?
The results of my report was not a single number. It is a range of numbers.
Let's move on, Ms. Giannini.
Yes. Then once you get that range, you have to do an extrapolation on top of that to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been at 12:45, 7 or 8 hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
But in order, in order to do that extrapolation, you need to make assumptions about things that you do not know, correct?
Yes.
In terms of processing alcohol, there is an absorption phase, a plateau, and an elimination phase, correct?
Yes, that's accurate and consistent with my understanding.
And during the absorption phase, blood alcohol concentration can be rising, correct?
Yes.
And to determine whether somebody is in the absorption phase or the elimination phase, you need to know when their last drink was, correct?
Yes, if you're performing that type of calculation, or if you're trying to determine if they've reached their maximum, that would be helpful information to have.
The longer the time between the last drink and the test, the more variability and potential for error there is in the extrapolation, correct?
Can you ask the question again, please?
In this case, you assumed that Ms. Reed's last drink was at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No. The calculation assumed for the maximum calculation that no alcohol had been consumed between 1.5 and 2 hours prior to that time interval start at 12:45 a.m.
Okay. And the test wasn't until 9:08 a.m.?
Yes.
The range that you came up with was 0.14 to 0.28%, correct?
Yes, 0.14 to 0.28 grams percent.
And that was a very wide range, was it not?
It certainly is.
0.28 is double 0.14?
Yep.
And that range is so wide because there are a lot of unknowns about the way each person individually processes alcohol, correct?
There's a lot of interpersonal differences, that's correct.
There are a lot of different factors that would impact somebody's blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
What somebody had to eat can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
The contents of their stomach or what they had eaten recently does not impact the rates of elimination that I use for my calculation, but it can factor into the absorption part of the curve and can impact that maximum amount that's reached.
Okay. Their body weight can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
Correct. Again, it would not necessarily, or it could be included in the rate of elimination range that I use for my calculations. The person's body weight has more to do with, again, the absorption, the maximum concentration, the first parts of the curve, and not the elimination portion that we're discussing when we're doing retrograde extrapolation.
And the first word of your answer was correct, right?
Yes.
A person's metabolic rate can impact their blood alcohol concentration because different people metabolize alcohol at different rates, correct?
Yes.
In addition, regarding the timing of the last drink, you were not with Ms. Reed on the late evening of January 28th or the early morning of January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, I was not.
You have no personal knowledge of when Ms. Reed had her last drink, correct?
Correct.
Were you informed that Ms. Reed was upset after 12:45 a.m. when you were doing these calculations?
I don't believe so.
Did you know, were you informed that she went to John O'Keefe's house in Canton and was the only adult in the house at that time after 12:45?
Sustained.
Are you aware of what type of alcohol John O'Keefe had available in his house at that time?
Sustained.
Were you aware that she was waiting for John O'Keefe to come home, but he never did?
Sustained.
Do you have any personal knowledge of whether Ms. Reed poured herself a drink during the hours of 12:45 a.m. and 6 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
No, I do not.
And do you know whether she had more than one drink during those hours?
No, I do not.
Assume that Ms. Reed did have something alcoholic to drink after 12:45 a.m. Would that affect your assumptions about whether she was in the absorption or the elimination phase?
Yes, it would.
And if she did have something to drink after 12:45 a.m., what would that do to your calculations?
The foundation of my calculations would be incorrect. I would need to perform different calculations or factor in the information as it would become available and issue a different report.
Okay. So if your assumption of when she had her last drink was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with a over 8 hour time span between.
Confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with a over 8 hour time span between the time of interest and the time that the blood sample was collected. Overshooting the blood alcohol concentration may or may not be enough to address that. And if new, more accurate information was available, then I would need to incorporate that in the discussion and calculations.
Right. So in answer to my question, if your assumption about when the last drink was consumed was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions are accurate today.
Correct.
I'll allow it.
Now, were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Higgins?
Sustained.
Were you asked to determine the blood alcohol level of anyone except for Karen Reed in this case?
I'll allow that.
To the best of my knowledge, my only involvement with this case in my unit was the request to perform these calculations on this individual.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Ms. Noles.
Good morning.
Now, again, how many serum conversions have you performed over your years at the lab?
It's hard to know an exact number, but at least over 100.
And the ethanol reading or the alcohol reading within Ms. Reed's medical records that you testified to previously last week, what was that reading again?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
And that reading in milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you would see alcohol recorded in hospital records?
Yes, it is.
And specifically hospital records that you would then be asked to perform a serum conversion on?
Yes.
Now, with respect to your calculations in this case, did you perform in each and every?
Oh, friends, that was not you. That was the law and crime feed
The approved
itself.
conversion factors that are published in our protocols with each one that I did.
Now, what is the difference between whole blood and serum?
Whole blood is blood as we think of it, with both the liquid and the cellular components as it exists in our bodies. Serum is the liquid portion of blood after those cellular components have been removed.
And how does the difference between them impact your testing or your calculations?
Because of the different water content in whole blood versus serum, that means that if we would like to compare a serum alcohol concentration and a whole blood alcohol concentration, that we have to apply a conversion factor to be able to compare those two. The serum alcohol concentration is always higher than the whole blood alcohol concentration.
And that difference, is that accounted for within the calculations of the conversion factors that you utilize?
Yes.
And how so?
The conversion factors, by dividing by 1.13 and 1.19, can adjust for the difference between the water content and therefore the serum and whole blood ratio that's observed in studies.
And that change in conversion factors, does that benefit the defendant in this case?
Objection. I'll allow it. Or ask it differently, Mr.
Sure. The change in conversion factors recently implemented in your lab and your protocols, who does that benefit?
The question of benefit depends on the context. Speaking to the math, dividing by a larger number means the resulting number would be smaller. So the whole blood alcohol concentration numbers would be smaller when using the current between 13 and 19% factors, as opposed to the previously used between 12 and 18% factors.
Now, these conversion factors, where again do they come from?
The conversion factors come from published studies involving individuals that consumed alcohol, had samples collected from them, and their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations were compared. Those conversion factors are present in the protocols in use in the laboratory where I work, and they're also consistent with best practice recommendations or consensus body documents in the field that I work.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about a number of different factors. Are those factors incorporated within the conversion factors in the published scientific literature supporting those conversion factors?
By basing it on studies with a large number of people, that's the intention, is to capture the interpersonal differences and different factors within that range that's used.
Now, if you know, how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase with reference to bladder loss?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I don't think I understood the
Poor question.
phrase.
Let me rephrase. So you were asked some questions on cross-examination about how frequently someone uses the restroom in the elimination phase, correct?
I believe I was, yes.
Right. And do you have any idea from your training and experience as far as how much alcohol is typically lost by an individual during the elimination phase through the bladder?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do.
Okay, you can answer it.
Less than 5%. The vast majority of alcohol is eliminated from the body by an enzyme that breaks it down from alcohol into carbon dioxide and water. I can't remember exactly how much is generally eliminated, but I believe it's less than 5% of the total blood alcohol concentration.
Now, you were asked about whether or not the defendant had a drink after 12:45 a.m. Do you have any evidence that the defendant did, in fact, have any alcohol to drink after 12:45 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
If there was a drink at approximately 1 a.m., what kind of impact would that have on your calculations?
It would depend on how much had been consumed. If any alcohol had been consumed, then it would adjust the calculations depending on that information.
And what I'm asking, Ms. Noles, is if there is a slight differential in the time of incident or last drink, how much impact would that have on the range that you're able to calculate?
I'm not sure.
Now, you testified as far as the range being on the retrograde analysis being between a 0.14 and a 0.28, correct?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of what the legal limit is in Massachusetts?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that, actually.
Why is there such a varying range?
Because there's such variation between individuals with their rates of elimination, the calculation used both a sort of extreme low and extreme high rate of elimination, and because we don't know the individual's rate of elimination, that range is intentionally wide to ensure that the actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between it. It's intending to account for a lot of the factors that we've been discussing. It's intentionally a wide range because there are so many unknown factors, and it was so much time that had elapsed between the time of interest and the time of collection.
And based on your calculations, as far as the 93 milligrams per deciliter, what does that convert to as far as the blood alcohol concentration for the defendant at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter in serum alcohol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.082 grams percent.
And from your calculations in your retrograde analysis, what was the range that you were able to calculate for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th?
Between 0.14 and 0.28 grams percent.
And 0.14, 0.28, and every number in between is higher than 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
No further questions.
All right, Ms. Noles, you're all set. Thank you very much. All right, Commonwealth's next witness, please, or whatever.
Commonwealth calls Ryan Nagel.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you for this thing.
Good morning.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ryan Nagel.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What area of the city or the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
32 years, my whole life.
You still live in Canton?
Yes, I do.
Do you work in the area?
I work in the city.
What do you do generally?
I do HVAC.
Do you have any sisters?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
It is a local restaurant / pub in the center of Canton.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying a night, having a few drinks.
When you said have a few drinks, did you have a few drinks?
I did, yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you remember whether the drinks you had, the alcohol drinks that you had, it affected your ability at all? Were you impaired in any way?
I wouldn't say impaired, but I only drank beer. So.
Okay. Do you feel like you had any type of effect from the alcohol?
I may have.
Were you driving?
No, I was not, sir.
Do you remember the times that you were at McCarthy?
Probably 8, 9 o'clock.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No, I did not.
Tell us, after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
I was going to go home, but my sister Julie texted me to be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky.
Was anybody else with you too?
My ex-girlfriend Heather.
Heather. You know Heather's last name?
Maxon.
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
She was in the back seat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
Mr. Brennan, slow down a little bit for the court reporter, please.
Pardon me. You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start heading towards your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember that far back.
You don't have a firm memory of it?
No, I do not, sir.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Yes.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your sister?
To go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
Yes, I did.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
Did you know the address?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know her friend Brian?
Yes, I did.
What is his last name?
Albert.
Is he a senior or a junior?
He's a junior.
About how old is he?
I think 27, 28 years old.
Were you friends with Brian Albert Jr.?
Just through my sister.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
Do you have any other purpose of going to that address other than to pick up your sister?
No, sir.
How long did it take you after you left to redirect and get to that address?
Probably roughly 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what time specifically you arrived at that address?
Probably a little before 12:30.
Is that a general guess?
Yes.
Did you look at your watch and note the time, or is this an estimate?
Just an estimate, sir.
So the estimate is you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the name of that road?
Can you actually, give me a second. I can't think of the name.
Okay.
Right now.
Are you familiar with any roads in that area?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the road Cedar Crest?
Yes, sir.
Had you driven on Cedar Crest before?
Yes, I have.
If you're driving on Cedar Crest, can you loop around like a circle on that road?
Yes.
At some point, do the two parts of that circle intersect with another road?
I believe so.
Okay. Is Fairview, from your knowledge, attached to Cedar Crest Road?
Yes.
As you were traveling, did you travel on Cedar Crest before you got to Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions about right before you turn on, or Ricky turns on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest before you turn on to Fairview, did you see anything?
I saw a vehicle coming at us. Not directly at us, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
Okay. And where was that vehicle traveling towards?
Us, and then they put their blinker on to take a right.
And
for them to take a right.
That vehicle was going to take a right onto Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And your vehicle was coming in the opposite direction?
Correct.
Where was your vehicle going?
Taking a left onto Fairview.
Did you both meet at that intersection?
Yes, roughly around the same time.
Who turned onto Fairview first?
The other vehicle.
How did that happen?
I believe Ricky flashed his lights to let them go.
Did you see the other vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
It was a black SUV.
When that car turned right onto Fairview, how long after did Ricky turn left onto Fairview?
Seconds.
When you came to that intersection and met that car, when Ricky blinked his lights, could you see inside that SUV?
Say that again?
When you came to the intersection at Fairview, and you said that the driver of your truck, Ricky, blinked his lights, could you see anything inside the SUV?
I wasn't really looking.
Okay. After that SUV turned right onto Fairview and Ricky turned left onto Fairview, who was in front of who?
The other vehicle was in front of us.
Was the other vehicle in front of you the entire time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did Ricky ever drive and park in front of that vehicle?
No, we were behind them.
Always behind it?
Always.
When Ricky pulled up to Fairview, where did he stop?
Right in front of the driveway of the Albert's house.
You were in the front passenger side of the truck?
Correct, sir.
If you looked directly outside that window, what would you have seen?
The driveway and the house.
The other vehicle, did it stop at the driveway?
No, it was probably like a car length in front of us.
So it was in front of you?
Correct, sir.
Did you ever see that car stop at the driveway?
At the driveway, I don't recall.
Did you wait before you got to Fairview, or did Ricky drive directly to Fairview after he took the left?
Well, he turned the left onto Fairview.
Okay. Did he wait, or did he drive directly to Fairview?
He drove directly there.
Okay. The car in front of you, did you ever see it move behind you in front of the driveway?
It was in front of me the whole time.
And so I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see that SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on. They released them and then stopped again. So probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After you stopped at the foot of the driveway, did you keep your attention on that SUV?
Not really, no. I was more concerned about my sister.
So you weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel?
No.
But you do know, or do you have any doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
When you pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
What did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me and Rick and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink or whatever." And I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're going to go home." And so she decided to stay.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct, we did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
Roughly 2 minutes.
Okay. In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
You're just roughly trying to remember.
When you looked up at the house, did you see there were more than one door?
Yes, there were two doors. Yes.
Do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the left of the garage.
Did you watch her?
Yes.
Where did she walk? From where to where?
She walked out of that door down the driveway towards us.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were speaking with her, Were you watching anything else, or was your attention directed to your sister?
Nope, just on my sister.
At some point after your sister turned to go inside, did you wait for her, or did you leave right away? Or did Ricky leave right away?
We waited for her to get back into the house.
At any point before your sister went back in the house, did you see any lights, like dome lighting, come on inside that SUV?
Yes, I did, sir.
Before or after your sister went in the house?
Roughly like as she was getting in the door.
Before you ended your conversation with her, did you see the dome light go on in that SUV?
Say that again, sorry.
Before your sister left the driveway, did you see any dome light on in the SUV?
No, I wasn't looking.
Your sister began to walk back to the house. What was your direction? What was your attention focused on?
Mainly on her. We were pulling away from the driveway and kind of just glancing back over at Julie to make sure she got in.
When your sister went back up the driveway to go in the house, when was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
When we were passing it.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located in relation to the house, flagpole?
Directly in front of the house.
Okay. Was it anywhere near the flagpole as you drove by?
Probably like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take.
Is that the middle, right, or left side of the house?
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV, what was your primary focus?
My sister, sir. Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the house?
I saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to identify the person?
It was too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with their hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
I was just waiting for the siren, Your Honor. If I could show Exhibit 3 to Mr. Nagel. Sir, do you recognize that address?
Yes, sir.
And what is that address?
That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you recognize the flagpole?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. When you drove by and you said you saw a woman sitting in the front and the dome light was on, did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
As you were parked at the driveway, the entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Uncle. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection. That's not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward your vehicle when you were on Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antona was driving at that time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antano?
Yes.
He was driving at the time?
Correct, sir.
Mr. Yannetti, thank you.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ricky doesn't drink, correct?
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night.
He may have had one or two.
Okay. But he appeared to be driving safely?
Yes, sir.
And you also had a chance to observe the black SUV at that time as it was facing you, correct?
Yes.
When you saw it on Cedar Crest, you didn't know who was driving it at that time, correct?
No, I couldn't see.
But your observations of the black SUV at that time were that whoever was driving it, that person appeared to be driving safely as well, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
One of the first things you noticed about the black SUV was that it was in front of you on Cedar Crest, and both Ricky's F-150 and the black SUV were basically converging on Fairview at about the same time?
Yes, sir.
The black SUV appeared to be going at a safe speed?
Yes.
It appeared to be properly staying within its lane?
Yes, I would say, yeah.
And when it was time for Ricky to take a left onto Fairview, he actually put on his left blinker, or not left blinker, but both his blinker, flashed his lights to signal that it was okay for the black SUV to cut in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he actually did have his left blinker on at that time, correct? Prior
Yes,
to
sir.
doing that? And the black SUV had its right directional on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when both cars have their directionals on, indicating they're going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating safely, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once the lights were flashed, there was nothing about the operation of that black SUV that told you that the driver appeared to be confused about what the flashing meant, correct?
Correct, sir.
The black SUV didn't hesitate at that time. It just proceeded onto Fairview in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it did so in a safe manner.
Correct, sir.
And the black SUV, in that sense, got ahead of Ricky's vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once you got to the Albert home, you noticed that the black SUV was parked outside the Albert home, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, the snow had not yet started sticking to the pavement, correct?
Correct, sir.
You could see the pavement in both the driveway and the street.
Correct, sir.
You could also see the grass on the lawn.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
The snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I have the map displayed, please?
Is it in evidence already, Mr. Yannetti?
May we approach?
Okay.
Sidebar. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to a sidebar. Oh, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. It's a quick sidebar. Tal must take a quick phone call.
Is that okay? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Can you
Mr.
enlarge that, please?
Yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? If we could enlarge it so you don't have to show Chapman, just show Cedar Crest and Fairview, and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way. See if that works. Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street horizontal going down from right to left was Cedar Crest, and that the street where the red arrow is Fairview Road, would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that before you actually were coming down Cedar Crest Road as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, so to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west?
Correct, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter to...
Sure. All right, we will take care of that. Thank you.
All right, so
And you can put the lights back on, and you can take that down.
all right, so it will be... Go ahead, madam.
It will be 49.
49, thank you. And sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150?
Yes.
When she did come out, you opened the door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the F-150?
Repeat that, please. Sorry.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger's compartment, right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she sort of, you stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct, I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the door and the passenger's compartment?
Yes, sir.
All right. You had a chance, how close did she get to you?
I could have walked on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
Correct, sir.
You spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes was your best estimate?
I wouldn't say 5. I'd probably say 2 or 3.
Okay. But in any case, you did have a chance to observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
I mean, yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
And she called you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you arrived there, there was a discussion about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Correct, sir.
If she was just going to come out and take the ride, there would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
But do you recall previously testifying that you were out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes?
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
Okay. Do you deny that it was about 5 minutes?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you deny it was about 5 minutes?
Could have been.
Okay.
I'm not.
Fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead you, Heather, and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
There was a back and forth that you really thought was unnecessary, correct?
I wouldn't say it would be unnecessary. It's just a common question if you want to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
In any case, Julie decides to go back inside and you decide to leave, correct?
Correct, sir.
Ricky did not speed up the street at that time?
No.
He just gradually pulled out?
Correct, sir.
His direction of travel took him right past the black SUV that was now in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
He passed the black SUV on the left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the front passenger seat at that time still, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you were closest to the black SUV of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
You noticed that the interior dome light was on, correct?
That is correct, sir.
That lit up the whole front compartment of the SUV, did it not?
Yes.
It lit up the driver's seat and the passenger's seat, correct?
All I could see was the driver at the time, sir.
Understood. But the light wasn't just shining just on the driver. It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they were both lights that go down at both seats, correct? They were on?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So you could see both seats in the front driver's compartment.
I couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw one
I only
person.
saw a woman. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person inside the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman with long hair in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You didn't see anybody else in the SUV?
No, I did not, sir.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
The woman in the passenger seat was staring straight ahead, correct?
Not in the passenger seat.
I'm sorry,
in the driver's seat.
Thank you for catching that. The woman in the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct, sir.
You didn't see her lips moving as if she were talking, correct?
I wasn't looking for that.
But
Just
you
happened to
did-
see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Okay. Facing straight.
Correct, sir.
You had no music on in Ricky's truck at that time, correct?
No, sir.
Ricky had turned the music down when Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And when you got close to that SUV while you were passing it, you didn't hear any arguing there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any yelling, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No, I did not.
You heard no noises within that SUV at all?
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
Sir, you mentioned you were at that address around 12:30?
That is correct, sir.
And you offered us that you were there for about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Did you know the exact time you left?
No, not off the top of my head right now, no.
Was it around that time?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It's probably before 12:35, roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
You could still see the ground
given
Yes,
the
sir.
weather?
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to fall?
Just starting?
Had you been outside earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
In the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was?
Say that again?
The ground.
The ground, yes.
Do you know if it was soft or hard?
Like the road?
The ground, the grass, the lawn.
Oh. I don't know. I mean, it was a cold night, so I mean, I assume it's hard.
Around that time, around 12:30 when you left, was there inches of snow
No, there was
on the
not
ground?
inches of snow, no. I could still see the grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
When you saw that SUV in front of you, for the time that you were there, that 5 minutes, did you ever, and you said that you saw brake lights at times, did you ever see at that point missing parts of its taillights?
No, sir, I wasn't observing the vehicle like that.
When the taillights were on, when the brakes were on, what color was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you ever see a missing piece where it was white instead of red?
No, sir.
Over near the flagpole where you saw this SUV, did you see any human being, any person lying on the ground near the flagpole?
No, sir.
When you drove by the SUV, you said you couldn't see past the woman. Could you see inside the SUV when you drove past?
Repeat yourself.
When you drove past the SUV, you saw a woman in the driver's seat?
Yes, that is correct.
You didn't see anybody else?
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
I'll allow it.
It could have been.
From when you were driving by the SUV and you could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman, could you see on the other side of the SUV if there was anybody standing on the other side of the SUV?
No, sir.
Was there anything obstructing your view as you drove by and saw the woman to prevent you from seeing on the other side of the SUV?
The woman and the vehicle itself.
You mentioned that there was a dome light on in the SUV.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver's side door open
No,
when
sir.
you drove by?
No, sir, it was closed.
Could I have Exhibit 16, please? Did you ever see this man at any point
No, sir. I've never
walking?
seen- Oh, sorry.
Walking across the yard, going to a door, or entering the house the entire time you were there?
Objection.
Sustain.
No, sir, I've never seen
That
that.
means you don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Could you take that down, please? And after you left, you never went back that night, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Just briefly, on those issues, sir, you just testified on cross-examination before Mr. Brennan stood up again that you saw that the passenger's seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. You're not changing that testimony?
No,
sir?
I'm not changing that. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Heather Mason.
You solemnly swear the evidence given in court during the case now hearings for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Heather Maxon, Maxon.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
I want to have you take us back a few years to
Sure.
January 28th, January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28th, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house, just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Right. Were you with anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually, we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Did you end up at one restaurant or bar in particular at the end of the night?
We were first at CF McCarthy's, and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many drinks you had?
No.
Did the alcohol affect your perception or your memory at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired in any way?
I believe so, yes.
After you left the establishments, after they closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend's house. She needed a ride.
Before you went to pick Ryan's sister up, did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, was there other plans that you were...
No.
Okay, that was just the plan to go get her?
Yeah.
Do you remember generally or specifically what time that was?
Late, midnight?
Okay. Do you remember the time exactly?
No.
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
Not necessarily, no.
So is that a generalization or a guess?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to pick up Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
No.
Were you driving?
I was not.
Who was driving?
Our friend Ricky,
Where were you sitting?
in the back seat.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It was a truck.
Are you familiar with the area?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you remember at some point taking a turn onto the road?
Yes.
That had the house where you were going to arrive?
Yes.
How do you remember that?
Just a visual bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember the turn before you got onto that road?
There was another vehicle also on the road coming from the opposite direction, and we had let that other vehicle turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located, but the car coming from the opposite direction was taking a right onto the same street, so we had somewhat yielded to the car coming from the opposite direction to have let them take a turn onto the street before us.
Did you see if the driver of either vehicle gave any indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily recall, but I'm assuming maybe
I don't want you to assume. That's okay if you don't recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
The other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
It was a big, like an SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside the vehicle?
I did see inside the vehicle, yes.
Could you describe for the jury what you remember seeing?
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was the female?
Female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was the male the SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside the vehicle?
I did see inside the vehicle, yes.
Could you describe for the jury what you remember seeing?
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was the female?
Female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was the male in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Were you able to recognize either the female driving or the male in the front passenger seat?
Recognize?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand the
Did
question.
you know who they were?
No.
Strangers?
Yeah.
When they turned and then Ricky turned after them, how far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No.
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
A couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview?
Oh,
That's
maybe.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anything about its lights?
No.
Did you see whether the interior light, the dome light, was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
Before you left?
No.
Did you ever see that dome light come on?
No.
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
No.
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's tail lights, whether they were intact or broken?
Nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
I do not.
Okay. When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation, and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV that was in front of the truck?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody travel across the front yard to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck in front of you or behind your truck and walk on the driveway?
No. Well, besides Julie, sorry.
So Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night?
Yes.
And then you left?
Yes.
When you left, did you drive by the SUV?
We did.
When you drove by, what were you looking at?
My surroundings.
Okay. What did you see?
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in the car.
Where did you see her?
In the driver's side.
Okay. Was there, at that point, any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
Which
the
light?
dome lights.
Was the driver's side door open?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else inside the SUV?
I did not.
Was there anybody else inside the SUV?
You didn't see anybody inside the car?
Besides the driver? No.
Okay, next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
No.
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
No.
How long did you look inside the SUV for when you passed?
It was just passing, so I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
Outside the door?
No.
Did you see anybody lying on the front lawn?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Before Ricky turned onto Fairview Road, you saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck, facing it, taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed, good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time?
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that that SUV was in front of that house, parked now further down ahead of you, correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall whether there was any conversation at that time between you, Ricky, and Ryan?
Possibly. I don't recall or remember what, but most likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was discussed?
Not necessarily, no.
You had your cell phone with you that night?
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting for Julie to come out of the house, do you recall whether you were checking out any web page or Instagram or text message or app on your cell phone?
I don't recall.
Can you testify with certainty that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Not with certainty, no.
And so you can't say for sure how long, if you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, you testified that you didn't see anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't happen before you, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
Correct.
While you were parked near the driveway, you weren't thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe what was going on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a female driving and a male in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, you didn't know either of them at that time?
No.
Fair to say that what they were doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so, yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Mm-hmm.
You did not want to continue to drink and socialize, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you were looking forward to ending the night at that point?
Yes.
And so you were more focused on hopefully getting Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Then Julie came out, and it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be a discussion.
Right.
Right? And she came out to speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so?
I'd say.
Like a back and forth about who's going where?
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly did not see a 6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Brennan?
When Ricky was speaking to Julie and you were in the back cabin of the truck, what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Were you paying attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation, yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house in the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the car and Ricky was having a conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at sidebar. It is a quick sidebar. Towel is jumping forward. Hold on.
Ms. Maxon, you are all set. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Brennan, your next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Katie McLaughlin.
Firefighter Katie McLaughlin. Karen Reed said, I hit him to McLaughlin. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I'm a towel. We might be going to morning recess. She might not have been ready. They flew through morning testimony. GrantSmithEllis here, in true towel fashion, monitoring. Towel Attenborough here. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Why don't we take our morning recess, James? 20 minutes.
20 minutes,
All
ladies
right.
and gentlemen. We are on morning recess for 20 minutes. And
Please.
I'm a towel.
Close your notebooks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed on morning recess while awaiting Katie McLaughlin's testimony. Now, as a towel, I shall return to you on screen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we get an early morning recess. That means towel might actually get an early lunch. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day. The plan now will be to return into session at around 11 a.m. Eastern. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with the testimony of firefighter Lady Katie McLaughlin, who heard Karen Reed confess to saying, I hit him in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we will bring, you know what we should do, ladies and gentlemen? Let's bring up Katie McLaughlin's testimony from the first trial. And you might say, why are we going to do that? Well, because I'm a towel. And most people can't, in real time, without knowing who the witnesses are, just bring up testimony from the first trial. But I'm a towel. And so, referencing the fact that I am a towel, I will continue to bring up useful information for you. Katie McLaughlin, Karen Reed trial. Karen Reed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up Katie McLaughlin's first testimony and see how bad this is going to go for Karen Reed. And why are we going to do this? Because, well, you are all towel friends. I'm a towel. It's almost towel lunchtime. I'm pleased. You're pleased. It is going to be a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I even have a picture of the moment when Katie McLaughlin testified about Karen Reed confessing to hitting John O'Keefe. Look at that. Look at towel. I am a towel, and my reaction to Katie McLaughlin's testimony is quite telling. And you might say, towel, that looks like a very professional photograph. And I would say, yes, it was taken by the pool photographer who noticed that towel was shocked. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, towel was shocked. Real-time towel reaction. I am a towel. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ready, let me actually find Katie McLaughlin's testimony because I didn't actually bring it up for us. All I did was find a picture of me looking shocked. And you might say, Towel, I am thrilled that I get to look at that picture, but it's not actually what you were going to show us. I would say, you're absolutely right. I am a towel.
If you've got pink salt and apple cider vinegar.
But I found the testimony we want to watch. I'm getting through the ad. Oh, the trial channel has a lot of subscribers. I think they're FKR, but that's okay. We allow different opinions because I am a towel. Now let's watch Katie McLaughlin's direct. It's only 23 minutes, so if I start like 5 minutes in, we can watch the whole thing during recess because I'm a towel. Look at that, towels. I have it. We're going to get a preview of what Katie McLaughlin's going to testify to. We don't even have to wait 20 minutes. I'm a towel.
How long was it from the time that you sort of received that dispatch and go sort of on the engine to that residence on Fairview Road?
How long?
Yes.
We're on the truck and going probably within a few minutes at most.
And so in addition to yourself and Firefighter Walsh and Lieutenant Woodbury, what, if any, other sort of apparatus from your station was dispatched to this call for?
The ambulance was dispatched as well, and I believe the command car 5, also was dispatched to the call.
And as far as car 5, if you recall, who was in car 5?
At the time, Captain Robery.
And with respect to the ambulance, if you know who, if anyone, was assigned to the ambulance and went with the ambulance that day?
Firefighter Kelly and Firefighter Flamati were on that ambulance, and I believe Tim Nuttall was also there. He came in early, and so he jumped on the ambulance as well.
And with respect to when you get to Fairview Road,
Do you recall what sort of order the vehicles were in as far as car 5, the ambulance, and the fire engine?
I think car 5 was maybe first, and then the ambulance was in front of us, and then we pulled up behind the ambulance.
And so when you sort of arrive on scene, pull up behind the ambulance, other than vehicles from your department, what, if any, other sort of vehicles did you observe or see on scene that day?
I noticed there were multiple police vehicles and at least one civilian vehicle.
Now, obviously, you're responding to a report of an unresponsive male party, correct?
Yes.
And when you're sort of first arriving on scene, or just in reference to when you arrived on scene, when was the first time that you were able to see that unresponsive party?
So when I got out of the engine, I went right back to the ambulance to get the stretcher because I knew that from wherever they were, they seemed to be kind of off of the road. So I got the stretcher with Firefighter Walsh, I believe, and then we brought the stretcher as close as we could to the patient, and that was like parallel to the curb, and that would be the first time that I observed them working on a patient.
And so if I could just ask you, just with regard to sort of those duties as the backstep person, so what is sort of the duties and responsibilities of the backstep person on the engine to this kind of medical call?
So the role of the person in the back of the engine is, it kind of is dependent upon what that lead paramedic needs you to do. You're there to assist the ambulance in any way that they need. So that could be assisting with extrication of a patient. It could be obtaining information about a patient or bystanders. It could be assisting with patient care if they need you in the back of the ambulance. It really depends on what they need you to do for that particular call.
And turning back to your testimony just a moment ago, you said today we're over rendering sort of patient care. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I noted Tim, I noted Tony, and there were a lot of people that seemed to be around that area. So I'm not sure exactly who else was there, but I did note Tony and Tim were in that area.
So as far as sort of the other people in that area where Tony and Tim were, so people sort of beyond people from your department, what, if any, other sort of people did you notice around that area?
I don't know specifically. What do you mean, like
as far as
outside of the?
Right. So outside of fire department personnel in that area, what, if any, observations did you make of those people? Who were those people?
Well, at that point, I couldn't really make out like the identities of like other people. I noted Tim and Tony, but I didn't really pick up on who anyone else was at that point. They were still like off of the road at that point.
And so from where they're positioned with regard to the patient, and just for clarity purposes, you were subsequently learned the identity of the patient, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and who did you learn him to be?
John O'Keefe.
And where you and Firefighter Walsh were with the stretcher, how far away from where you were was Mr. O'Keefe and the other firefighter?
They were, I don't know that I could give a number, several feet away. They were like, I remember kind of seeing a fire hydrant, but I don't know exactly number-wise what that would be.
And from your observation of where Mr. O'Keefe was, could you tell how his body was positioned?
He was supine, so he was lying on his back or face up.
And what, if anything, by the time that you arrived with Firefighter Walsh on the stretcher, what, if anything, could you see that firefighters Flamati
and or Nagel or anyone else was doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
By that point, it seemed like they had already got him pretty much secured on a backboard, and they were ready to move him to the stretcher.
And once Mr. O'Keefe is then moved with the backboard from where he was to the stretcher where you are, what happened next?
So I remember Tony was...
Today, I'm going to teach you the pink salt trick. Or, even better...
kind of at the head of the stretcher. I was standing on the side. There was a woman next to me. And Tony said to me, "Can you try to figure out what happened?" And he kind of motioned to this woman that was next to me.
And so Firefighter Mclofflin, who's the lead paramedic, directs you to ask some questions of this female, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say this woman that was next to you, you didn't know her, you never met her before?
No.
From your conversations with her that day, do you see that woman in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just direct us to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing? That's record to reflect identification of the defendant by the witness.
Okay.
Now, with respect to this woman, she's standing next to you when you're at the side of the stretcher, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you sort of initially make as far as her demeanor, or how was she sort of acting when you first started to engage her?
She seemed very upset. Very upset.
And when you say she seemed very upset, what about her did you observe that made you say that?
Just her facial expressions. She was just visibly distraught.
And so, as far as your questions, what type of questions are you asking, or what type of information are you looking for from this person?
So just basic demographic info, who the patient is, his name, his date of birth. And then as far as any more questioning, you're trying to gather information that would basically help explain how this person ended up in the scenario that they're in. So did he have any medical problems? Does he take any medications daily? Does he have any allergies to medications? I was asking those questions.
And as you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant, Ms. Reed, doing while you're asking her those questions?
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit. So I was just kind of following her. And then we came to a stop at one point, and I continued to ask I asked one more question.
What was that one more question?
So at that point, I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, "I hit him." She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, "You're hysterical. You need to calm down. You're hysterical." She repeated, "I hit him." And there was a police officer who was in that vicinity kind of with us who replied, "You what?" She repeated it one more time. And that officer then signaled to somebody, "Get Goody down here," which I'm assuming would be the sergeant. You're trying to gather information that would and ended up in the scenario that does he take any medication? Those questions.
What, if anything?
Ladies and gentlemen, oh my word, Katie McLaughlin is up next. This is the moment that the police and first responders realized Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe. Karen just unprompted in front of multiple people, first responders, cops, and I think Jen McCabe, who's already testified about this. Karen Reed just blurted out after being asked, was there any significant trauma to John? I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have to clip this. We must clip and we must talk about this. Here we go. Ladies, gentlemen, towel friends, in just 5 minutes at 11 a.m. Eastern, it has been announced after morning recess, the next witness in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial on day 9 is firefighter Katie McLaughlin. And we're going to listen to the clip from McLaughlin's testimony from the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, where it was basically what Karen Reed blurted out. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in response to McLaughlin's question at the scene while treating John O'Keefe as to if there was any trauma that John experienced that caused multiple witnesses to that statement, a police officer, I think Jen McCabe, who's already testified about it, and others, to immediately realize Karen had hit John O'Keefe with her car earlier that morning and left him to die. And that was what led the Canton police to radio for their sergeant, because that was the moment that all of the parties involved, the police, the firefighters, the witnesses, realized Karen did it. Unprompted, while getting demographic information, Katie McLaughlin was told by Karen Reed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in response to a question, was there any trauma that happened to John? Ladies and gentlemen, this testimony from the first trial is a preview of what we're about to get in a few minutes. Tune in and watch live, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis.
And as you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant Ms. Reed doing while you're asking her those questions?
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered the maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit. So I was.
What works better for fat loss? Is it A, avocado, B, salmon, or is it C?
Just
ruined and we have to do it again. How unfortunate.
Kind of falling.
How unfortunate.
And as you're asking
questions,
ladies, gentlemen, towel friends, at 11 a.m. Eastern, after the end of morning recess in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, the next witness who will be taking the stand is firefighter Katie McLaughlin. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin, who testified in the first Karen Reed trial, as you're about to hear, that Karen Reed, unprompted in a response to questions from firefighter McLaughlin at the scene of John O'Keefe's death about whether John had experienced any trauma, said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And when Karen Reed said those words in front of Jen McCabe and a Canton police officer and other first responders, including McLaughlin, that is the moment that led the Canton police to radio over for their sergeant, because that was the moment all the first responders and witnesses put it together. Karen Reed was confessing to hitting John O'Keefe with her car at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds that morning and leaving John to die in a blizzard. Ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't a question, it was a spontaneous confession in response to a question from firefighter McLaughlin, had John experienced any trauma. Ladies and gentlemen, this testimony will occur in just a few minutes. Let's watch what McLaughlin said during the first Karen Reed trial.
And as you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant Ms. Reed doing while you're asking her those questions?
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered the maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit. So I was just kind of following her, and then we came to a stop at one point, and I continued to ask I asked one more question.
What was that one more question?
So at that point, I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, You're hysterical. You need to calm down. You're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him. And there was a police officer who was in that vicinity kind of with us who replied, you what? She repeated it one more time. And that officer then signaled to somebody, get Goody down here, which I'm assuming would be the sergeant.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see this moment in the retrial in just a few minutes. Follow live, chat with the towel friends, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Watch the Reed defense absolutely melt down over this key testimony with the unique multicam view, including the world famous Karen cam. youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We hope to chat with you then. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, time to write up the Twitter post and the X post, ladies, towels, and gentlemen, switching it up. The next witness in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, taking the stand in just a few moments after 11 a.m. Eastern, is firefighter Katie McLaughlin. McLaughlin was the person who asked Karen if John had experienced any trauma in the early morning of 1/29/22, to which Karen replied, I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. At that point, multiple witnesses to the statement, including other first responders, realized Karen was confessing to hitting John O'Keefe with her car while drunk with a BAC between 0.414 and 0.28, and then the Canton police called in their supervisors. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the moment. Yes, I managed to write it up. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is almost time. It is almost time. Towel has prepared the post. You all made it into the clip. We now await court returning into session. It has not come back yet. We will know because we have the special advanced preview court cam. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be quite a moment. Quite a moment. See testimony from firefighter McLaughlin during Reed's first trial below. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. And towels, and washcloths, and flannels, and towelettes, and soap dispensers, and beach towels, and hemp towels, and paper towels. It is the moment. We may as well be reclaiming Norman Towel for its rightful towel people. It is that type of moment. I am not just being Howard Cosell Towel. This was the moment that made first responders realize Karen Reed was confessing. It wasn't just an unprompted statement. It was in response to a direct question whether John had suffered trauma in the early morning of 1/29/2022. Ladies and gentlemen, you were there for it. You saw it. We're towels. I'm a towel. We're waiting for court to come back into session. Could the moment be any bigger? Well, yes, it could. A giant Stay Puft Marshmallow Man could be taking over New York City. And thank God that has not happened. If that happened, I would be deeply, deeply concerned, and I would probably flee the area. Not because I think we should just cede our cities to a giant Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, but because I, as a towel, have no way to combat a 200-foot tall, puffed up marshmallow in the form of a man. court was supposed to be back in session 4 minutes ago. What do you want from me? I am a mere towel. I can only do so much to explain the gravitas of the moment, and by word, if that requires a 200-foot-tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, then I will bring up that Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And no, ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing that can be done. We might be coming back into session soon. Ladies and gentlemen, gather your towels. Gather your towels. Ready your towels to peaceful arms. We shall invade northern France together. We shall watch this moment, and we shall reclaim a homeland for the towel people. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, together we will restore the towels to their rightful homeland. We shall make this happen. All right, get ready, ladies and gentlemen. The fan is still on the screen, but Towel is monitoring. We are monitoring for the return to session. We are being attentive towels. We are somehow turning again into Howard Cosell Towel. Now, I'm not really sure where this came from. This intonation has become somewhat addictive. We are going to have to send Towel to some kind of Howard Cosell intonation rehabilitation program. I am thrilled that the towels are ready. The horses are at the starting gate. Bob Alessi and David Yannetti are conferring with Chloe, who is actually in a wig to appear as if she is Chewbacca. Yes, it seems to be that this is not actually a horse race. It is a race between various forms of Chewbacca. Now, I don't really know if this is a sport that's going to catch on. I don't think we should make Chewbacca's engage in horse racing. I don't think we should have me commentating trials as if they're horse races. I think this whole thing has become a charade. Or charade. I don't speak French. What do you want from me? All right, at the dispensary, LA Connection. I will check out LA Rocks. we have PAX out here, which is a nice LA based brand. They do some white labeling with some producers out here. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Cam has returned. Get ready to return into session. I'll see you after the break. The moment is here. Katie McLaughlin's taking the stand.
I'm also going to call Sarah Levenson.
Oh, okay.
What? Oh. Change of plans. It looks like firefighter Katie McLaughlin is not ready yet.
Do solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I'm sorry.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sarah Levenson.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
So it's Sarah with an H and then Levinson.
Miss Levenson, do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Before you became a nurse, did you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background, please.
I got my bachelor's at Regis College.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel?
Yes.
To this day?
Yes.
Were you with Miss Nagel back on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day, the earlier evening hours of January 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie, were going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house to celebrate his birthday, which was the next day.
Who was Brian Albert Jr. to you at that time?
One of my good friends.
How long had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in high school?
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere, but we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
Do you know the address where Brian Albert Jr. lived?
Yes.
And could you share that with us?
34 Fairview Road, I believe. Road.
Had you been to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with them before?
Well, I was friends with him for, like I said, about 8 years, so I knew his older sister, Caitlin, pretty well. We went to high school together, but the younger siblings, I don't believe we overlapped in school. And then his mother I had met, a good amount of times, and then his father, too, I would say.
How many times would you estimate you had been over 34 Fairview prior to the night of January 28, 2022?
Over the years, maybe like 20. I don't know.
Do you remember what time you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on that evening?
It was between 7 and 8 o'clock at night.
Who did you go with?
Myself and Julie Nagel.
Could you tell us how both you and Julie Nagel got from where you were living, your home, to 34 Fairview?
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
When you first get to 34 Fairview Road, before you walk in the front door, what's the weather like outside?
It was cold, but it wasn't raining or snowing or anything.
No snow on the ground?
No.
When you walked in the door, did you go in the side door or the front door?
The side door.
Okay, take us through walking into the house. What do you see?
So we walked through the side door, and then it's their, family room, they call it, with, the TV and everything. And then at the back of the family room is, a sliding glass door out into their porch. And then if you turn left, it's the kitchen / dining room. And then there's a back door. There's a small bathroom over near the back door. And then if you walk straight through, it's the front door, the stairs, the door to the basement. And then they called it the library is their formal living room.
If you walked in the front door, would the stairs leading to the next floor upstairs be right in front of you?
Yes.
If you were going to go downstairs, would you walk around that staircase to the back side of it?
I don't believe the back, but the side.
Okay. You mentioned you walked in the side door near the garage. When you walk in the side door, you're in a living room, did you say?
Yeah, their family room, they call it, yeah.
Can you walk into the garage from the family room, or do you need to go back outside to get into the garage?
No, you would have to go back outside.
So there's no door in that family room that leads directly to the garage?
No.
After you walked into the family room, did you stay there or did you go somewhere?
We stayed there for a little bit, 10, 15 minutes probably.
Tell me who's in the house when you get there.
It's Brian Jr., his mother, Nicole, his sister, Caitlin, and then his aunt, Julie.
What do you do?
I think we were just sitting on the couch, hanging out, waiting to see what the plan was, to see when other people were going to show up.
Did other people arrive or did people leave before other people arrived?
Brian's mom, sister, and aunt left before anyone else arrived.
Do you know generally around what time his aunt and mother and sister left?
We got there, like I said, between 7 and 8, and they probably left within 20 minutes of us getting there.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure.
When his sister and mother and aunt left, Was it just a time when it was you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. alone?
Yes.
Were you doing anything other than watching TV? Were you eating, drinking?
I don't think we were eating yet because we ordered later on food, but we might have been drinking.
Tell us what happens over the course of the next couple hours.
So at some point, probably between like 8 and 9, 4 other girls showed up. So Courtney Alba came by herself, and then Catherine Judy, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Are those friends of Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, yes. We were all friendly, but not friends. That makes sense.
So what's the atmosphere like when the visitors come?
Celebratory, light, joyful. It was fine.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you order food?
Yes.
And did anybody else come at that point? Any other friends or family?
No.
Did one of Brian Jr.'s cousins come at some point?
Yes.
Is that later?
Yes.
So over the course of the next couple hours, eating and drinking, anything significant happen?
No.
Any arguments, any tension, any problems?
No.
Was it a positive night?
Yes.
At some point, did anybody else come to the house?
Later on, yes.
Okay, about what time?
Around midnight.
So before midnight, it's a group of young people having a party?
Yes.
Any trouble?
No.
Did the friends of Brian Albert Jr., the 4 women, did they leave before midnight?
Yes.
What time did they leave?
Between, I would say, 11 and 11:30.
Did they arrive and leave as a group, or did they arrive and leave separately?
The 3 girls that I mentioned that came together, Catherine, Emily, and Mary, all left together, and then Courtney left, I believe, before them separately.
I want you to tell us generally where were you spending most of your time that night, the eating and the drinking and the party?
In the kitchen/dining room area.
Is there a table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you sitting at a seat at that table?
At that point, we were more around the island, but later on, yes, I had a seat at the kitchen table.
If you're in the kitchen seated at the table, can you see outside?
Not really. If I looked through the windows above the sink of the kitchen, I guess I could if it was light out, and then the windows to the front of the house had a little half curtain, I don't know what it's called, thing on it, so I could see above that, but not.
If you were to walk to the windows in the living room area, what area was it, did you say, the half windows were?
The dining room.
If you were to walk to those windows, could you see outside?
Yes.
Would you be able to see the driveway?
Yes.
Flagpole?
Yes.
Street?
Yes.
The door, do you remember the front door, if it was solid or glass?
They have a storm door that's glass and then a solid regular door.
If you opened up the solid door and looked, could you see through the glass door to the front yard?
Yes.
At any point, did you have a chance to look outside that night?
No.
If you're in the living room, the kitchen, can you see where the basement access is?
Yes.
Can you see the backyard door?
Yes.
You mentioned that the visitors, the young woman that came to see Brian Jr. left. After they left, did somebody else come to or arrive at Fairview?
After they left, yes.
And who was that?
It was Brian's father. His name is also Brian. Mr. Higgins. Brian's mother came back, his sister Caitlin, and then his aunt Jennifer and his uncle Matt.
If I can just step back just a little time before the adult group showed up.
Yes.
Did any other of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left?
Yes.
How long did you see him stay for?
Probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Did the mood change at all in the house?
No.
When the adults came to the house, do you know about what time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was somebody else you said? Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes, and then his sister.
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before, no.
Anybody else, any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together. Caitlin, Nicole, Jennifer, and Matt.
Other than you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr., had the young group left at that point?
Yes.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday. So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we were all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like 70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate it, but.
Were you drinking?
I don't believe I was anymore at that point, no.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, were talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up, and we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
you weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this secondhand from Julie.
Yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out?
Yes.
For about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue after Julie came back in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who was already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No.
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
No.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left generally?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed? The wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was there any type of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I wouldn't say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
Which seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabes get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread, which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen was turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, "Does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly?" Joking around.
Do you remember that moment, having the conversation about the bread?
Yes.
It stands out?
Yes.
As you drove out of Fairview, you were in, the McCabe vehicle was in the driveway?
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed out.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes. Was
Okay.
it I'm sorry. Was the passenger side of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area or in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not like at the front yard, but a little ways up the street, yes.
Next to 34 Fairview, up the street, is 32 Fairview?
I believe so, yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, What were you facing in relation to 3234 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses, so it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Ms. Levenson.
Good morning.
You've been longtime friends, as you've described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Yes.
You obviously know much of the entire immediate family. Brian Albert Sr., his wife Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and his cousins. By the way, which cousins are they? Last names?
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and McCabes.
Okay. You indicated that you've been to the Albert home probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known Brian Albert since high school. I mean, in the last 8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there?
Yes.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under questioning by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jen McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door, it's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway. You could see to the right, over toward the flagpole. Nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at that time when you left just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30, 1:45. Yeah.
Got it. So you leave at 1:30. There's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground?
Yes.
The yard is flat?
Yes.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole?
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out of that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You were looking in that direction. When you walk out of the door, obviously you're standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct, but as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again to walk over to the car. Correct?
Yes.
And as soon as you walked out of the stoop, you had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up, like normal, correct? At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out, Miss Levenson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you did, in fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Was it Jen?
Yes.
Okay. And she also mentioned it, did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He was at the car at least?
Yes.
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door, as you did, to go out to the car the first time?
Yes.
And then he got to the car, then he realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door?
Correct, yes.
And you saw that?
Yes.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door, down the stoop, looking out over the lawn, and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably. I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Okay.
You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
A couple of quick questions about that. Nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No.
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week?
No.
The next month?
No.
It was 9 months later.
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Okay. Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited 9 months to contact you?
Objection.
Let me ask you a different question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted?
Objection.
May we approach?
Okay.
Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a sidebar. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and look at that. It is the fan. A little bit of the light, a little bit of the fan. My name is Towel. Now, we had a bit of a switch up there. Sarah Levenson didn't see a black blob. It was Sarah Levenson who laid the foundation because Julie Nagel exclaimed that she saw a black blob. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, will we see Firefighter Mclofflin after Alan Jackson, the Marshmallow Man himself, finishes his confusing cross? All right, the sidebar should be ending shortly. My name is GrantSmithEllis, monitoring with you closely. I am trying to figure out a way to get lunch without having to leave in case anything explosive happens, because I am a towel. And someone sent Towel a donation for use for lunch, and I think I can get lunch for about $16 brought to me. I'm not positive, ladies and gentlemen, but my word, I'm going to try. But yes, GrantSmithEllis here as we wait for this prolonged sidebar to continue. Alan Jackson, of course, is not a towel. I, however, am a towel. And you might say, we realize that, towel. It has been made quite clear to us that you are indeed a towel. And I would say, well, what do you want me to do when witness order changes so quickly and there is so much going on? I have no opportunity to do anything other but simply proclaim my status as a towel as I order lunch. And ladies and gentlemen, the sidebar continues. It becomes more prolonged. I think I am going to get chicken strips from McDonald's. And you might say, Grant, that sounds really good. And I'm going to say to you, yes, I have a plan. I am indeed the man with the plan. Now, I think I want to get a cheeseburger with my crispy strips. So I think my plan is to get I want to use a coupon. So I'm going to get the chicken strips, and then I'm going to get a $4 cheeseburger to make it a $12 meal, use the coupon, and then pay the delivery fee with the coupon. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I am a genius towel, and I'm going to get honey mustard with my chicken fingers, because who doesn't like honey mustard and ranch? And honey mustard reminds me of good memories. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting a few more minutes to come back into session. I am the best of all towels, Ange Whittick. You are so kind. I am a towel. We should be back into session any moment here with more of the Marshmallow Man himself. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. That helps the Towel channel, although I don't really understand why. Anyway, I'm going to go try to find a cheeseburger. Have fun, everyone. I'm not going to leave my seat. I'm going to do it on my phone. Cheeseburger shopping on the phone. What a beautiful modern world we live in, ladies and gentlemen. We can shop for cheeseburgers on our phones. Can you imagine anything more beautiful? Maybe.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were finally interviewed, let me ask a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone, or was there anybody else with you?
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
Besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Had you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
If I may, don't tell me what was said.
Okay.
Did you speak with Julie before the interview? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And one more question. Without telling me any of the words that were used, was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking if you talked to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed?
Somewhat.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Briefly, Your Honor. Could I have Exhibit 3, please?
Do you see the windows on that house?
Yes.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house, illuminating. Do you remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house, from your memory, illuminating the ground near the flagpole and that fire hydrant?
No.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
I have
All right, Ms. Levenson, you are all set.
Thank you.
And your next witness, please, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Katie McLaughlin.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Katie McLaughlin is being called. Ladies and gentlemen, I knew it was coming. I'm a towel. Here we go. Karen Reed's confession, the moment it all started.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now and here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good morning.
Oh, sorry.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Katie McLaughlin. I'm 29 years old. I work for the town of Canton as a firefighter paramedic.
Did you study to become a paramedic firefighter?
Yes.
Why did you become interested in becoming a paramedic firefighter?
Objection.
I enjoy helping people. I have some family members who work in the healthcare field, and I just always thought it was interesting, and I wanted to do something meaningful with my life.
Did you have to have any special training or education to become a firefighter and paramedic?
Yes, you do. About 2 years of schooling. It's divided in between a didactic portion and then a clinical portion in the hospital and ambulance. So it takes about 2 years to finish.
You completed that?
Yes.
Did you become a firefighter at the same time you became a paramedic, or were those separate educations?
They're separate. I became a paramedic first before I became a firefighter.
Did you work as a paramedic before you became a firefighter actively in the field?
Yes, for a few years.
Do you remember about when you first started working as a paramedic?
2016 or 17.
And when did you first become a firefighter?
2017.
Do you remember when you first began working for the Canton Fire Department?
I believe it was May of 2017.
Are you still employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes.
In your paramedic training, did you learn how to provide care for people who are in need?
Yes.
Had you, before 2022, responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About how many calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law enforcement?
No.
Do you investigate crimes?
No.
Do you write police reports?
No.
When you're going to a scene and using your skills to help somebody, are you interested in whether or not somebody was involved or responsible for an event?
No.
What is your focus when you go to a scene to help somebody? What's your priority?
To help the patient, to save someone's life.
Do you have a chance, or do you try to assess the patient, speak to them if they can speak to you?
If we can, yep.
Is there times when the person can't speak?
Yes.
If a person can't speak to you, is there a role that you take to try to get information to help assist the person?
Yes, you would go to a bystander and you try to gather as much information as you can to help the patient. More information for us helps the patient in their treatment, and it helps the hospital when we bring them there.
Is that responsibility or role separate and apart from police work?
Yes.
As a paramedic firefighter, are you involved in police work at all?
No.
Sometimes when you go to a scene and you try to help somebody, you write a report?
If you're in a particular role, you would write the report.
So when you go and arrive at a scene, is it fair to say you don't always write a report?
Correct.
And the purpose of the report, is that to try to help law enforcement?
No.
What's the purpose of when someone would write a report as a firefighter paramedic?
Depending on the call, there would be a report written by the officer on the call. That's just for logistics and dispatch information, what we responded to, and that's kind of simple. But the other report would be a medical report that the lead paramedic would write.
Were you working on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was that an assigned shift for you?
Yes.
Did you volunteer or ask to work specially that night, or was that already assigned?
Ask it differently.
Was that assignment already set before that night?
Yes.
When you get a shift assigned to you, is it night by night, week by week, month by month?
It's just we rotate through. If you're on a group and you rotate through a schedule, it's set that you work 124, you have 1 day off, you work another 24, you have 5 off, and then the rotation begins again. So it's just a set schedule essentially, but it rotates through the weeks.
Was January 29, 2022 part of your set schedule?
Yes.
When you have a set schedule, are you assigned a specific role in the department that might change from shift to shift?
Yes.
What was your specific role on January 29, 2022?
For that shift, I was on the engine. I was the back step. So there's an engine driver, there's an engine lieutenant, and then there's one person in the back who's just a firefighter status, and we call that the back step.
As the back step that night, did you have any specific or general responsibilities if there was a call?
Generally, if it's a fire-related call, you deal with that. If it's a medical call, you're there to assist the paramedics that are on the ambulance, and you take directive from them. Whatever they ask you to do or need you to do, you're just there to assist them so that they can best focus on the patient.
When you arrive at a scene and you're on the back step, are you basically at the directive of the leader of the group?
Yes.
That morning, around a little after 6 in the morning on January 29, 2022, do you remember a call or a tone coming in?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was for?
It was for a man down in the snow, or a man unresponsive in the snow.
Do you remember leaving the fire department that night?
I do.
Tell us, as you're leaving, what's happening.
So I'm in the engine, the command car with the captain who runs the shift started to 34 Fairview Road first. The ambulance was in front of us, and then we were behind the ambulance.
Did you know the address you were going to was 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
When you left the police station, or the fire station, when you got on the back of the truck, did you know at that time who lived at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions outside as you rode to 34 Fairview Road.
It was raining. I'm sorry, not raining. It was snowing pretty heavily. There was definitely snow on the ground at that point. It was windy. It was very cold.
Was there a storm?
Yes.
How long do you think it took to get from the fire station to Fairview Road?
Probably within 5 or 6 minutes.
When you first started pulling up towards Fairview Road, did you see anything?
Police cruisers and a civilian vehicle. And then we pulled up all kind of in front of that.
How many police cruisers did you see as you pulled up to Fairview Road?
I remember seeing one.
There was an ambulance in front of you?
Yes.
Did the police cruiser have their lights on?
Yes.
Not just their headlights, did they have the lights that are often referred to as blue lights or overhead lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
How about the ambulance? Did the ambulance have emergency lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
The fire truck, does the fire truck have emergency lights?
Yes.
Do you remember if those were activated?
Yep.
Does the fire engine have a siren?
Yes.
Was the siren activated?
No.
Why not?
We only use the sirens to kind of clear cars out of the road. So there's no need to use a siren when there's no cars on the road. So we're not just doing it in the middle of the morning to wake everybody up. It's just unnecessary.
When you first arrived at Fairview Road and you saw the emergency vehicles, did you see any people?
Yes.
While you were still in the fire truck or after you got out of the fire truck?
Probably after I got out.
After you got out of the fire truck, where do you go?
So I knew that they were working on a patient, so I knew they're going to need the stretcher. So myself and firefighter Walsh went right to the ambulance and retrieved the stretcher and brought it as close to the patient as we could.
At some point, did you see the patient?
Yes.
Was it a he or she?
It was a man.
Where was he when you first saw him?
He was lying supine on the side of the road, off the curb, like into a lawn.
How close to him were you when you first saw him?
Well, I only made it to the curb where I brought the stretcher. He was maybe from here to that table, maybe.
When you stood on the curb and you saw that man lying, was his feet closest to you, his head, or his side?
His head would be closer to me.
Did you lift the man from the ground?
No.
Did some of your colleagues?
Yes.
After you brought the stretcher or the bed to the side of the road, did you remain there on the side of the road?
They lifted him on the backboard, they put him on the stretcher, and then they pretty much immediately started moving to bring him in the back of the ambulance.
Around the area where you first saw this man lying supine on the ground, was there anything other than ground? Were there any objects in that
I'm
area?
sorry?
Was there any objects near him?
I remember seeing a fire hydrant. And that's all I can really remember.
When you mentioned that he was lying about as close to that table as you, would 8 to 10 feet be a fair estimate?
I don't know that I could say.
Okay. At some point, did you receive further directions from anybody on the team asking you to do something?
Yes. Firefighter Flamati I was at the head of the stretcher with Firefighter Flamati, and he asked me to try to gather more information and kind of see what happened and what's going on.
Did you have someone that you wanted to gather information from?
Yes. There was a woman who seemed to be really concerned and involved with the patient's status, and so I just kind of assumed that this would be the person that I could try to get more information from.
Did you take a guess?
Yeah.
The person that you try to get more information from, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point that person out and describe an article of clothing
Black
they
suit.
wear?
Black suit.
And do you see where that person's sitting in between?
I do. Her attorneys.
Did you approach that person?
I did.
Now, you mentioned you're not a police officer or a criminal investigator. What type of information are you hoping to get generally in these circumstances?
Some basic demographic info. You can answer a lot of questions by just asking a few very simple ones. So obviously you're trying to get his name and his date of birth. And then you ask questions if the patient has a medical history, if the patient takes daily medications, if the patient has any allergies. And that's all things that can help to sort of maybe explain why this person is in the position that he's in. For example, if someone says reported that he had a heart condition or a seizure disorder or he was a diabetic, that would help us sort of, that's relevant information for us for his treatment and to pass on to the hospital.
Did you have a chance to speak with the person that you had pointed out?
I did.
When you spoke to that person, did you get a chance to ask any of those questions you would typically ask?
I did.
When you spoke to the person, what did they tell you?
She gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him, Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was...
Sustained. Disregard that comment.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that, and it was also really not my place at that point, and I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So.
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Did you have any other further role at the scene as far as helping the man or doing anything else?
No, other than I drove the ambulance to the hospital.
With the gentleman in the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
Did you know at the time who it was?
No.
When you got to 34 Fairview, did you recognize the home when you got there?
No.
Did you later learn who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know somebody who had lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know that person lived there prior to that night?
I learned that she lived there.
Okay. And that person that you knew lived there, what is their name?
Caitlin Albert.
How did you know Caitlin Albert?
We went to high school together. We're in the same grade. We have mutual friends, and growing up we had different friend groups, but those groups would often get together in bigger groups and hang out. I see her in group settings. I socialize with her occasionally. I don't have a personal relationship with her. I wouldn't consider her to be a friend of mine, but I do see her occasionally because of social events. I don't have a one-on-one. I don't have a close personal relationship with her.
Was she a friend on social media back at the time?
Yeah.
Since this event, have you been on any outings or trips with friends of hers, or in a group setting where she was present?
I don't remember ever seeing her since then.
Had you ever talked to her about your role that night?
Never.
Did the fact that somebody you knew lived in that house, did it have anything to do with your treatment and care that morning?
Not at all.
When you saw the man in the back of the ambulance, did you make note whether he was missing any clothing items?
He was missing a shoe. A sneaker.
I'd like, with the court's permission, to play Exhibit 4, part of it.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you can start at 6:13:45. Stop, please. Do you recognize whether or not you're in that video, ma'am?
Yes.
What color jacket are you wearing?
I'm in the red and yellow jacket.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. There are two yellow jackets, one on the left, one in the middle of the screen. Do you know which one is you?
I'm now in the middle of the screen.
Okay. Continue, please. Stop, please. Do you know who that is on the left of the screen at the flagpole?
Which one? At the...
To the left. If you could play a few more seconds, Ms. Gilman.
It's two officers and a civilian woman.
Okay. How about on the left? Do you know who that is?
Oh, no.
Okay. And that time is 6:15:12. If you could continue, please. Stop, please. Is that you, ma'am, in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. Do you see yourself on that screen?
Yes,
What color jacket?
the red and yellow.
And who's to your left?
Miss Reed.
And across from you, with the blue or black jacket with the hood. Do you know who that is at this time?
Miss McCabe.
And you didn't know her at the time?
No.
Do you see the officer that's turned away from you?
Yes.
Do you know who he's speaking to?
No.
Do you know the exact moment that the defendant told you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I think it was just prior to that.
Okay, continue. Stop, please. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, Ms. McCloughlin.
Good morning.
You indicated that one of the things that is paramount to the life-saving effort or the medical assistance that you and your colleagues provide is to determine what the cause is of the injury, correct?
To determine, just to gather as much information as we can about his history and like recent events that could have precipitated how we found the patient.
What you said on direct examination was, quote, what happened and what's going on, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So, for instance, the what happened, you want to find out and differentiate what happened. Is it a gunshot?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. When you're asking what happened or trying to determine what happened, for instance, one of the things you're trying to do is differentiate between a gunshot and a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Or poison or ingestion of a poisonous substance or a heart attack.
Yeah, in this particular, this scenario, it's...
Next question.
Thank you. I'm asking about in general, when you're taking on information, trying to download information at a scene, you're trying to determine, as you said, quote, what happened, correct?
Yeah.
That's important to determine, correct?
Yeah.
You want to get the person's age, you want to get the person's date of birth, you want to get the person's allergies, for instance.
Yep.
But you also, paramount among those, you want to find out what happened, why are we here, correct?
Yes.
Did a person fall out of a tree? Or
right.
stumble down a stair step, correct?
Right.
In doing so, it's important to relay that information to others as well. You would agree with that, correct?
Yes.
That's the whole point, Ms. McLaughlin. You want to gather the information and then let others know exactly what happened, and document that as best you possibly can so that the life-saving efforts or the medical assistance can continue for the patient, correct?
Yeah, you have to share the information that you got with the people who are providing care.
And one of the ways you do that is by writing it down, correct?
No.
Can I ask you, who did you speak with before your testimony today, in anticipation of your testimony today?
I met with the DA's office a few times.
Who at the DA's office?
Mr. Brennan, a witness advocate, and there were different troopers there at different meetings.
What did you and Mr. Brennan discuss at these? Well, let me ask you first of all, foundationally, how many meetings were there?
3.
3. When were they?
One in maybe January was just a meeting. One a few weeks ago, we reviewed the testimony from the last proceeding. and then yesterday, briefly to say that I'm getting called and I'm going today, and if I had any questions.
Let's talk about the one a couple of weeks ago. Where was that meeting held?
At the DA's office.
And you said you reviewed testimony with whom?
I watched the testimony from the first trial. It was Mr. Brennan, myself, a witness advocate, and perhaps Trooper Tully
And
at
you
that
and Mr.
point.
Brennan went over your testimony at the last proceeding, correct?
We just watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There obviously were questions about that testimony once you finished watching it, I'm guessing, correct?
I guess so.
Discussed certain aspects of the testimony, is that right?
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan told you that, for instance, he was going to bring out on direct examination, his examination, your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
He said, I will ask you about the relationship.
And that was in anticipation of me asking about that relationship, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan tell you that he wanted to make sure that he brought out that information so that it wasn't brought out on cross-examination by me?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did Mr. Brennan say about the reason he wanted to bring out the relationship with Caitlin Albert on this examination?
There was no reason that he gave.
But he did tell you that he wanted to make sure that y'all covered that on direct examination during his examination, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he say something like that?
No.
Did you say something like that? I would like this information brought out so it's not brought out on cross-examination?
No.
At the last hearing when you testified about a year ago, that wasn't brought out on direct examination, was it?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a decision on Aidan Kearney's bail revocation. Ladies and gentlemen, the docket reflects a decision on Aidan Kearney's bail revocation. If any towel friends happen to hear this broadcast, we need assistance determining what the decision is on Aidan Kearney's bail revocation. Towels, to peaceful arms. We must invade Norman Towel. We must take a break. We must send our towel friends into the atmosphere, and we must determine if Aidan Kearney's bail has been revoked and what the order is. I know that we're a few seconds behind, but while we're on Sidebar, I know there are going to be a number of towel friends who are interested in locating this information. I'm going to stay with you as I continue to monitor our return from Sidebar, but I also must go find out what this decision is on Aidan Kearney's bail revocation. Towel friends, if you get an answer, please feel free to post it in the chat. Christina's answer is denied. Okay, we'll take a look at the decision. Christina, thank you for the update.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, we were talking about, very briefly, your testimony about a year ago. In your testimony a year ago, you did not disclose in your initial conversation the fact of your relationship with Ms. Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
So the objection sustained. Next question.
Who was it that asked the question about Ms. Albert a year ago?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone, Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert? Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, only when there started to be a lot of harassment and things that insinuations and stuff that started coming out online. I had said maybe once to them that I was concerned I was being harassed.
My question, Ms. McLaughlin, was before the information was disclosed, which was during the first proceeding. Objection.
Let's hear the question.
Before that information was disclosed during the first proceeding, in any of your interviews with Michael Proctor or anybody else from the DA's office, did you disclose, from the Massachusetts State Police or anybody from the DA's office, did you disclose, did you volunteer that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert before the first proceeding?
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA about the harassment and the insinuations. That was before the first trial when I met with them.
How was there harassment and insinuations if it hadn't been disclosed at the first proceeding?
Because it's out there everywhere on the internet and has been.
Before the first proceeding, Ms. McLaughlin, before you ever testified. That's my question. Do you understand my question?
It's been going on since before the first proceeding.
If you hadn't testified at the first proceeding, at which point it was revealed, how could you have ever suffered any harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed yet, Ms. McLaughlin. Do you understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
The relationship that I had with Caitlin Albert had been out there. It had been published and proliferated on the internet. And so that was before the first proceeding.
And who did you tell at the DA's office about this before the first proceeding?
I don't remember who it was or the meeting, but...
Was it Mr. Lowley?
It could have been.
Do you have a memory of that?
Not specifically. I don't remember who it was.
Was it Ms. McLaughlin?
Like I said, I don't remember specifically.
Ms. Laura McLaughlin, no relationship.
Like I said, not specifically.
Let's talk about that initial call to 34 Fairview. You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow. That was early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, Mr. O'Keefe had been placed on a gurney and moved to the ambulance. You were instructed to go get information about the victim.
Yes.
You've described in a video the basic scene where you claim that this statement was made by my client, correct?
Yes.
That was a situation in which you're standing there, Ms. Reed is standing there, Ms. McCabe is standing across from you, and there's
Miss Reed was on the right, Miss McCabe was on the left, and then there was a officer kind of diagonal across from me.
Yes.
Just a still shot. Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, can you tell me if you recognize the still shot depicted in that photograph?
I recognize me in it, yes.
And when is that approximately, does that approximate what you're describing? Is that time in which you're standing there, I'm guessing in the yellow jacket, Ms. Reed's to your right, Ms. McCabe's to your left, and there's an officer standing directly across from you?
Yes.
Is this the time that you indicate that that statement was made?
Around this time.
Yeah, I'd like to have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
None, thank you.
May I retrieve?
Yeah. 50?
Do you remember the name of the officer that was standing directly across from you when you indicate that this statement was made?
I didn't know, but I am aware now.
But, and by the way, that officer's name is what?
Officer Sarif.
You're describing a situation in which you're standing there, Miss Reed is next to you, within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then he said, what? Is that right?
So it's, I hit him, Miss McCabe interjected, and then she said, I hit him, and then the officer said, you what? And then she said, I hit him, and he said, go get Goody down here.
Okay, so is that 3 times or 4 times that you indicate she said I hit him?
4 times.
And you, according to you, you indicate that at the time that Ms. Reed made these statements, she was hysterical and somewhat out of control. Is that right?
She was upset, I would say hysterical, yeah.
Did you describe her last year as obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical?
Yeah, I believe it. I remember that.
Okay. If we could play Exhibit 4.
Okay.
Starting at 9, Court Commission, starting at 9:15, about 9:46. Can you stop it? Did you see the 2 people enter from screen right?
Yes.
Who is that?
That would be myself and Miss Reed.
Okay, this is the first point at which you and Miss Reed begin to converge with the other 2 individuals, Miss McCabe and the officer, correct?
I had started trying to gather the information prior to this, and then she was moving around, so I had kind of was following her, asking the questions, and then we eventually came, here to this point and came to a stop.
So my answer, your answer is yes. This is the point at which you converged with Miss McCabe and the officer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play it. You can pause it. You see yourself sort of in the foreground in the bright jacket.
Yep.
And Miss Reed's just on the other side of you, correct?
Yes.
Standing there.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we can have thoughts on. Ms. McLaughlin, during that video, that's the time in which you say, or you claimed last year, that Ms. Reed was, in your words, obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Did she look almost hysterical in that video?
She was, well, in that video, that could not explain what that scene was like.
Did she look overly frantic in that video?
She was frantic throughout the whole scene. I think that was me describing the entire scene.
I see.
Yeah.
So she did not look overly frantic in that video?
She was upset, for sure.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical in that video? Just now.
I don't know that you could really see from that video.
Did you see anything that appeared to be overly frantic and almost hysterical?
Like I said, that video's not really you can't hear anything, so it's hard to.
Was she running around?
She had been.
I didn't ask you if she had been.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that happened. When she's standing there with you, was she running around?
No, she had just stopped running around.
Was she gesticulating?
I don't know.
Do you know what that means?
I don't.
Was she using her arms and going crazy? With her hands and arms and running in circles?
She had been, but like I said. Yeah, but I think.
I'm asking you about what happened before you got there. I'm asking you what happened when. I'm sorry.
Question and answer, please.
Thank you. I'm not asking you what happened before we got to that video. Right? I'm asking you about the video in which you described her previously as being overly frantic and almost hysterical. Did she look like she was just gesticulating and moving her arms and spinning in circles?
Not in that video.
Okay, thank you. And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, I think you need to calm down, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, you're hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, who in that video, Ms. Reed or Ms. McCabe, appeared to be doing most of the talking?
You cannot see from that video.
Who in that video
I don't know.
appeared to be gesticulating with her arms? My client or Ms. McCabe?
I think Miss McCabe was doing that, saying you need to calm down, you're hysterical.
Oh, the whole time she's gesticulating, she's saying, calm down, Karen, you're being hysterical. Calm down, you're hysterical. And just repeating that?
She was trying to get her to stop and to calm down because of the statement she was making.
I see.
And she was trying to get her to stop, calm down.
I see. Okay. So during that entire video, that was probably 40, 50 seconds or so, maybe it's a minute. That's when you're saying now that Ms. McCabe was gesticulating and saying, calm down, Karen. You need to stop making statements. Calm down. Right? That's what she was doing.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you'll agree that Ms. Reed was standing relatively quietly to your right, not saying much of anything.
No, what she had just said, seemed upset when she said that, and what she said was obviously Miss McCabe was trying to convince her that that was not, you need to calm down, stop saying that.
Right in front of a police officer who never said he heard her say it.
Objection.
Right.
Sustained.
You were standing 18 inches, 2 feet from Officer Seraph, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Well, give me an idea. I mean, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever.
He was standing near me.
And he was standing even closer to my client, wasn't he?
Yes.
At this moment, when you claim to have heard the "I hit him" repeated 4 times, where was Officer Flamati? I'm sorry, where's Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall?
In the ambulance.
With the doors closed.
Yes.
And the ambulance, this is my ignorance, I'm assuming the engine was running?
Yep.
I'm assuming that there's some sort of heating system inside that ambulance to keep it nice and warm for patients?
Yes.
So that was running as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yep.
So with that door closed, those doors closed, how many feet away, by the way, from where we're looking? How many feet away? How many yards away?
I don't know. We were fairly close to the ambulance.
Further than you and I are from each other right now, or closer?
I think closer.
Okay. How about now?
I'm not sure. The ambulance was behind us. I'm not sure how close we were.
Right. At least a few yards.
Sure.
Okay. And those doors are pretty thick, secure metal doors that lock. Is that right?
Yes.
Obviously, when you saw them, I mean, I know you don't know what was happening inside the ambulance, but when you saw them, Firefighter Nagel and Firefighter Mclofflin were engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. O'Keefe, one doing the bag, one doing chest compressions, as they entered into the ambulance, which you did see, correct?
Yes.
When those doors closed, would you presume, from your experience, that those life-saving measures and their focus was on John O'Keefe, that continued?
Yes.
You testified that you went back to the ambulance at some point and you told Firefighter Mclofflin and Firefighter Nagel what you claim to have heard. You told this jury, correct?
I went back to the ambulance after that, and I told them what was said and gave them the demographic information that I got.
Okay. So, in other words, Firefighter Mclofflin and Firefighter Nagel heard it from you. You didn't say it to somebody else, and they reported it to those two. They heard it directly from you, correct?
I went back and I said, I gave the demographics, and I said, she's saying I hit him.
Right. So, in other words, they heard that from you.
I gave them.
Objection.
Is that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question. Next question.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You were asked at a hearing about a year ago, back in May last year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
No, not specifically.
You remember saying, in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert, asked by me?
I don't remember specifically what I said.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
Have the page number and line, please.
May 3rd transcript, 10-24, lines 2 and 3. Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
I believe so.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
Sure.
No, May 4th. Yes, okay. Let me look. I have May 3.
Okay, thank you,
Brennan.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to wait for you to get
No, no.
You see that?
Yeah.
May I? No.
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection as to what your answer was to the question, who's Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Did you say, quote, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, that was not a full and accurate statement of your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I object.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's
Okay, next question.
All right, I'd like to be seen.
You're
All
up.
right.
Ladies and gentlemen, GrantSmithEllis here. I am a towel. We are at Sidebar. Sidebar announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Should be a quick sidebar. I already see Karen returning from Sidebar. It's almost time to spend lunch in our with towel. I hope you're all excited. Katie McLaughlin's doing excellent. Alan Jackson's a towel. Well, no, he's not a towel. Never Alan Jackson is a towel. He is actually the antithesis of a towel. Towel also managed to get some Burger King. I did not get a hamburger. I got chicken fries because there was a buy one, get one free offer. I was not paid to say that. I was just hungry and wanted to save money on chicken fries. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. God bless you to all of those out there supporting Towel Stream. I'll see you in just a few minutes for break.
Go ahead.
In answer to that question, the open-ended question, who's Caitlin Albert, you didn't offer up in that first initial response. You didn't offer up. You didn't say we're friends, did you?
We're not.
You didn't say that we are in the same friend group, did you?
No.
You didn't say we've been friends since high school.
No.
You said, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if you just saw her name in a yearbook. Correct?
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not true, is it? I mean, that wouldn't be true, correct? Because you did know Caitlin Albert.
That is true. And you asked me if I knew her, and I said yes. And you asked me if I'm friends with her, and I said I wouldn't say friends.
You wouldn't say friends.
Right.
Even as you sit here today, you would not say that you're friends with Caitlin Albert.
No.
You wouldn't say that you've been friends for years.
We've known each other for years.
That wasn't my question.
We've known each other for years, but we are not close friends. We don't have a relationship, just her one-on-one. It's just group settings.
You grew up in the same town together, correct?
We did.
Went to the same middle school together.
Correct.
Went to the same high school together.
Yes.
You socialized with her.
Yes.
You've taken day trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken beach trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken 4th of July weekend getaways with her and others.
I don't remember that, but
One of your best friends named Michaela actually lived with Caitlin Albert at college, didn't she?
Yes.
And you visited your best friend at that residence where she lived with Caitlin Albert on more than one occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, occasionally I would go to visit the friends that I had there.
You would even spend the night in the apartment with them, correct?
Maybe a handful of times, yes.
You've taken photographs with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm in pictures with her, yes.
You've been to baby showers with Caitlin Albert over the years.
I have attended a baby shower with her,
Had
yes.
celebrations with her over the years, correct?
Yeah, we socialize, like I said, group settings, social events. I will see her.
Sidebar incoming, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, briefly.
Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, there has been a sidebar. There's David Yannetti. There is the Karen. We wait, ladies and gentlemen. There is Peggy O'Keefe. Oh, it's heartbreaking as Peggy watches on the sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting. We're watching. We're being attentive towels. Can you truly ask for anything more in the lead up to the luncheon recess? Alan Jackson is floundering. He can't go anywhere. Everything he asks gets objected to, and then sidebar. As you know, we speak sidebar here. We take the foals down the pack, and we speak sidebar. Now, you may be thinking, Grant, that does not make any sense. What are you talking about? Well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, we are analyzing a trial that involves the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. So how exactly do you want me to remain cogent? And as we skip through the sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, we get a longer view of the O'Keefe family sitting in the courtroom, heartbroken, waiting for court to come back into session, ladies and gentlemen.
When you looked up at the house, did you
We jumped
see
way
there were-
further back than we needed to, ladies and gentlemen, as the camera remains affixed on Miss Peggy O'Keefe. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow towels, it is a scene, a portrait for the ages. Peggy O'Keefe pensively looks on with an expectation that these jurors will hold Karen Reed accountable for what she allegedly did to Peggy's son, John O'Keefe, in those harrowing moments around 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022, with Karen Reed with the blood alcohol level, as jurors have heard, between 0.14 and 0.28, allegedly backed her car up with 75% pressure on the acceleration to 24.2 miles an hour, reducing to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction to the right, thereupon striking John with her car, causing her taillight to break, causing John to hit the ground, suffer a traumatic brain injury, become incapacitated, and then over 5 hours in a blizzard, with his phone data showing him never having moved after 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds from the spot on the lawn where he came to his final rest, died from hypothermia and a combination of that hypothermia with the traumatic brain injury, therein indicated by reddening of John's pancreas. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the most heartbreaking heartbreaking of all stories, and Peggy O'Keefe must relive the trauma sadly every day. But we, towel friends, do our best to support Peggy O'Keefe and to extend our well wishes and best thoughts to Peggy O'Keefe and all those friends and family members of John who are striving to hold Karen Reed accountable for her actions. And ladies and gentlemen, as a large, wonderful group of towels, we must always remember to keep those fundamental precepts in mind at all times. That we are covering this case, although it is heartbreaking, in order to facilitate cogent public discourse and therein bring about justice for John O'Keefe by way of Karen Reed's conviction. That is what I believe, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence shows, and that is what, ladies and gentlemen, I believe these jurors will find. My name is GrantSmithEllis. It's coming past 12:45 a.m. on May 5th, 2025, the 9th day of the presentation of evidence in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. We are waiting for a prolonged sidebar at the close of Alan Jackson's cross of firefighter Katie McLaughlin. Hank Brennan has artfully somewhat prevented Jackson from using what we affectionately call on this towel stream the Chewbacca defense, where Alan Jackson starts suggesting it was a dog in a wig who in turn disguised herself as Chewbacca, teamed up with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and was somehow responsible for Karen Reed striking John O'Keefe with her car while drunk at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you may also be thinking, sir, there is no Stay Puft Marshmallow Man involved in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be the first to tell you that I did not bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Let me be clear, this is not a sardonic mnemonic device designed to mock Alan Jackson. That is Chewbacca, okay? The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man was brought up by Mr. Jackson himself. And by God, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot say to this little towel that I cannot point out how it's ridiculous that Alan Jackson, during every cross, somehow tries to blame John's death and Karen's actions that night on the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. But yes, I think we all have come to a concurrence that Alan Jackson attempting to blame a dog in a wig who looks like Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is a disgrace to the justice system. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for this prolonged sidebar to continue. We don't really know why it's taking so long. We can take a look down at the Karen cam, which is not buffering like the pool feed, and we can see that the court is not back in session. Now, we know, ladies and gentlemen, that when there are prolonged sidebars, inevitably Towel is going to start talking about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now, I'm not trying to say that that's not necessarily a cogent analysis, or per se is a cogent analysis of Alan Jackson's strategy on cross. No, ladies and gentlemen, clearly Alan Jackson does not just get up there in front of the jurors, gesticulate, use the word gesticulate, ask questions about the word gesticulate, and then imply that Chewbacca was responsible for John's death. No, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson would never do that. That's why I am a towel. I'm clearly not making sardonic commentary. I am seriously critiquing Alan Jackson's cross. And you can say, Towel, that is not an actual critique. Yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is a literary device in the theme of Howard Cosell, Towel, intonation style, if I may, with your permission, delivered with aplomb. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we wait for this prolonged sidebar to conclude. And as towels, we monitor closely for the end of the morning session. As such, ladies and gentlemen, I say to you, my name is GrantSmithEllis. You are watching Towel Stream, and feel free to like and subscribe for the most unique, interesting perspective on a criminal trial in the history of Massachusetts over the past 25 years with Towel's multicam, including the world-famous Karen Cam. And you might say, Towel, this is absurd. What are we doing here? And I would say, I cannot disagree or argue with you. We're talking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. There he is, the Marshmallow Man himself, Alan Jackson. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what a rare treat to see the Marshmallow Man in his natural habitat. David Attenborough, Towel, takes over. We watch. slowly. The Karen's eyes not even looking up at her Alan Jackson-based horse defender, where I'm not really sure why he's a horse when he's actually a Marshmallow Man. But I, as a towel, will not leave you to the hanging silence of Alan Jackson flipping through papers. No, ladies and gentlemen, I will commentate on Mr. Jackson being a marshmallow. And now we return into session.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
May I stay by the witness stand just so I can take the photographs back? Can you describe, first of all, take a quick glance through that series of pages and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those pages?
Yes.
How do you recognize, generally, how do you recognize those documents? What are they?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Are those photographs?
Yes.
Objection.
Oh.
The photographs. Next question.
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
Myself.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you see, does every one of those photographs include you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does every one of those photographs include Caitlin Albert?
Objection. I'd like a curative instruction.
Sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert goes back not just weeks or months or years, it goes back a decade or more. Matter of fact, more than a decade.
I grew up we live in the same town, so we went through all the same school systems and everything.
May I approach?
Yes.
If I can have this, please. The reality is you did more with Caitlin Albert than simply go to the same school system. Is that right?
Yes.
One of these photographs has you on vacation with Caitlin Albert drinking, correct?
Sustained.
You've been photographed. You've been photographed with Miss Albert on many occasions at many celebrations with your girlfriends, correct?
Like a sidebar, please.
I'm going to allow that.
Is that right?
Been photographed on occasions with her.
On occasions, yes.
That wasn't my question, Your Honor.
Oh, go ahead, ask
My
it.
question was, you've been photographed on many occasions and many celebrations with Caitlin Albert and your girlfriends, that group of girls that you just looked at.
Yeah.
And those include, as we went over just a second ago, 4th of July vacations, correct?
I'm not sure the dates on them.
I didn't ask you about the dates. I don't know the dates either.
Well, I don't know that was a 4th of July celebration. I'm not sure.
Do you see a beach photo with American flags in the background?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
So you've had, those photographs represent some of the celebrations that you have had with Caitlin Albert and others in your friend group, correct?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
You've gone on overnight vacations with Caitlin Albert, isn't that right?
There was one that I can remember, one overnight that I can remember with a big group of people.
Who was that? Where was that?
That was in Maine.
It was in Bethel, Maine, wasn't it?
Could have been. It was in Maine.
Have you been to more than one vacation in Maine with Caitlin Albert?
No, I don't know. That's the name of the town. I don't remember.
You've indicated that you've had baby showers where you've attended with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Albert's, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right, you and who else?
A bunch of other girls, her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
She's standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
No. Next question.
You just looked at a photograph of you.
I just glanced through them.
Okay, this
Sorry.
whole line.
The objection is sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school with somebody by that name?
I said that, and I described the relationship numerous times throughout that testimony to clarify it.
And you clarified it under questioning by me, correct?
Yes, and Mr. Lally, he asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year, too.
Objection.
Sustained.
The reason you clarified it is because you were confronted with photos of yourself last year, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The reason you clarified it, as you just testified, your relationship, is because you were confronted with photographs of you and Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
Right, and you were shown photographs last year.
I was, yes.
There's also another member of the Albert family that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
January 30th, 2022, you were contacted by a member of the Canton Police Department to set up an interview, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You remember being contacted by anybody to set up an interview with Michael Proctor?
The state police called me, and I met with two state troopers. I don't know which one of the troopers called me to set up the interview.
Isn't it true that it was actually a Canton police officer who coordinated that interview with you?
I have no knowledge of that at all.
Isn't it true that the Canton police officer who set up the interview with Massachusetts State Police and coordinated that interview was a detective named Kevin? Do you remember that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't it true that Brian Albert has a brother named Kevin Albert on Canton Police Department?
I know that now.
Isn't that who coordinated your interview with Michael Proctor?
I've never spoken to Kevin Albert, ever.
You can't remember who it was that set up the meeting. How can you say with such specificity?
Because it was the state police called me. The state police called me. It was a state trooper.
Can you wait till I'm finished with my
Hold
question?
on 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
If you can't remember who it was that called you specifically, how can you say with such specificity that you've never spoken to Kevin Albert?
Because I have only ever talked about this case with a state police trooper. So there were two of them there when I went for the interview. I don't remember which one called me, but I've never been contacted by anyone in the Canton Police about an interview or about the case. So I know it's not. I just don't know which state trooper it was that called me.
Did you talk to Mr. Brennan about this issue when y'all met?
No, I did not.
This issue never came up?
No.
About Kevin Albert or the Massachusetts State Police or your first interview?
No.
You remember testifying about this last year?
I remember you asking me about who coordinated the interview.
And now as you sit here, you're saying it was absolutely 100% Massachusetts State Police that coordinated that interview.
It was I only ever spoke to the state police about that interview. I wasn't contacted by anyone else to go in for that interview.
Are you saying that you now have a specific memory of how that interview was set up? And that it was Massachusetts State Police?
My only memory is...
Do you have a memory or do
Can she
you
answer
not?
the question, please?
I don't really get the question.
Can you answer that question?
I don't understand the question.
Ask it again.
Sure. Are you saying as you sit here now that you have a memory of how that interview was set up and it was by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
I always had a memory that it was a state police officer.
Okay.
I don't know which one. That's why I said I don't know.
Isn't it true that last year you were asked that very similar question? This is at 10-56, lines 10 through 15. Question, Do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you. Come on to Canton PD. He wants to have an interview. Answer, I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up. Remember that?
Right.
So as you sit here, you now have a specific memory that interview was set up by Massachusetts officers.
That's the only memory I have of it. And when I said I don't know, you said somebody other than Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there, because I didn't remember specifically who called me to come in for the interview. But I've never spoken to anybody in the Canton police about that interview or the setup.
In fact, Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so.
How many conversations did you have with anybody before you actually sat down with Michael Proctor? Either in anticipation of setting up the interview or otherwise?
None. I think once I got the call, I just called my chief that they're asking me to come in. And that was that.
And you got the call from whom?
I don't know which state trooper called me.
But as you sit here now, you're very specific in your memory it was a state trooper.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the Canton police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you for a second about your role when you did, in fact, arrive at 34th Fairview, Ms. McCloughlin. How long had you been a firefighter paramedic at that time, January 29th, 2022?
Probably about 5 years.
You said that you had responded to hundreds, you believe it was possibly hundreds of calls, is that right?
Possibly.
How many were homicides or potential homicides?
None that I know of.
So this would be the first one of January 29th, 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, if you had never responded to a homicide before, you certainly had never responded to a homicidal police officer before, correct?
Correct.
I think you indicated as much on direct examination that you are not and are not now a trained detective, is that right?
Right.
You never conducted any sort of a formal investigation, formal criminal investigation, had you?
No.
You hadn't been trained, you had no advanced training on how to preserve or interpret statements or memorialized statements for evidentiary purposes?
No.
Or for the use in trial, things of that nature?
Nope.
In fact, your role that morning was just to provide medical assistance and pretty much nothing else, is that right?
Yes.
And you'll agree that it was a somewhat chaotic scene, right?
Yes.
Lots of first responders on scene, right?
Yes.
Everybody working furiously, or at least people working furiously to provide life-saving measures to John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes.
People were talking over each other. There was a cacophony of engine sounds and noises coming from people talking and trying to speak over the wind and the howling, the driving snow and wind that was coming down, snow that was coming down, is that right?
Yes.
You hear people in the background, in the foreground, people talking over each other.
Yes.
Emotions, your emotions, everybody else's emotions were on high alert, is that right?
Yes.
So you were trying to do your job under pretty intense pressure and in a very limited context, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a tape recorder with you when you were asking my client any questions, did you?
No, of course not.
So audio recording of that conversation you claim took place between you and Miss Reed, is that right?
Not that I know of.
And you've already indicated that you didn't even follow up with a single question when she responded in the way that you've indicated she responded, correct?
Yes.
The words you claim you heard were, "I hit him," is that right?
Correct.
It's your experience that people under pressure, people under stress, because you go to high-stress situations all the time as a firefighter paramedic, correct?
Correct.
People in those kind of situations speak in broken sentences or rhetorical questions, correct? Not uncommon.
People react differently at different scenes.
But you certainly wouldn't say that that's uncommon. oh my God, what happened, things of that nature.
No.
Did you hear my client ask the question of confusion, or a series of questions of confusion? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
I did not hear that.
You never heard her say anything close to, did I hit him or could I have hit him?
I did not.
Ms. McLaughlin, where are your notes regarding this statement?
I don't have any.
Where'd they go?
It's not in the role that I was in, I'm not in a position to write a report on this type of call. It would be the lead paramedic or the officer on scene.
So you didn't write anything down? You didn't have any opportunity to write anything down?
I didn't.
You're just going by your memory?
Yes.
I want to play Exhibit 4, starting at runtime 8:50.
Okay.
Pause it. Just to orient us, can you tell me where you are in that video?
I might be in the middle there, although I didn't get a good look.
With the yellow and the red?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to pay special attention, Mr. McLaughlin, to your right and your left hands as this video plays. Could we go ahead and play it? Pause it. What are you looking down at?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as I'm getting the information. Was that your question about notes?
So you were taking notes?
That's just me jotting down the demographics.
Let's keep playing. Pause it. Is this still the part of the interaction where my client is overly frantic and almost hysterical?
That's the point where your client started to make the statements.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical?
She was distraught.
Okay. Overly frantic and almost hysterical. We're using different words. I'm asking you about your words. Does this describe her as overly
I think the overly frantic and hysterical, I was describing the entire scene.
So you'll agree that she doesn't look overly frantic or hysterical?
Again, hard to say from a video, but...
And according to you, well, that's actually, Ms. McLaughlin, it's easiest to say from a video, isn't it? It's a video.
Yeah, I mean, she's she's not totally in view, and I mean, she wasn't standing there calmly, I guess.
Right, she looks hysterical to you.
She was upset. Okay. She was very upset.
Hysterical?
I might say hysterical. She was extremely upset.
Okay, and this is the point at which Ms. McCabe is saying, calm down, you're being hysterical.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. So you indicated that this is the point at which, and we can leave the lights down for a second. I'm going to play it again. This is the point at which you said my client had just said, I hit him. Basically confessing to having hit John O'Keefe, correct?
Those are the statements she'd made.
And Officer Seraph is standing right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You see any reaction from him right there?
I know he turned and told somebody to go get the sergeant. I don't know if that already played. I'm sorry?
Do you see any reaction from him?
He responded, "You what?" And she repeated it again, and then he told someone to get the sergeant.
I know that's what your statement is. I know that's your testimony. I'm asking about the video. Do you see him reacting right here?
You'd have to play it again. I wasn't looking at that part.
Do you see him handcuff my client?
Oh, no.
You see him call anybody over to handcuff my client?
He turned to signal to get Goody down here is what.
So they handcuffed her?
No.
Right. They didn't handcuff her?
No.
Even though she just confessed in front of a police officer, according to you.
That's what she said.
I hit him. It's my fault. I did it. That's a confession, correct?
She said, I hit him.
And Officer Seraph just stands there, and my client walks away, correct?
You'd have to talk to Officer Seraph about that.
Oh, we have.
You should.
Mr. McLaughlin,
Objection.
So let's move on. Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you, but how much longer do you think you'll be?
Not long.
Okay, so.
I can wrap it in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Toward the end of this video, Your Honor.
Are you playing it again, or should we put the lights on?
If we can play it again.
Okay.
Continue. Pause it. You appear to be writing something down,
I could be.
and according to you, you're writing on your glove.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of glove?
Just a regular latex glove that we use on the ambulance.
You didn't have a notepad?
I probably did. Sometimes it's easier to just write it down on your glove.
Right. Did you write, I hit him on your
No, I did not.
Go ahead and play it. Still appear to be writing something down, looking down at your glove?
I might be looking at it.
Pause it. Is this also an example of my client being overly hysterical and frantic?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to her.
You can have the lights up. Whatever it was that you were talking to Miss Reed about, it was important enough that you had a pin out. You were writing things down, correct?
Well, I was still finishing writing down some of the other.
It was important enough.
Yeah.
To write things down. Yes, or no?
Yes, I wrote down some of the things that were said.
Some of the things that were important, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you'd write down John O'Keefe. That's his name, right?
Right.
You might write down a circle with a slash through it, allergies, no allergies, right?
Right.
You might write down 46 for his age.
Right.
You might write down how he was injured, hit by a car, correct?
I did not know that was. Well, I didn't know what those statements meant.
You might write down 3 little syllables that was just told to you. I hit him, especially if it had been repeated 4 times as you claim, correct?
Yeah, I had that in my head, and I was going to go tell them that.
And you had a pen right in your right hand writing things, correct?
Yeah.
You never wrote that down, did you?
I wasn't going to write that statement down on the glove. I remembered that, and I went back to the ambulance and told them.
You did memorialize that statement on any note that we have, correct?
No.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any glove that you were wearing, correct?
No.
Whatever you wrote down on that glove, where is that now?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously.
I don't know how obvious it is. What'd you do with it?
You just scratch everything out and you throw out the glove.
Just threw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
So we don't know what was actually on or not on that glove, do we?
I didn't write those words down on that glove.
As we stand here, we don't know what was or wasn't on that glove.
Name, date of birth, no meds, no history, no allergies. And then I wasn't writing that statement down on the glove. I went back to the ambulance and just reported it.
And importantly, it was important enough, as you say, to go back and report the statement that but not important enough to write it down with that pen that is very conveniently in your right hand, correct?
It's not about importance. I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out at the scene wrote that down either.
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have.
Mr. Brennan, can you do a redirect in 5 minutes?
I can.
Okay.
Ma'am, when Mr. Jackson would show you part of your testimony from a prior proceeding, was he leaving something out when he was showing you that, asking you questions?
Sustained.
When he asked you about whether you knew Caitlin Albert, and you said you went to high school with her, did you immediately then answer questions describing that relationship?
Correct.
Watch the form.
Were you asked immediately other questions about the relationship?
I explained the relationship over and over again throughout the testimony.
In fact, you described the relationship over 20 times, didn't you?
I'm sure it was that many.
You didn't simply just say, somebody named Kate. I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert. You didn't leave it at that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember saying, I would say more acquaintances, not close friends?
Right.
You remember immediately saying after that, I would say we had mutual friends. We might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly?
Right.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
You remember many more statements after that initial answer where you describe the relationship.
Yes.
Similarly, you were asked about a meeting with the state troopers.
Yes.
And the attorney asked you a question about your memory or suggesting that Mr. Albert set up the meeting. You remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked questions just like that before at the last hearing, weren't you?
Yes.
You remember being asked about who set up the meeting and you saying that you didn't recall?
Yes.
And then you remember being asked about whether a completely different officer set up the meeting, and you said, I don't remember exactly how it was set up?
Yes.
Followed by, so that was my next question. You may have told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up, and you said you didn't?
Right.
And you were specifically asked, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
Objection.
Do you remember saying no?
The objection sustained.
Do you remember when you were asked at the last hearing, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar? Do you remember what you told Attorney Jackson?
I told him no.
And then you were then asked, do you know Kevin Albert? Do you remember your response?
I said no.
When you were there trying to help the gentleman that was on the ground, did you know this would become a homicide investigation?
No.
Did anybody tell you this was a homicide?
No.
In fact, when you spoke, or the defendant spoke to you, you were simply trying to get background information to help Mr. O'Keefe. When she told you, I hit him, did she say that she hit him with something?
No.
Did you know whether it was with a fist or a foot?
No.
Or a Lexus?
No.
You mentioned this was not part of your role to investigate. Why didn't you persist? Why didn't you follow up and ask more questions about that statement? What about the situation and the dynamics caused you not to ask questions?
Sustained as to that.
Why didn't you persist in getting more information from the defendant when she said, I hit him?
I felt bad for her at the time. It was a very disturbing scene, and I did not want to push further down that road. It's not my job, and I didn't feel comfortable doing it. No.
Then how do you remember she made those statements?
I won't ever forget those statements.
I have no further questions.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, that was a disturbing scene, you said, correct?
Yes.
An emotional scene.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It was upsetting.
Yes. Yes.
For a lot of reasons, right? Yes. And that's when things start getting missed, when emotion starts playing a role, correct? That's when details start getting missed.
I guess it depends on the situation.
Right, but this was a disturbing, emotional, upsetting scene even for you, correct?
I felt that for a civilian to see it, it was very disturbing for them.
Probably wasn't great for you either, was it?
It's not.
Yeah. And your testimony is you never heard my client say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Correct? You never heard that.
I didn't hear those questions. No.
What you heard was, I hit him. Is that right?
I heard him. I hit him repeatedly.
And changing gears for a quick second. I'm almost finished, Your Honor. You did ultimately start talking about your relationship in more detail with Caitlin Allen under my questioning, didn't you, after that first date? Is that right?
Yes.
That's when I started showing you photographs, correct?
Objection.
Was that when you were seen showing photographs?
I don't know. I described it so many times. I don't remember.
But you knew I had information that I was going to ask you about.
Objection.
No.
Objection.
Finally, with regard to Kevin Albert, did Trooper Proctor tell you during that interview that he had texted with with Officer Kevin Albert about setting up your interview? Did he tell you that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that the reason we're here, the reason we set this up is because Kevin Albert texted me that he had already coordinated with you?
Never, no.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, you are all set. Jurors, I appreciate you going a little later into lunch to just finish the witness. So why don't we do that? We'll give you 45 minutes, come back at 5 minutes past.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes past 2 p.m. and we are back from lunch. My name is Towel. I'm here for you for your favorite part of the day. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we all get to hang out and be towels together. And you may say, Grant, I don't know if I'm a towel. You can be any type of towel you want. Towelette, washcloth, beach towel, paper towel, hemp towel, soap dispenser, flannel. The Sheffield flannel was here earlier. God bless Sheffield United. The best team in the English football pyramid in the late 1800s and early 1900s, and the true First United. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I also sometimes go by Grant, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel, Smith Ellis, depending on the day of the week. Mostly I'm a towel. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, there were some moments there during the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial of Alan Jackson's Go Nowhere Cross that, although really weren't great for Mr. Jackson, are something we can certainly rewatch. And you might say, why? Because we're towels. So, Towel Cosell. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Towel Cosell. You can be a Bluey towel. I love Bluey towels. I think Bluey's a great show. I've only seen it once. I had no idea what the hell was going on. I was a little confused. Sometimes I think it's a little bit, so Towel absolutely can interact with younger intellects, but it is a little weird because sometimes I'll be like, so what do you think about like the geopolitical ramifications of the collapse of the petrodollar? And they'll be like, you're funny. And I'll be like, I'm a towel. Needless to say, talking about complex geopolitical developments with people who watch Bluey does not necessarily translate. There's a bit of an uncanny valley effect there. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, generally, you can be a microfiber towel, Modelo Macy. We have Bluey towels in the fold now, microfiber towels. Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful towel universe. The fabric of the towel universe is strong. It is stitched together, woven really, really well, as if a crocheted mosaic into a supportive blanket defined by universal love and fluffiness. And also the peaceful invasion of northern France, which will, of course, come to be known as Norman Towel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, obviously my 4 minutes of explanation of what's going on with the towel universe was far more interesting than anything Alan Jackson had to say on Cross. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I know you are grateful for my highly erudite and cogent commentary on the nature of the towel universe. What would you do in the absence of towel-based commentary during the luncheon recess of high-profile criminal trials? I think you would be forced to stare at a fan or listen to people talk about things like evidentiary admissibility. Now, we talk about things like evidentiary admissibility on this stream, the lay towel that I may be, but ladies and gentlemen, if we can't take a few moments to honor the fabric of the towel universe and talk about bluey towels and microfiber towels, truly, ladies and gentlemen, have we accomplished anything? And I would say to you, we accomplished about as much as Alan Jackson accomplished on Cross. Maybe he brought some smiles to people's faces when he got shut down trying to approach the witness, but otherwise he went nowhere. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's what I have to say about the morning session. Katie McLaughlin's testimony on direct, though, as we reviewed in the lead-up to that testimony after the end of morning recess, was devastating for Karen's defense. Katie McLaughlin, of course, testified that upon collecting just basic information about John and then asking if John had suffered any trauma in the hours leading up to his alleged death at Karen's hands at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022, Karen replied out of nowhere, extemporaneously, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Ladies and gentlemen, absolute bombshell delivered with authenticity, credibility, and then on Cross, the jury simply thought Alan Jackson was turning into a Marshmallow Man. Yes, Alan Jackson may as well have grown to 200 feet tall, shot through the roof of the Norfolk Superior Court, and said to the jury, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have assumed my true form, and it was me all along. I, Alan Jackson, am responsible. I am the Marshmallow Man." And that's about how the cross went. So for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at that moment during the cross where Alan Jackson got shut down from approaching the witness. I believe it was around 11:59 or so. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do meta. We're going to be meta towels, ladies and gentlemen. I have a towel plan. I'm going to take this towel stream, which has our wonderful Karen multicam, and I'm going to bring it onto the other. I'm going to bring it into our stream now, and then we are going to watch back the towel feed. Could you want anything more from life, ladies and gentlemen? A metaphysical watching experience during lunchtime. Turtle Boy's bail was not revoked, ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there was a document filed last Friday in the Turtle Boy case. I'm trying to get a hold of it. But, ladies and gentlemen, I have reason to believe that document filed after the bail revocation on Friday for access to third-party filings related to number 77 on the Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney docket, an impounded letter from the named victim, one of the named victims in the open felony cases against Kearney in Norfolk Superior Court, Lindsay Catani. What that letter was about, we don't know. Why the state filed a motion seeking access to that letter on Friday, we don't know. But, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot to keep an eye on, even though Aiden Kearney's bail revocation motion, despite being taken under advisement last week by the judge in a rare move after Kearney said Jesus spoke to Kearney and told Kearney to seek revenge, and then Kearney wished death on police officers and their families by way of a conflagration. Now, interesting, ladies and gentlemen, the motion was taken under advisement and was not denied until hours ago. Now we have the situation to figure out what was that Friday motion from the state? Why did they want access to the document from Lindsay Catani? And what is that document? What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Such high stakes, so much going on. Katie McLaughlin has finished her testimony, and as towels, we are going to rewatch the moment where Hank Brennan talked about, was it a fish, a foot, or Alexis? And then, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch first the moment where Judge Canoni said no when Alan Jackson tried to approach Sidebar. And you may say, Grant, that seems a little bit unnecessary. No, it is not, ladies and gentlemen. No, it is not. It is the epitome of court watching. Okay, let's find the moment. I want to see it. We're going to see it together. We're going to rewatch a little bit of Alan Jackson's Cross, the Marshmallow Man himself, just to see when he got told he could not approach the witness.
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Alberts, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right, you and who else?
A bunch of other girls, her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
She's standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
No.
Ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, how good is Little Towel? I brought up the exact moment. Now, you may be saying, Towel, we know you're an omnipresent force and can somehow memorize the exact moment things happen without notes and then bring us back to the exact timestamp because you told yourself to memorize that timestamp at the point it happened so you could go back and clip it. And I would say yes, ladies and gentlemen, your analysis is astute and correct. My name's GrantSmithEllis, by the way. It's coming up on 1:30 p.m. on May 5th, 2025. The Karen Reed trial will be back into session in just 35 minutes. You are watching Towel's exclusive multicam coverage of the Reed trial, and we are going to go back now and watch and make a clip of what was, I guess you could call, the high or low light of Alan Jackson's very boring, go-nowhere cross of a firefighter that may as well have involved the Marshmallow Man himself. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a look together. Hello, friends. GrantSmithEllis here. We are on lunch of day 9 of testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. If you missed the morning session, there were multiple witnesses called, but the biggest witness of the day, no doubt, was firefighter Katie McLaughlin, who testified for jurors in open court that Karen Reed said to firefighter McLaughlin, unprompted in response to the question, had John O'Keefe experienced any trauma in the hours leading up to when he was allegedly struck by Karen's car and then left to die in a blizzard with a traumatic brain injury from hypothermia coupled with the traumatic brain injury? And Karen responded unprompted, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, as overheard by multiple witnesses and first responders, thus leading to the Canton police calling for their supervisors because it became apparent in that moment to every person there that Karen had just confessed to hitting John O'Keefe with her car. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the moment that Alan, the Marshmallow Man, Jackson, got told he could not approach the witness stand, and when Katie McLaughlin was on cross, as Alan Jackson's cross went nowhere.
You just looked at a photograph.
I just glanced through them. Sorry.
The objection is sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more.
Well, hold on.
You and who else?
A bunch of other girls, her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
She's standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
No. Next question.
You just looked at a photograph.
You saw it, ladies and gentlemen. You saw it right there in real time. We may have to do that clip one more time. No, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? You saw the moment there. It was preceded by 5 seconds of extraneous clip. But you saw Alan Jackson asked to approach the witness and get told no. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Tune in after 2 p.m. Who is the next witness going to be? We don't know. Will Hank Brennan play the clips that were supposed to be played last Friday of Karen's own words about Karen being in an argument with John O'Keefe in the moments leading up to when John was allegedly struck by Karen's car at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. Tune in on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis starting after 2 p.m. or join us on the Towel Friends for a discussion during lunch. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the low point of Alan Jackson's cross, Judge Cannoni saying no. Let's listen to it one more time before I end the clip.
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Can I approach?
No. Next question.
You just looked at a photograph.
I just glanced through.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, give me 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, please forgive me for that. I am a towel. Okay, I am back with you. I am a towel. Now, I apologize for that slight delay. I finished up the clip and then I had to take something quickly. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. This is an ongoing situation. Stay with towel.
Sorry.
The objection is sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school with somebody by that name?
I said that, and I described the relationship numerous times throughout that testimony to clarify it.
And you clarified it under questioning by me, correct?
Yes, and Mr. Lally, he asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year too.
Objection.
Sustained.
The reason you clarified it is because you were confronted with photos of yourself last year, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The reason you clarified it, as you just testified, your relationship, is because you were confronted with photographs of you and Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
Right, and you were shown photographs last year.
I was, yes.
There's also another member of the Albert family that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
Correct?
No. I went.
As you say, you go back and record the statement, but not important enough to write it down with that pen. It's very conveniently in your right hand, correct?
It's not about importance. I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact,
didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out at the scene wrote that down either. Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have.
Mr. Brennan, can you do a redirect in 5 minutes?
I can.
Okay.
Ma'am, when Mr. Jackson would show you part of your testimony from a prior proceeding, was he leaving something out when he was showing you that, answering your questions?
Sustained.
When he asked you about whether you knew Caitlin Albert, and you said you went to high school with her, did you immediately then answer questions describing that relationship?
Correct.
Watch the form.
Were you asked immediately other questions about the relationship?
I explained the relationship over and over again throughout the testimony.
In fact, you described the relationship over 20 times, didn't you?
I'm sure it was that many.
You didn't simply just say, somebody named Kate. I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert. You didn't leave it at that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember saying, I would say more acquaintances, not close friends?
Right.
You remember immediately saying after that, I would say we had mutual friends. We might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly?
Right.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
You remember many more statements after that initial answer where you describe the relationship.
Yes.
Similarly, you were asked about a meeting with the state troopers.
Yes.
And the attorney asked you a question about your memory or suggesting that Mr. Albert set up the meeting. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked questions just like that before at the last hearing, weren't you?
Yes.
You remember being asked about who set up the meeting and you saying that you didn't recall?
Yes.
And then you remember being asked about whether a completely different officer set up the meeting, and you said, I don't remember exactly how it was set up?
Yes.
Followed by, so that was my next question. You may have told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up, and you said you didn't?
Right.
And you were specifically asked, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
Objection.
Do you remember saying no?
The objection sustained.
Do you remember when you were asked at the last hearing, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar? Do you remember what you told Attorney Jackson?
I told him no.
And then you were then asked, do you know Kevin Albert? Do you remember your response?
I said no.
When you were there trying to help the gentleman that was on the ground, did you know this would become a homicide investigation?
No.
Did anybody tell you this was a homicide?
No.
In fact, when you spoke, or the defendant spoke to you, you were simply trying to get background information to help Mr. O'Keefe. When she told you, I hit him, did she say that she hit him with something?
No.
Did you know whether it was with a fist or a foot?
No.
Or a Lexus?
No.
You mentioned this was not part of your role to investigate. Why didn't you persist? Why didn't you follow up and ask more questions about that statement? What about the situation and the dynamics caused you not to ask questions?
Sustained is to that.
Why didn't you persist in getting more information from the defendant when she said, I hit him?
I felt bad for her at the time. It was a very disturbing scene, and I did not want to push further down.
See this moment in the retrial, and for it, you
that day.
Several feet away, they were like, I remember kind of seeing a fire hydrant, but I don't know exactly number-wise what that would be.
And from your observation of where Mr. O'Keefe was, could you tell how his body was positioned?
He was supine, so he was lying on his back or face up.
And what, if anything, by the time that you arrived with Firefighter Walsh on the stretcher, what, if anything, could you see that Firefighters Malati
and or Nagel or anyone else was doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
By that point, it seemed like they had already got him pretty much secured on a backboard, and they were ready to move him to the stretcher. And once Mr. O'Keefe is then moved with the backboard from where he was to the stretcher where you are, what happened next? So I remember Tony was...
Today, I'm going to teach you the pink salt trick. Or, even better...
kind of at the head of the stretcher. I was standing on the side. There was a woman next to me. And Tony said to me, can you try to figure out what happened? And he kind of motioned to this woman that was next to me.
And so Firefighter Mclofflin, who's the lead paramedic, directs you to ask some questions of this female, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say this woman that was next to you, you didn't know her, you never met her before?
No.
From your conversations with her that day, do you see that woman in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just direct us to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing? That's record of reflect identification of the defendant by the living insurance.
Okay.
Now, with respect to this woman, she's standing next to you when you're at the side of the stretcher, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you sort of initially make as far as her demeanor, or how was she sort of acting when you first started to engage her?
She seemed very upset. Very upset.
And when you say she seemed very upset, what about her did you observe that made you say that?
Just her facial expressions. She was just visibly distraught.
And so, as far as your questions, what type of questions are you asking, or what type of information are you looking for from this person?
So just basic demographic info, who the patient is, his name, his date of birth. And then as far as any more questioning, you're trying to gather information that would basically help explain how this person ended up in the scenario that they're in. So did he have any medical problems? Does he take any medications daily? Does he have any allergies to medications? I was asking those questions.
And as you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant Ms. Reed doing while you're asking her those questions?
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit. So I was just kind of following her. And then we came to a stop at one point, and I continued to ask one more question.
What was that one more question?
So at that point, I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, you're hysterical, you need to calm down, you're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him. And there was a police officer who was in that vicinity kind of with us who replied, you what? She repeated it one more time. And that officer then signaled to somebody, get Goody down here, which I'm assuming would be the sergeant. You're trying to gather information that would and ended up in the scenario that does he take any medication? Those questions.
What, if anything?
Ladies and gentlemen, oh my word, Katie McLaughlin is up next. This is the moment that the police and first responders realized Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe. Karen just unprompted in front of multiple people, first responders, cops, and I think Jen McCabe, who's already testified about this, Karen Reed just blurted out after being asked, was there any significant trauma to John? I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have to clip this. We must clip and we must talk about this. Here we go. Ladies, gentlemen, towel friends, in just 5 minutes at 11 a.m. Eastern, it has been announced after morning recess, the next witness in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial on day 9 is firefighter Katie McLaughlin. And we're going to listen to the clip from McLaughlin's testimony from the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, where it was basically what Karen Reed blurted out. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in response to McLaughlin's question at the scene while treating John O'Keefe as to if there was any trauma that John experienced that caused multiple witnesses to that statement. A police officer, I think Jen McCabe, who's already testified about it, and others, to immediately realize Karen had hit John O'Keefe with her car earlier that morning and left him to die. And that was what led the Canton police to radio for their sergeant, because that was the moment that all of the parties involved, the police, the firefighters, the witnesses, realized Karen did it. Unprompted, while getting demographic information, Katie McLaughlin was told by Karen Reed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in response to a question, was there any trauma that happened to John? Ladies and gentlemen, this testimony from the first trial is a preview of what we're about to get in a few minutes. Tune in and watch live, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis.
And as you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant, Ms. Reed, doing while you're asking her those questions?
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered the maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit. So I was.
What works better for fat loss? Is it A, avocado, B, salmon, or is it C?
Just
ruined and we have to do it again. How unfortunate.
Kind of falling.
How unfortunate.
And as you're asking
questions,
ladies, gentlemen, towel friends, at 11 a.m. Eastern, after the end of morning recess in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, the next witness who will be taking the stand is firefighter Katie McLaughlin. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin, who testified in the first Karen Reed trial, as you're about to hear, that Karen Reed, unprompted in a response to questions from firefighter McLaughlin at the scene of John O'Keefe's death about whether John had experienced any trauma, said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And when Karen Reed said those words in front of Jen McCabe and a Canton police officer and other first responders, including McLaughlin, that is the moment that led the Canton police to radio over for their sergeant, because that was the moment all the first responders and witnesses put it together. Karen Reed was confessing to hitting John O'Keefe with her car at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds that morning and leaving John to die in a blizzard. Ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't a question. It was a spontaneous confession in response to a question from firefighter McLaughlin, had John experienced any trauma. Ladies and gentlemen, this testimony will occur in just a few minutes. Let's watch what McLaughlin said during the first Karen Reed trial.
And as you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant, Ms. Reed, doing while you're asking her those questions?
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered the maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit. So I was just kind of following her. And then we came to a stop at one point, and I continued to ask one more question.
What was that one more question?
So at that point, I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, you're hysterical, you need to calm down, you're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him. And there was a police officer who was in that vicinity kind of with us who replied, you what? She repeated it one more time, and that officer then signaled to somebody, get Goody down here, which I'm assuming would be the sergeant.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see this moment in the retrial in just a few minutes. Follow live, chat with the towel friends, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Watch the Reed defense absolutely melt down over this key testimony with the unique multicam view, including the world famous Karen cam. youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We hope to chat with you then. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, time to write up the Twitter post and the X post, ladies, towels and gentlemen, switching it up. The next witness in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, taking the stand in just a few moments after 11 a.m. Eastern, is firefighter Katie McLaughlin. McLaughlin was the person who asked Karen if John had experienced any... Towel friends, we are watching clips to get us caught up. I have things going on. We will watch just a little bit more. I'm sorry, I can't do lunchtime commentary with you right now. We will watch just a little bit more of Katie McLaughlin's direct from Hank Brennan. We don't know who the next witness is going to be in just 10 minutes. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I'm a towel.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Provide care for people who are in need.
Yes.
Had you, before 2022, responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About how many calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law enforcement?
No.
Do you investigate crimes?
No.
Do you write police reports?
No.
When you're going to a scene and using your skills to help somebody, are you interested in whether or not somebody was involved or responsible for an event?
No.
What is your focus when you go to a scene to help somebody? What's your priority?
To help the patient, to save someone's life.
Do you have a chance, or do you try to assess the patient, speak to them if they can speak to you?
If we can, yep.
Are there times when the person can't speak?
Yes.
If a person can't speak to you, is there a role that you take to try to get information to help assist the person?
Yes, you would go to a bystander and you try to gather as much information as you can to
all right, towel friends, I have returned. I apologize. I had a few things to multitask with during the lunch. I hate skipping lunch for the towel friends. I didn't mean to make you rewatch Katie McLaughlin's testimony, but how interesting was it for you to be able to compare? You're the first people who were able to see Katie McLaughlin's testimony from the second trial and watch it back to back with Katie McLaughlin's testimony from the first trial. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a very credible witness, and all of you heard it per se as it went down, and you got to compare the testimonies even as Towel had things going on. Francis Fertel, I saw your comment. God bless you. I'm so glad you're still with us. You're a wonderful member of the Towel universe. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have only a few more minutes until court comes back into session. And yes, thanks to the wonderful suggestion of Alex, let's see if we will find out about the clips that at the end of last week resulted in such a cliffhanger. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I appreciate you being with me. I'm a little towel. We're waiting for court to come back in session. I'm monitoring. You all are being wonderful towels. I bet we're probably not even looking at the fan yet. Oh, we're looking at the fan, ladies and gentlemen. You didn't have to watch the fan that whole time. I saved you from that torment, at least, because I am a towel. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, although I feel bad about having to miss a little bit of the lunch, I now will also be able to show you all what I wanted to bring up, which is the cliffhanger as to last Friday. We don't know if these videos will be played, ladies and gentlemen, but it is just a few minutes away now as we get ready to return to lunch. Let's take a look at what these videos could be about. Hank Brennan previewed them a little bit. We saw the argument about them, and then we got the cliffhanger. So let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. Where is it? Here it is. The cliffhanger. Let's listen. If you're wondering what other updates do we have heading into next week's Karen Reed trial, day 9, which will start up on Monday, May 5th, I believe it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Judge Cannoni was going to allow Hank Brennan to play clips related to Karen Reed potentially confessing to being in an argument with John O'Keefe in the moments leading up to Karen striking John allegedly with her car with a blood alcohol level between 0.14 and 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Reed's team vociferously tried to stop these videos from being played for the jury, and all they got was a potential hearing next week when there's more time. Hank Brennan has been methodically deconstructing everything Karen Reed is trying to present on cross by showing videos of Karen's own words, Karen's, quote, testimony to the media used against her in court with no opportunity to rebut. Will this force Karen to take the stand in a few weeks? We will find out. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Let's watch the update. It is coming up on 4:15 p.m. on Friday, May 2nd, and my name is GrantSmithEllis, as I mentioned, and I'm a towel.
All right, so counsel wanted to see me here or at Sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them, and I've given previous notice to the defense they've would like different content in than I would, and I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in...
That's a new one. The other one was previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not that we object to playing them, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking that it be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 clips, 13 and clip 15.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point, too.
Well, if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
okay. I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it right there. Heading into next week of the Karen Reed trial, Karen Reed does not want these clips to be played, at least not in the form Hank Brennan wants to play them. Will we see them, ladies and gentlemen? Let's find out. Let's take a look at the I think there was a preview discussion. What were the let's see if we have the preview. I think I have it on another part of my feed where Hank Brennan talks about what these clips might show. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what you get on Towel Feed as we wait for court to come back into session. Let's show the preview. Here it is. Let's see. Towel has a lot of things archived. Okay, here we go. Let's listen. Oh, no, that was a live update. Hold on. Let's see. Where is it? I think it was in the morning. Was it? It might have actually been the day before. Court is not back in session, by the way. I don't even see the Karen cam. So I'm keeping a close eye. I'm keeping a very close eye. Now, where is this argument with Brennan talking about the preview of the clips? It was before McCabe's testimony, wasn't it? Let's see. It was it? Yeah. So it was before Kearney's bail hearing. So it must have been that morning. It was right before McCabe took the stand, and I have the preview. I have it, ladies and gentlemen. I know I have the preview of what Hank Brennan might play today as these clips. And I appreciate all your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time to come back into session. We don't have the Karen cam yet, but I want to see if I can play this preview before we come back into session. Normally, this gives us a few minutes heads up. Oh, come on. Where is it now? No, it wasn't that. Was it earlier than that? Yeah, it was right before McCabe took the stand. Maybe her testimony went across 2 days. Here we go. Let's listen. It's about the argument John and Karen had.
Yes, 12 from yesterday. We have 12 from yesterday, 12 A's in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right, what do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to this case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously admissible as a admission of party opponent to the defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. If there's hearsay, if you want to get the clips in to do so, I would go the objection to that as long as they were in context and if they pass the relevancy test. But it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So, Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth, said at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but right. This is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you saw how it happened. You saw how it started with this kind of agreement that they would play all the clips, and then the defense said, oh, no, we can't let you play two of these, Mr. Brennan. Oh, no, and then they objected. Will we see new evidence, these new videos after further hearing? Mary Adams, I did not see that Lori Daybell wants a new trial. I followed a little bit. I don't think she stands a chance. I heard that Jackson has been perceived as very boring by the jury, and maybe his clapping is an attempt to regain their attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to come back into session. I am a towel. Get prepared. Ready your towels. The peaceful invasion of Norman Towel will recommence in just a few seconds. I am a towel. Wait a minute. It hasn't actually recommenced. I'm keeping a close eye. Ladies and gentlemen, bear with Little Towel. Bear with Little Towel. We are going to the Karen multicam screen. It is your favorite screen of all time. No one enjoys the Karen multicam as much as Little Towel. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It is not just a fan. It is the fan we have all come to love and hate. We love the light. We hate the fan. Thank you for supporting Towel Stream, by the way. God bless you all for watching. I'm sorry we didn't get to talk as much as I wanted during the lunch break. There were things Towel had to address. If you want to be helpful to Towel, though, feel free to reach out. Feel free to like the stream, subscribe, find ways to support Little Towel. I love you all. See you at the next break. I spoke too soon. I am a towel. We are not actually ready. We are on a sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we look at the O'Keefe family. It is a sad moment to look at John's family, who's had to wait so long for the justice that they deserve. And we are going to monitor closely, ladies and gentlemen, to see what's going on. Oh, pardon me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I might have you watch this sidebar as towel.
send you back to the jury room. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
So we're bringing the jurors over. I'll see counsel at Sidebar.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
I apologize for that, folks. Nobody likes wasting your time.
Your witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Paul Gallagher.
So follow me, please. Face the card, raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the other stupid important jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Your Honor.
Oh,
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
thank you. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
Gallagher.
Mr. Gallagher, do you presently work?
As a police officer, I'm retired.
When did you retire?
August 31st, 2024.
When you retired, what department were you working for?
Canton Police Department.
How many years had you worked for the Canton Police Department upon your retirement?
I was credited with 32 years, 8 months of service.
Did you have a particular rank when you retired?
Yes, I was a lieutenant.
I want to go back to the beginning of your law enforcement career and share your background with the jury. When did you begin your career in law enforcement?
I became a permanent intermittent police officer in Canton in 1992. What a permanent intermittent police officer is, it's basically a part-time police officer. You're required to attend a 16-week part-time academy. Your duties include regular patrol duties that a regular police officer would do, but you're only utilized during special events, short staffing, and you're allowed to work paid traffic details.
Did that status change at some point?
It did in 1994.
1994, were you a patrolman?
Yes, and that required me to attend a full-time 18-week police academy.
In addition to the police academy, did you continue your training over the years?
Yes, I did.
Can you share with the jury some of the training that you would attend over the years?
Oh, sure. So I did constitutional law. I did interview and interrogation, terrorism, international terrorism, domestic violence, buccal swabbing, and DEA basic narcotics course. And last duties were I did background checks, so I attended background training, and I did internal affairs.
Before I talk a little bit more about your experience over the years and your progress through the Canton Police Department, I'd like you to share with us generally and briefly the structure of the Canton Police Department. The Canton Police Department, how big is it? How many officers are typically employed by Canton at the same time?
We would like to have 45, but unfortunately, we're short-staffed at this time.
At the Canton Police Department, is there different ranks?
There is.
And what are they?
They are patrol, sergeant, detective sergeant, lieutenant, deputy chief, and chief.
Given the size of Canton, is it a small department or a typically large department for that size?
I would say it's a medium-sized department.
Is Canton, do you receive traffic from other areas nearby?
We do.
Is Boston part of the crossroad through Canton at times?
It is. Route 138 runs from Boston, and it goes all the way down to the South Shore through Brockton, Taunton, etc.
Other cities or towns nearby that bring traffic through Canton as far as law enforcement is concerned?
They do, and other states. 95 runs through Canton as well and brings up traffic from Rhode Island.
For a relatively small town, is Canton a busy police department given all the crossroads and intersections?
It can be very busy at times.
You mentioned in Canton that there are different ranks. You started as a patrol officer.
Yes.
Did that change at some point?
It did.
When?
July of 2001, I became a detective.
Did you have any particular or special training to become a detective?
I started attending how to dust for fingerprints. My focus was narcotics. I had several narcotics classes.
Did you engage in those type of investigations on behalf of Canton?
I did.
Did you work with other agencies?
I did. In 2005, I started working with the Drug Enforcement Administration. In 2006, I was assigned as a task force officer for the DEA, initially out of Worcester Tactical Diversion Squad, which their mission goal was to eradicate OxyContin and oxycodone distribution at that time. It was during our oxycodone phase. In 2008, I was moved to Boston Division, and there we focused on all narcotics, not just oxycodone, heroin, cocaine, etc.
How many years did you spend as a detective before you received your next promotion?
Approximately 15 years.
What happened next in your career as far as progress?
I took the sergeant's exam, and I became a sergeant.
In order to become a sergeant, do you have to pass an exam?
An exam and an assessment, yes.
Is that enough to become a sergeant, or is there another process you have to go through?
That's where they rank you after the exam and the assessment.
What year did you say you became a sergeant?
I became a sergeant in 2017.
Was that your first supervisory position?
Not actually. I also worked as an officer in charge, which you're not technically a sergeant, but when there's no sergeant to fill the shift, They'll use experienced officers to work as a sergeant, and you receive sergeant's pay.
How long did you work as a sergeant for at the Canton Police Department?
I worked as a sergeant for 1 year till 2018, and I was promoted to detective sergeant.
As a sergeant, did your duties change or expand from that of detective?
I was still assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration at that time.
And you just shared a year later you were promoted to lieutenant. Did you have to take and pass an exam for that?
That was detective sergeant, and I did not have to pass a test for that.
Did your duties and responsibilities expand when you became lieutenant?
Yes, I was brought out of the DEA to work in Canton specifically.
Were there other lieutenants on the Canton Police Department when you worked as a lieutenant?
I became a lieutenant in 2021. At the time, there was 3 other lieutenants.
Were there any other officers above lieutenant at that point?
There was a deputy chief and a chief.
In 2022, January, were you a lieutenant?
I was.
Your duties and responsibilities, do they include actually going to scenes, or was it purely supervisory?
It was supervisory, but we were expected to respond to scenes.
What do you mean by that?
Our chief expected a supervisor on scene at all times, at all scenes.
Even if there was a ranking supervisor like a sergeant, were you still as a lieutenant expected to go to scenes?
Oh, yes.
Did you do that often?
Yes.
I want you to take us to January 29th, 2022. Were you working the overnight shift from January 28, 2022 into January 29, 2022?
I was the outgoing lieutenant. I did not work into the 29th. I was the last lieutenant to work on the 28th.
In the early morning hours, around 6 a.m., were you on shift or off shift?
I was off shift.
Were you planning on working that morning?
I was planning on working later that day, yes.
Do you remember what the weather was like that early morning?
Yes, there was a nor'easter, which was snow, wind.
Did anything interrupt your plan of working later that day?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Shortly after 6 a.m., I received a call from Sergeant Sean Good of the Canton Police Department.
After you received a call from Sergeant Sean Good, were you informed about a situation?
I was.
Were you told any basic details of where and what?
Yes.
Without sharing the actual conversation, where was this situation taking place?
I misunderstood the situation. I thought it was on Meadows Ave in Canton. I later found out through dispatch that it was actually Fairview Road.
When you heard that there was a situation in Canton, did you decide to change your plans about when you would come in?
Yes, I responded.
Why did you respond?
That's the expectation our chief had for us.
When you go into work, do you use a police cruiser or do you use your personal vehicle?
On this particular day, I used a personal vehicle because of the weather.
Was that different than typical?
Yes.
And why would you use a personal vehicle instead of a police cruiser?
It was larger. It was 4-wheel drive. It was the only way I probably would have got there to the scene.
After you received the call about a situation, tell us what you did.
I loaded up the car with a tent, and I drove to the Canton Police Department, and I got some winter gear from the office, and I got on the radio and advised Sergeant Sean Good, who was at the scene on Fairview, that all officers were held to further notice.
What does that mean?
They weren't going to be going home at their end of the shift until they were relieved by another supervisor.
Why did you take a tent with you?
Because of the snow. The way the call was described to me was a person possibly not breathing. And if it was an unattended death, I wanted to be able to cover the person.
Why?
Respect.
That tent was a tent from your home, a personal tent?
It was. It was an 8x8 pop-up tent.
You went to the Canton Police Department first before you went to the scene?
I did.
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department first?
I had some winter gear there, including a reflective jacket that I thought would be helpful, given it was dark out. Visibility was very bad.
When you got to the Canton Police Department, did you learn anything from any of your colleagues while at the police department?
The only one colleague at the police department at that time was Officer Kelly Dever.
Okay. After you got your gear at the Canton Police Department, did you head towards Fairview?
I did.
Other than the general description that you had heard, did you know anything about what was going on there?
Just that a gentleman was found unconscious in the snow, possibly not breathing.
You mentioned the term unintended death. What does that mean?
An unattended death is a death where someone dies alone, and you don't know the reason. It doesn't mean there's foul play. In fact, 99% of the time, it's natural causes.
Is there a process for the Canton Police Department when they learn of any death, unintended or not? Is there a process you need to follow?
Yes, there is.
And what is that process?
That's to call the Norfolk County DA's office, their CPAC unit, Crime Prevention and Control. They have jurisdictions over deaths and unattended deaths.
You mentioned a CPAC unit. What type of officers or law enforcement is the CPAC unit?
It's manned by the Massachusetts State Police.
Are you required by statute to contact CPAC or the Massachusetts State Police, even if it's an unintended death?
Yes.
Did you follow that process?
Sergeant Lank followed that process.
Is that one of the officers who worked under you?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you know if Sergeant Lank was at the scene when you were leaving Canton, or did you learn at some point when you got there whether Sergeant Lank was at Fairview?
When I got there, I saw the black Toyota Tundra, which is operated by our detectives there, and then I saw him.
When the Canton Police Department first contacted the Massachusetts State Police or the CPAC unit about the information, do you have an understanding whether or not the Massachusetts State Police were going to respond or not?
They were not responding.
So when you got to Fairview Road, were there any other law enforcement officers other than Canton police officers?
No, there was not.
When you appeared at Fairview Road or arrived, were you the superior officer on the scene?
I was the highest ranking officer.
As you're pulling up to Fairview that morning, what's the first thing you see when you get there?
As I pull up, I see the last of the fire apparatus pulling away. I get out of the vehicle. The first one I encountered was Sergeant Sean Good, who was the shift supervisor.
Did you see any other of your officers there?
I did. I saw Lieutenant Lank further down, and further down I saw two other cruisers, which ended up being Officer Mulaney and Officer Sarif.
Did any of the cruisers or vehicles have lights on?
They did.
Did you hear any sirens?
No, there wouldn't be any sirens.
Why wouldn't there be?
Sirens are used to move traffic. There was no traffic. It was a blizzard. There were no cars on the road. You might see an occasional plow.
Did you ever learn the general area where the person was found?
Yes.
At that time, did you know who the person was?
I did. I knew him by name, yes.
Did someone inform you of who the person was?
Sergeant Sean Good did, yes.
Okay. And who was the person that you learned was on the ground?
John O'Keefe.
Had you known John O'Keefe?
I knew of John O'Keefe. I had never met John O'Keefe.
When you first arrived at Fairview, was Mr. O'Keefe still on the ground?
He was not.
Was he at the scene?
He was not.
So when you got to the scene at Fairview, Mr. O'Keefe was already gone?
Yes, he had been transported to the hospital.
So did you ever firsthand see exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
I did not.
Did anybody point out to you the general area?
Yes.
Did you have a chance at that point to, well, obviously you didn't have a chance to examine or look at Mr. O'Keefe. Did you have a chance to look in the general area where you were told he was found?
I did.
Tell us a little bit more about the weather now that you're standing outside Fairview Road. What's the visibility like? What's the temperature like? What are the conditions like?
So it was terrible. It was blizzard-like. The wind would blow in your face. It would change directions. The snow was an icy snow. In the wind, you had to actually talk loud to be heard. Somebody right next to you, and it was your typical New England blizzard, basically.
At this point, did you have any position as you assessed the area whether this was a criminal investigation?
When we had no crime at that time.
When you were there, were you looking for anything?
Yes, I was examining the scene.
Okay. At that point, did you have any reason to start a criminal investigation?
Not at that time, no.
When you learned that Mr. O'Keefe was found outside, did you go look at the particular area?
Yes.
Can you describe the area that was shown to you where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Sure. It was on the left side of the property of 34 Fairview. You could see where first responders and witnesses and police officers had walked up to the area. It was by a flagpole on the property line of number 32 Fairview.
What was the lighting condition at that point in that area?
It was dark. It was sun was coming up, but due to the weather and the cloud cover and the snow, its visibility still was not great.
Were the law enforcement vehicles providing any light for the area?
No.
How about the house? Was there any bright lights coming out of the house illuminating that area?
I didn't see any lights, window lights on. There may have been an exterior, the door light at one or two houses.
In addition to the law enforcement officers that were there, did you see any civilians when you got there?
No, there were no civilians there.
While you were outside looking at the area, did any civilians ever come out?
No, not at all.
Any civilians ever come out of 34 Fairview?
No.
How about next door, 32 Fairview? Did you ever see any civilians come out of that address?
Nobody ever came out of the house.
Across the street, is there homes across the street from 34 Fairview?
There is.
Did you see anybody come out of either one of those houses?
Did not see anybody come out of those houses.
When you were outside and you were shown the area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything regarding that area to identify the area itself?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes. The area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything around that area to identify the area?
Well, it was marked out with crime scene tape at that time, and what I saw was pink blood, and it was in a circular pattern.
Was the crime scene tape holding up at all?
No, it was not. It was blowing wildly in the wind. And at one point, it was actually blowing in. It was triangular, and it was actually blowing into the crime scene.
Was the tape helping at all?
No, it was not.
Was there any use putting a tent up at that point?
No, there wasn't, not due to the high winds.
Did you learn whether any of the officers had, at any point before you got there, gone into Fairview Road?
Yes.
Who did you learn went into Fairview Road?
Both Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lake went into Fairview Road.
Did you know how long they were inside for?
Objection. I'll allow it. Did you know that?
I did not.
At that point, did you go and speak to anybody in any of the nearby homes?
I did not.
When you were at this scene and you saw what was happening in the weather, did you make a decision to do anything?
Yes.
What did you decide you were going to do?
Since the state police were not responding, I decided to process the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found and try to find out why he had the medical episode he was having.
If you understood this to be a medical episode, and at that point you didn't have any information it was a crime scene, why were you taking the time and effort to process the scene under these conditions?
Because that's what we do. Even the hospital, there could be a reason that there's obviously a reason he's there. I think we had a duty and obligation to check around where he was found and see if there was any explanation to what caused his medical condition.
Did you focus on a particular area when you decided to look around?
I did.
What area were you going to look at?
Where it was pointed out he was found and where the blood pattern was.
Were you thinking about looking in any other areas around that?
Not at that time.
Why not?
We didn't have any reason to. We only had the area where he was found.
And at that point, did you have any idea what caused his injuries?
We had none.
At this point, when you were pointed or you're looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found, was the area getting covered up at all?
Yes, it was.
With what?
Snow.
How quickly?
Very quickly. I believe it was forecasted to come down to 1 to 2 inches an hour, if I recall.
Did you have any idea how hard the ground was at that point?
It was frozen.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, did you have any idea?
It was frozen.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
How deep was the snow covering that frozen ground?
Approximately 4 inches at that time.
When you wanted to look around the area, did you consider using a rake or a shovel?
I did.
And did you?
I did not.
Why didn't you use a shovel at that point?
I was afraid I would miss something or possibly break something.
What could you break with a shovel?
Anything, glass or anything of that nature.
What was your decision about how you would search that area? What did you want to see?
I wanted to see anything that was possible, whether it was any type of weapon or any type of medical bottle or any reason that he could have come to where he was.
Did you think of a way that you could look below the top of the snow without unresting the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude?
Because of the blood, the pink spots I thought might be blood, I thought a leaf blower would be the best method because I have seen it used and to remove light layers of snow, and it can be controlled.
And after having seen that before and making that decision, what was the benefit of a leaf blower over a shovel?
I wasn't going to miss anything with a leaf blower, much better control.
And control, tell us what your intention, what was your hope with the leaf blower?
To clear the area, controlled, slowly, so any potential evidence of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe wouldn't be lost.
Did you have a leaf blower with you?
Did not.
So what did you do?
Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a leaf blower.
Did you remain at the scene?
I did.
And during this time, you still have no information that it's a crime scene?
We had no information on a crime at that time.
Did Sergeant Good come back with the leaf blower?
He did.
Did you try to get any other items to help you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. When Sergeant Good came back with the leaf blower, did you use it?
I did.
Was it successful?
Very.
Tell us what you did.
I started with low speed and began whisking away the snow. And then I saw how it was uncovering those pink spots were becoming brighter red. So I verified it was frozen or coagulated blood at that time. And so out of the abundance of caution, I decided that that was something we may want to collect.
Why did you want to collect that?
Just out of abundance of caution, DNA. I expected it to be John's DNA. And I wasn't going to get a second chance at it. It was either collect it or never have it.
Were you making quick decisions under these circumstances?
Yes.
Did you ask somebody to get a container to put the coagulated blood in?
I ended up getting the containers.
Where did you get them from?
I got them from Lieutenant Kelleher, who lived in the neighborhood.
Did Lieutenant Kelleher ever come over to the scene?
He did not.
Did he work for the Canton Police Department?
He did.
Why didn't he come over to the scene with you?
Because he originally thought the scene was at 32.
Did you ask him to come over to the scene to help you?
No.
Did you expect him to come over to help you?
No.
Did you prefer he not?
Correct.
So when you get the containers, were they plastic cups?
Yes, they were red Solo cups.
And what was the purpose of using the red Solo cups?
They were plastic. They weren't going to leak. They weren't going to get soggy. They were large. I needed a small sample. My thought was because it was frozen or coagulated, that we could collect it, transport it, and transfer it to the crime lab, who could extract the DNA however they saw best fit.
Do sometimes the crime lab test evidence and sometimes not?
Of course, yes.
Is that your decision?
No.
You were telling us about the leaf blower. Did it serve to excavate the area?
It did.
Did you begin that process?
I did.
And when you did that, did you try to memorialize it?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I had Sergeant Good videotape it.
Why did you have Sergeant Good memorialize your efforts to excavate the area?
I thought someone may wonder why I decided to use a leaf blower, so I wanted to demonstrate its effectiveness.
I'm going to move to introduce two videos that council has.
So there's no objection to these videos, right?
No objection.
Exhibit 51.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, can I show the jury the videos?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we show number 1, please? Could you, Ms. Gilman, stop at the end of the video so it's a still frame? That's good right there. Sir, who's the person holding the leaf blower?
That is me.
Did the leaf blower work as you had hoped?
It was great.
You see other footprints around that area.
Correct.
Do you know how those footprints got there?
Some of them were from first responders. Some of them were for witnesses. The ones up top by the flagpole were for when the officers put out the crime scene tape.
Did officers try to wrap the crime scene tape around the flagpole?
They did wrap it around the flagpole, yes.
I see. And from that vantage point, could you see the side and front yard?
Yes.
Did the side yard have any footprints or evidence that anything was dragged through the side yard?
No, not at all.
How about the front yard? Did the front yard have any evidence that anybody had walked across it or dragged anything across it?
It had one set of prints from Sergeant Lang.
Other than Sergeant Lang's footprints across the front yard, was there any other impediment?
No, not that I saw.
I'm going to ask if we could see the second video, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you stop there, please? You see the end of the leaf blower?
I do.
There's an object just below it at like 7 o'clock. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you discover something in that area?
We did.
What did you discover?
It's a cocktail glass.
Was it, did it have any damage to it?
It did.
Describe that for us.
It was broken on the top.
Could you continue the video, please, Ms. Gilman? Stop, please. There's some red spots. Is that what you identified as coagulated blood?
That is.
Below some of those spots and to the left, there's an area that's not white. It's brownish. Do you know what that is?
That's, I believe, just bare ground.
Okay. If we could finish the video, please. Okay. Thank you. Could have the lights on, please? Did you or any officer at your direction obtain and preserve that broken cocktail glass?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two photographs. The first photograph, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's a after we exposed the broken, I exposed the broken glass.
Is the broken glass depicted in that photograph?
Yeah, it is.
Is that similar or substantially the same way it appeared to you that morning?
That's exactly how it appeared. Yes.
Do you know if that photograph was taken as a still image of the video or not?
I do not.
Okay. Second photograph, can you take a look at that?
That's a close-up of the cocktail glass.
Of the same photo?
It is, yes.
I'd move these two photographs into evidence, please.
Okay, do you want to be 52 and 52A?
Please, Your Honor.
Exhibits 52 and 52A.
Lieutenant, what was done with that cocktail glass?
It was bagged and seized as evidence.
Was it brought anywhere that morning?
It was brought back to Canton Police Headquarters.
What happens when it gets back to Canton Police Headquarters?
It gets logged into evidence, and it's assigned an evidence number. The officer types in a description of the item. In this case, it was a broken cocktail glass or broken glass. And once he hits the space bar, it automatically generates a property number for it. And I believe in this case, it was 22-18-PR, which means 22 is the year, 2022. 18 is how many pieces of evidence the department as a whole had collected that year so far. And PR, I believe, means property room.
Why is it assigned a particular number?
Everything is assigned a number by the computer.
You said it's brought to the evidence room. Is that a separate or a special place?
So we have two rooms. We have a temporary evidence room, and then there's a permanent evidence room. Only 2 people have access to the permanent evidence room.
Is there a reason why access to the evidence room is limited?
There is.
Why?
For security.
Even in the police department, the evidence room is limited as far as people who have access?
That is correct.
In the evidence room, is there an officer assigned as an evidence officer?
Not full-time. There is an assigned admin sergeant who is assigned as the evidence officer.
Does anything happen specifically with the evidence? Is it packaged or stored in any particular way?
The glass was put into a locker, I believe, and temporary evidence. And then it's the evidence sergeant's job to retrieve it. But in this case, we were going to transfer it to the state police.
Was it transferred to the state police at some point?
It was.
Were you part of the transition of that item to the state police?
I was.
And when was it transitioned and to who?
It was on February 1st, 2022, and it was to a criminalist from the Massachusetts State Crime Lab.
Do you know who the criminalist was?
I don't know the name, no.
Did the criminalist come to your department, or did you bring the item to them?
They came to our department.
In addition to the glass, there was plastic cups with coagulated blood?
That's correct.
What did you do with those cups?
Those were placed in temporary evidence and placed in a refrigerated unit.
To carry them from Fairview to the police department, did you hold the actual cups, or did you put them in something?
Nope, they were stacked in a bag.
Objection, order.
I'm going to learn
What type of bag?
It was a craft paper bag. In this particular case, we utilized the Stop and Shop bag.
Is that any different than a bag from the police department?
This made of the same paper, craft paper, the same size and dimension, other than Stop and Shop and evidence and probably price. They're basically the same bag.
Why did you use one of those rather than a bag that said evidence on it?
I don't know where that bag came from. I was in a personal car. Sergeant Lank was in a Tundra. If that bag is upside down, you wouldn't know it didn't say evidence on it. So I'm not sure where that bag came from.
And the plastic cups, do you know what happened to those?
Yes, they were turned over to the criminalist as well.
Where did you store them before they were turned over to the criminalist?
Temporary evidence in a refrigerator.
I'm going to learn
Temporary evidence in a refrigerator.
Is the refrigerator part of the temporary evidence area?
It is, yes.
Did you bring that piece of evidence, the broken glass, with you today?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness.
Okay.
Handing you a box, gloves, and some scissors. Let me ask you about that box. It has red tape on it. Why?
It's a secure and transfer of custody.
I'm going to learn
Hello, ladies ladies and gentlemen. Towel here. We are at Sidebar. We are at Sidebar as we monitor to see will the pieces of John O'Keefe's broken cocktail glass that he was holding when he was allegedly struck by Karen's car found near John's body be held up in court by Canton Police Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I am monitoring with you. We are at Sidebar indeed. Sidebar as the foals, the horse children, are down at the back. And I am a towel. There is Miss O'Keefe. God bless Miss O'Keefe and Paul and the rest of the O'Keefe family and friends. And the Reed family also sits down below. Ladies and gentlemen, the court camera focuses intently on Miss Peggy O'Keefe. We wait, we monitor, we watch, and now we see we almost saw the light. Ladies and gentlemen, we almost saw the light. We instead got the fan. Did I want to show you the fan? No, we were condemned to view the fan by the powers that be, and by that I mean the courtroom pool operator, who definitely trolls us by sometimes showing the light and sometimes showing the fan. Now, get ready, folks, because at the end of today's session, I'll have some updates for you about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to give you those updates yet. One of them involved the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca going through some kind of field. Looks like it might be a weed field. And then it looks like they found some kind of towel who enjoys weed. Now, these are weeds that grow on the side of houses, of course. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and we are waiting for this sidebar, which is about Lieutenant Gallagher from the Canton PD about to hold up John O'Keefe's broken cocktail glass that was found near John's body. I believe it also had John's DNA on it, this cocktail glass. Oh, God bless you, friends. I didn't even do a towel donation read, and someone sent a towel donation. Towel loves all you towel friends. You keep towel going. Towel shall endure and uphold the legacy of informed and cogent public discourse. And also, we will continue to make these moments of levity an important and integral part of our trial coverage to get us all through it. Yes, I really do think that Lieutenant Gallagher's testimony is quite devastating for Karen Reed. I think that's why Alan Jackson is fighting so hard to prevent Karen Reed prevent jurors from seeing Lieutenant Gallagher hold up the pieces of John's broken cocktail glass. Now, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We have a new towel friend that's about to get welcomed into the ranks of honorary towels. Iowa RRT. Welcome to you, dear Iowa RRT. You have been welcomed into the fold of honorary towels. There is nothing better than becoming an honorary towel. Truly, it is a mark of high dignity and honor. Ladies and gentlemen, 20-second countdown. We should be coming back into session any moment now. I am a towel. God bless all of you towel friends. Don't forget to like, subscribe, join the towel friends over on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. There are so many wonderful discussions that occur, and then you get to hear me weigh in every once in a while and say, I'm a towel. All right, welcome again. Todd Parker, you also have been promoted to the ranks of honorary towel.
Lieutenant, before you open the box, were you one of the officers that discovered that broken glass?
Yes.
Did you personally bring the glass from Fairview to Canton?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lang?
Yes.
When you went back to the station, you said that the evidence was then put into an evidence locker. Did you place it in the evidence locker?
I don't recall.
And then inevitably, it was transitioned to somebody from the forensic unit?
That's correct.
Were you personally there when it was taken from the evidence locker and given to the person from the forensic unit?
Yes, that was me.
Did you have a responsibility and role in that process, or were you a passive observer?
I had an active role. I was the chain of custody. I was turning it over to the criminalist, to the state police lab.
After that glass was given to the criminalist, did you ever have possession of it again?
Never.
Did you ever package it or touch it again in any way?
No, never.
Did you ever process it in any way?
No.
Did you put it in that box and tape it up yourself?
No.
Okay, I'm going to now ask you to open the box, please. Is there an item in that bag?
There is.
Would you please open the bag and show us what's in that bag? Thank you. If you could put it back in the bag and the bag back in the box, please. Lieutenant Gallagher, does that appear to be the same item that you found in the area where John O'Keefe was at Fairview that morning?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to have the box and the item marked for identification, please.
Okay. To the queue for ID.
Thank you. When you were looking around the area that was pointed out to you as where John O'Keefe was found, did you expand across the front lawn into the street during your search?
No, we didn't, with the exception of uncovering the 6-foot asphalt berm.
Did you say 6 foot or is it?
Excuse me, 6 inch.
What's a berm?
It's it's basically a curbing, but it's made of asphalt. It's curved. You probably have seen it. It's asphalt. It's curved. It separates the street from property line.
Why did you clear that piece?
Wanted to see, we were trying to find out why John was having a medical issue, and we didn't know if he could have tripped over a curbing or what turned out to be an asphalt berm and possibly hit his head.
After you made efforts to look in that area, did you return to the Canton Police Department?
I did.
About what time?
It was shortly after 8 a.m.
After you returned to the Canton Police Department, did you receive any information or have a reason to return back to Fairview?
Yes.
About what time?
A little after 9 o'clock.
Why did you go back to Fairview after 9 o'clock?
Sergeant Lank got a phone call that Jen McCabe had more information.
And where did you understand Mrs. McCabe was?
At 34 Fairview.
Did you go back to 34 Fairview?
I did.
Did you go with anybody?
I went with Sergeant Lank.
Did you travel together or separate?
Together.
When you got back to 34 Fairview, outside, what did you do?
We parked in the driveway. We walked up, and next to the garage, there's a side door. I don't know if we rang the bell or not, but Brian Albert, the homeowner, answered the door.
As you walked up to the door, did you have a chance to look around at the doors in the area in front of that side door?
Yes.
Did you see anything out of place?
No.
You've been a police officer at that point for a long time?
Yes.
Do you receive any training in observing areas or people?
Always.
What type of training? What are you told to look for when you're speaking to people?
I've been BOSAR trained, which is behavioral observation, suspicious activity training, and you look for clues when you're speaking to people. Whether they cross their legs, cross their arms, there's certain behavioral characteristics.
At this point, did you have any understanding that this would later be a crime scene?
I did. Yes.
What happened? How did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, not at that time.
Oh, not at that time.
No,
okay.
Not at that time.
When you went into the house, what part of the house did you go into?
I went into the room. It's adjacent to the kitchen, and I stood there with Brian Albert.
Can you describe what kind of room that would be?
Yeah, it was just a typical family room type room. It was not large. It was between the garage and the kitchen.
You met with Brian Albert?
Brian Albert answered the door and let us into the house.
Did you understand what his relationship was to that house?
He was the homeowner.
Did Sergeant Lank walk in with you?
He did.
Did he stay in that living area?
No, he went to the kitchen area and sat down with Jen McCabe.
Could you see the kitchen area from where you were?
I could see a portion of the kitchen area.
Did you see anybody else in the kitchen area with Mrs. McCabe and Sergeant Lank?
There were people in the kitchen area. There was nobody with Sergeant Lank or Miss McCabe.
Could you hear their conversation?
No.
Were you trying to listen?
No.
Were you speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Yes.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
Did he speak to you?
Yes.
Was there anything about his mannerisms or affect that caused you any concern?
No, it was just a social conversation. There was nothing of concern at all.
Was there anything about it that caused you to hone in or be concerned?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Did you get a chance to look around that living area at the items?
I didn't look around, just with my eyes.
Did you get to see that area?
I did.
Did you see anything broken or looked out of place?
No, nothing.
Anything that caused you any type of concern?
Nothing.
When you looked towards the kitchen, did you see anything that looked different or suspicious in any way?
Nothing.
Was the interaction, did it cause you any alarm or concerns?
No.
After Sergeant Lank had an opportunity to speak to Mrs. McCabe and you spoke to Brian Albert, what did you do next?
We left.
Where did you go?
We went back to the police department and were informed that the state police were going to respond to the hospital and that we didn't need to respond to the hospital.
When you heard that the state police was then going to get involved in the investigation, what does Canton do when the state police takes over an investigation?
Well, it was based off of a conversation I had with my chief in the detective sergeant's office.
Was there a decision about Canton's involvement in the ongoing investigation?
There was.
What was that decision?
That we should recuse ourselves from any further investigative interviews.
And why was that?
Because our best detective, his name was Kevin Albert, and he was the brother of the homeowner, and I didn't want any potential bias, whether unconscious or subjective, to be perceived by the O'Keefe's, by the O'Keefe family.
So when the state police got involved and you had the conversation with the chief, was that the end of your efforts towards this?
It was the end of our efforts until, I helped facilitate during the search warrant on February 1st.
And so at some point, was the defendant's Lexus brought to the Canton Police Department?
It was.
Was it put in a particular area at the Canton Police Department?
It was.
What area?
The Sally Port.
What's a Sally Port?
Sally Port is where, when we have an arrest, we bring our prisoners in. It's basically a extra large garage. It has 4 doors. They're numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We typically go in door 4 and pull towards door 3. Door 4 is lowered, and then prisoners are walked into the booking area, which is also secure. The exterior doors to the Sally Port can only be opened by the dispatch council.
When crime scene services came to look at the car, was that the same day, the 29th, or later time?
No, it was February 1st.
Did the Lexus remain in the Sallyport area from the 29th until February 1st?
Yes.
When representatives from the crime lab from the Massachusetts State Police came on February 1st, who provided them access to the Lexus?
I was one of the people there that was there. I don't know if I provided them direct access, but I certainly would have. And I assisted them if they needed things. That's when the chain of custody, the exchange of custody for the blood samples and the glass occurred as well.
And during their processing of the Lexus, were you there for parts of it?
I was in and out, yes, but I did not partake.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, please.
Mr. Jackson, is this video up there yours or is it the Commonwealth?
Not mine. Or is it?
All right.
Now, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher, you have already established that you were at the scene on January 29th, early morning, January 29th, 2022. We've seen the video of the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
So you were integral to at least an initial search of the scene, which recovered the drinking glass that you've shown us, as well as some of the blood byproduct that you've talked about.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You were the ranking person on the scene. You've already described that.
Yes, that is correct.
There were also several other officers from Canton PD who were there with you.
Yes, there was 4 other officers, yes.
Can you just name those other officers?
Yeah, Detective Sergeant Lank, Lank, Detective Sergeant Good, Goode, Officer Mullaney, Mullaney, and Officer Saraf, Saraf.
Okay. When you initially... Let me back up and ask a different question. Given the fact that you were the ranking officer, the way that it works in a police department is everybody sort of reports up the chain of command, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So they would have all reported up to you in some particular.
That's correct.
And then, of course, you report to the deputy chief, and then the deputy chief reports on up to the chief, correct?
That is correct.
You were involved in not only the exposing of some of that blood byproduct, but also exposing the glass with the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
You were responsible for utilizing certain equipment. You chose a leaf blower at the time, correct?
I did, yes.
There was also, I'm guessing, there was also some use of your hands and or the gloved hands with some others to recover some of the items.
Yeah, I didn't use my hands.
How did you get the glass into a bag?
That was Detective Sergeant Lank.
Somebody had to pick it up, right?
Correct.
That's what I mean. The use of hands to manipulate some of the evidence, correct?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't understand that question.
That's okay.
I thought you were speaking about me.
It's probably my fault, not yours.
No, that's okay.
There was also some plastic cups that we've talked about. We'll talk more about those in a second. Those were utilized as well, correct?
They were, yes.
And you were responsible for the use of those as well?
Yes, it was my decision, yes.
In terms of the search of the scene, the recovery of evidence, the recovery of biological material, the use of tools to recover those biological materials, all of that rested at least ultimately at the scene on your shoulders, correct?
Yes, it did.
Isn't it true that you weren't interviewed in this case with regard to anything having to do with this case until April 3rd, 2024, correct?
Yes, we can call it an interview. It's when I met with the prosecutor, yes.
And that was about 2.5 years, nearly 2.5 years after this incident, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Michael Proctor, you know that name?
I do.
Who's Michael Proctor?
He was one of the troopers assigned to investigate the case.
As a matter of fact, he was the lead investigator for the case, correct?
I don't know if he was lead or trooper mechanic. I don't know.
As you sit here, you don't know that Michael Proctor was the lead case agent for...
I know he was one of them, yes.
Okay. Do you know that he was the lead investigator assigned to the case?
I don't. I had nothing to do with the DA's office.
Right. I know you didn't have...
I don't know how they assign their cases, counsel. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't say what I don't know.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking if...
I did not know he was lead. I knew he was one of the leads.
Okay.
I believe they do it in a tandem, but I'm not sure.
Okay. He may have had a partner, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But it's not unusual to have a lead case agent. The person who's responsible for most of the search warrant writing and the memorialization of documentation of evidence collection and the movement of evidence and booking into evidence, things like that.
That is correct, but I don't know anything about who wrote their affidavits or who logged their evidence in. I wouldn't know that.
You're also familiar with Yuri Buchanek, correct?
I know who he is.
You're also familiar with Lieutenant Tully?
I know, yes.
They're all Massachusetts State Police officers, correct?
Yes, they all are.
Did Michael Proctor interview you before April of 2024?
He did not.
Did Yuri Buchanek interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did Lieutenant Tully interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did anybody else from the Canton Police Department, your deputy chief or the chief, interview you formally about your conduct and responsibilities before April of 2024?
I don't understand that question.
Did anybody at Canton PD, separating out Massachusetts State Police, did you sit down at Canton PD and provide an interview with anybody at Canton PD about your conduct at the scene?
What do you mean by conduct?
Going to the scene, collecting evidence, securing evidence, transporting evidence, booking evidence, those kinds of things. Your conduct at the scene, sir.
Yeah, I briefed my superiors, yes.
Okay, other than briefing, was there a formal report written?
No.
Or a formal interview conducted of you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Tell us when you wrote your report about what happened at the scene, memorializing what you did at the scene.
I didn't.
You didn't write a report?
About the scene that day at the scene?
Correct, about this investigation.
I only did the metadata report. I did not write a report at the scene.
You never, in fact, the fact is you never wrote any report about what happened at the scene, correct?
Correct.
You didn't memorialize that in any formal way on Canton PD letterhead to describe what you did and how you did it at the scene?
No.
Normally, when you report to a scene as a first responder, you would be expected to write a report about that, whatever that conduct is.
I'm not the supervisor, no.
What if you're the ranking person at a scene that ultimately turns into a homicide scene?
Well, we don't know it's a homicide scene at this time. We don't even know there's a crime committed at this time. My responsibilities are to make sure reports are written, not to necessarily write the reports myself. I'm the supervisor. It's my job to make sure reports are written, evidence is logged, those types of things.
Under ordinary circumstances, you would respond to a scene as a supervisor, and you would oversee what other people are doing, what you're
That's
supporting.
correct.
Can I finish?
Sure.
I don't want to talk over each other.
I apologize.
You would want a supervisor oversee what your subordinate officers, whatever he or she might be doing or they might be doing. You're going to oversee that. But they're the ones actually conducting the investigation or picking up evidence or doing the interviews, writing those things of that nature.
Correct. Detective Sergeant Lake's investigation, yes.
So in that circumstance, you wouldn't be expected to write a report because all of that conduct is memorialized by others subordinate to the supervisor, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, quite the opposite happened. You were the one that was in the video utilizing the leaf blower, correct?
That's correct.
You were the one that actually exposed the drinking glass, correct?
Correct, yes.
You noted the drinking glass and actually called somebody else over to take a look at it, correct?
That's correct.
You directed someone, Sergeant Lake, to pick up the drinking glass and recover it as a potential piece of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
You noted the blood or the coagulation of blood in and around that area, correct?
That is correct.
You noted where you believe the drinking glass was, in other words, what location, if there were grid coordinates, where it would be, correct?
Correct.
And you instructed others to transport that important evidence back to Canton PD to have it booked, correct?
That is correct.
You also secured the plastic containers in which to recover the blood.
That is
right?
correct. Yes.
You also directed someone to get a bag to put the plastic containers in and ultimately transport it, correct?
That is correct.
So you would agree with me, Mr. Gallagher, that in this circumstance, you were the centerpiece of the recovery of evidence and the investigation as it was at that time in that limited context. You were the centerpiece of what was happening at the scene, correct?
And I made sure it was documented by Detective Sergeant Lang.
But you didn't find it important enough to write a report yourself.
I think that's poor misrepresentation. There's a person fighting for their life. It was very important.
When you were there at the scene at, what time was it, by the way?
I got there shortly after 7.
Okay, you knew that that person who was fighting for his life had already been transported and was in good care, as best care we can provide at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So certainly you're not excusing away the idea that you didn't memorialize your conduct because you were too busy fighting for someone's life. That's not what you're saying.
No, it definitely is not what I'm saying.
Obviously, reporting to a scene and supervising a scene is one thing, but actually gathering evidence is a whole next level. You would agree with that?
Sure.
Because, just to put a fine point on it, responding to a scene as a supervisor, You want to make sure everybody's doing their duty, but the officer or officers who, for instance, uncover, let's say it's a knife or a gun or some weapon or something like that, actually documenting and picking up that evidence and handling it in an appropriate way, that is all highly, highly technical. It's very important to get it right and memorialize it all, correct?
That is correct.
That's why you're highly trained to memorialize and report everything that you do in that regard in a report that can later be used forensically, in other words, in a courtroom setting, to recreate as best you can with as much detail as you can exactly what you did and how you did it and where it was done. Correct?
Sure. Yes.
Officer Lank wrote a report in this case.
Sure.
Did Officer Mullaney?
I believe he did, yes.
Did Officer Seraph?
Yes.
Officer Good? Sergeant
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
But you did not?
I did not.
Who was the first officer to find any potential physical evidence at the scene, be it blood or glass?
I can't answer that. It was not me. I was not the first thing that was spotted was the pink spotting, not the glass.
Okay. Who was the first person to see the glass?
I think it was myself as I uncovered it with the leaf blower.
One of the important things that we've talked about, Mr. Gallagher, is documenting the details of evidence recovery, not just the fact that something was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
So you'd want to know what time of day it was recovered, correct?
Sure.
You'd want to know who was there and who was around when it was recovered, correct?
Yes.
You'd want to know what the item is, the condition of the item, right?
Yes.
You'd also want to know exactly where it's recovered, correct?
Yes.
In other words, as best you can to pinpoint the exact location where an item was found. That could play a huge role in any investigation, be it criminal or otherwise.
It could. It could.
Did you diagram or draw a diagram back at Canton PD or
I did
out
not.
at the scene?
No.
About where that glass was found?
No, I did no reports or diagrams.
Did you diagram exactly where you recovered the blood spots that you did recover?
No.
Did you at least, if you didn't write a report, did you at least take notes on a pad about what you were doing?
The conditions weren't, it was pretty hard to take notes at that time, but I did not take notes, no.
At some point, you mentioned a person by the name of Tom Kelleher, Deputy Chief Kelleher.
That's correct.
Who is Deputy Chief Kelleher?
He's the Deputy Chief of Canton Police.
He was active on active duty at the time? When I say active duty, I don't mean that morning, that hour. I mean just generally.
Yes, he was a lieutenant at that time.
He was someone to whom, as a matter of fact, probably the only person to whom at Canton PD you actually reported, correct? Up the chain of command. He was the only person to whom you reported up the chain of command, meaning he was your direct report.
He was in charge of detectives at that time.
And then, of course, the chief would be above him, correct?
Deputy Chief and Chief.
Okay. When you responded to the scene, Deputy Chief Kelleher did not come out of his house and take over the investigation, correct?
Correct.
That was yours to detail.
That is correct.
At least while you were there.
That is correct.
So can you describe what you did to preserve the crime scene? I'm sorry, to preserve the scene, because at that time you said you did not know if it was a crime scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you do in terms of actually preserving the scene for later investigation? What steps did you take?
For later, can you explain later investigation?
So let me take a step back.
Sure.
Have you been trained to preserve scenes?
Yes.
Okay. What's the reason that you want to preserve a scene? What does that mean?
To collect evidence.
Collect evidence and make sure nothing is disturbed, correct?
Correct.
Civilians can't kind of trace through or walk through evidence, correct?
That's correct.
You've heard the phrase forensically, evidence in, evidence out. Someone trips through a crime scene, you bring evidence with you, and you take it back out with you on your shoes or on your feet or your breath or your saliva, whatever it might be.
Very familiar with that, yes.
Preserving the scene is best efforts, it's best practices to make sure that nothing is moved, touched, messed with in any way, correct?
That's correct, and that's what was done here.
What did you do? That's my question. What did you do to preserve that scene?
So there were no civilians ever to trample through. Were rescue efforts made on Mr. O'Keefe? Yes, that's priority. So rescue workers do go into any type of scene. Medical life-saving measures come first. Once all apparatus was off scene, the original officers put out crime scene tape to mark an area. And later, it was documented, it was photographed, and evidence was collected.
And it was searched by you, at least initially with the leaf blower.
Correct.
Okay. So you were interested in the area that, by the way, I want to clear this up, make sure I'm not mistaken. You described for Mr. Brennan basically where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, correct?
Yes, yes.
You never saw his body in situ. You never saw his body in place.
That is correct.
You were told by Sergeant Lank generally where his body was, correct?
Yes, and Sergeant Lank actually never saw Mr. O'Keefe either.
That's my next question.
Okay, and Mr. Good and Sergeant Good as well.
Right. Sergeant Lank never saw John O'Keefe actually in place, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you're receiving information from Sergeant Lank that he did not have personal knowledge of, and then you're providing that information later to crime scene investigators who are trying to establish a diagram or some sort of a chart about where that evidence was, where the drinking glass was, where his body was, correct?
No, I never spoke to anybody in that manner about that.
Didn't you ultimately go out to the scene along with others at Massachusetts State Police when they had a drone overhead?
No, you're mistaken. I can clarify it for you if you wish.
Sure.
So on February 1st, after the execution of the warrant, they wanted to go down to the scene. It was Trooper Proctor and somebody from the CARS team. I'm not sure of the name. Once they got down there, I did show them where I was shown John O'Keefe was. They did want to put up a drone, but they could not do it because they were too close to Norwood Airport and because of FAA regulations.
Okay.
And that was the last of my involvement with that. I hope that clarifies things for you.
Forget the drone. I'm interested in the first part, which was you accompanied Trooper Proctor to the scene, correct?
Correct.
There were other members of CARS, C-A-R-S.
I think there was one. Crash accident reconstruction section, I'm assuming.
Okay, so it's a forensic, a member of MSP who does forensic diagrams, correct?
I would say. I don't know if they do diagrams. I don't know what they do.
Or reconstruction of some sort.
Sure, reconstruction of some sort.
So you were there to help provide information about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
And be a Canton police officer present in case any neighbors had come out.
So you were there to help provide information about, or at least you did provide information to them about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Oh, sure, yes.
Except you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe's body, did you?
No, I did not.
So that was a yes on your part.
It was what I was shown. It's the information I had.
Yeah, it was the information you were told by Sergeant Lang, correct?
Yes.
Who also didn't see John O'Keefe in place on the ground at 34 Fairview, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So his would be a yes also, correct?
Well, we're going backwards. So he was told by Sergeant Good and et cetera. So it was information passed along, which is what police officers do.
Right. But the police officer that was out there at the scene, who was helping the reconstructionist establish the formal report, and the CARS report was an officer who not only didn't see where John O'Keefe's body was, you got information about where John's body was from someone who didn't see it either. Correct? Can we at least agree on that?
You have to go back to the beginning. I didn't understand the beginning of that question.
Sure, I'll try it again. The point is, Mr. Gallagher, you happen to be tapped as the person who is going to assist the CARS folks, the MSP, in creating their CARS, ultimately their CARS report.
No.
Isn't it true that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road and the scene of the incident?
Yeah, I thought I explained it could not be done.
Okay.
So
I'm not
I wasn't, I only went to show them where Mr. O'Keefe was and in case any neighbors came out. I wasn't there to assist in any documentation at all.
You were there. You know who Brian Tully is?
I do.
Have you reviewed Brian Tully's report?
I have not. You showed me one section of it.
Is it true that what you actually told Brian Tully is that you went with Trooper Proctor and you're already shaking your head now. I haven't even finished the question.
No.
I got that part wrong? You accompanied Trooper Proctor?
No, what's wrong is I was interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That was a meeting I had with Prosecutor Lally.
Okay.
Trooper Tully was present. Trooper Tully never asked me any question. I don't recall Trooper Tully ever asking me a question, sir.
So let me be a little bit more defined. So in Trooper Tully's report, where he reports what you said, you were actually talking to Adam Lally, my colleague sitting up in front.
Correct.
Okay. So now we've got that cleared up. Let me ask you again. Did you say in front of Trooper Tully that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road?
Meeting, they were documenting Fairview Road. It's not clear. The report's not clear. They were going to document Fairview Road, not me.
So you just said something that I want to follow up on.
Okay.
The report's not clear, correct?
That's correct.
So that's an inaccurate report.
I wouldn't call it inaccurate at all. I'm just saying you're misinterpreting the wording.
I see. And I'm misinterpreting it even though I just read it directly from the report?
Yeah, sometimes sentences have different meanings.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Okay. The reality is you did end up going to the scene, correct?
I did.
And you accompanied, I don't want to use a word that you'll challenge, you went with Trooper Proctor, correct?
I took my cruise into 34 Fairview, yes.
You were there at the same time Trooper Proctor was?
Yes.
And you were aware that the CARS team was there so that they could document the scene, correct?
I don't know what the purpose of the drone was. I'm not familiar with that section. I thought I answered that question. I'm not familiar with what they do.
But you do believe that as you sit here, you were there, we weren't. You do believe that that's the reason that they were there was to document the scene?
Put up a drone.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by document. I don't know if it was to photograph, I guess, which if you mean by document photograph, I guess it could, I would agree. If it means take measurements, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Did you tell any of the members of the CARS team where you believed John's body was?
I believe it was Trooper Proctor, but I believe he was there, yes.
Trooper Proctor obviously was not there when John's body was there either, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So he would have gotten that information
from you. That is correct.
So now that's 3 people.
It's probably more, quite honestly, yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about this report.
Correct.
The CARS report. That's 3 people in line. None of them saw John's body, John O'Keefe's body, as it lay in the lawn with the car.
That is correct, yes.
And there's no photographs
of
Mr. O'Keefe.
Oh no.
At the location.
No, we wouldn't. Nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be appropriate.
There's no video, specifically.
They wouldn't take video of somebody undergoing life-saving measurements.
There's no body cam.
We don't have body cameras.
There's no dash cam that shows it.
Well, dash cameras would be on the road. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 8 to 10 feet off the road.
Well, hang on a second. You're not sure where Mr. O'Keefe was because you never saw him.
That's why I used a range, yes.
Right.
I know where the blood was. I know where the glass was.
Right. You don't know if he was 7 to 9 feet off.
That's correct.
4 to 12 feet off. You can't say.
I could only approximately. You are correct, yes.
You did meet with Officer Seraph. You met with all the officers when you arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And Officer Seraph had been there from the beginning of the morning.
Yes.
Officer Seraph didn't report to you at that time any statements attributable to my client, did he?
He did not, no.
You later went back to 34 Fairview with Sergeant Lank.
That's correct.
And you rode back. Did you ride back to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank or separate cruisers?
Which time? I apologize.
I'm sorry. That's a vague question on my part. You went back to 34 Fairview with just Officer Lank, and you described the circumstance in which you went in, you were let in by Brian Albert, he went to the kitchen, you were in the family room or some other place?
Right by the kitchen, yeah. The room off the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so right next to where he was interviewing
That's correct.
Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
Did you ride back from that meeting with, or that event to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
And Sergeant Lank didn't say anything to you about his interview with Jennifer McCabe at that time?
I don't recall our conversation on the way back.
Okay. And you didn't write a report about any conversation that you had with Officer Seraph? You didn't write a report about any conversation you had with Sergeant Lank?
No, they're responsible for writing their own reports.
Got it. You did say that let me back up and ask a different question. You testified about a year ago in another proceeding. You talked a little bit about the evidence collection of the biological material, the blood, or I'm guessing at that time, presumed blood. You haven't done any testing.
That's correct, yes, sir.
But you assumed it was blood just because of your experience and it looked like it could be blood on the street.
That's correct.
How far were you from Canton PD? Approximately.
Mile and a half.
Mile and a half. You had your cruiser with you.
I had my personal vehicle with me.
Your personal vehicle. In other words, you were ambulance where you could get from point A to point B if you wanted to.
Yeah, I was the scene supervisor. I wasn't leaving the scene.
Okay. But you also had subordinate folks at the scene that you could have dispatched had you wanted to.
Correct.
They all had cruisers.
Yes, they did.
Or personal vehicles, I'm not sure which.
I'm sorry?
Or personal vehicles, I'm not sure which.
I was the only one with a personal vehicle. Detective Sergeant Lank had a Toyota Tundra pickup truck that is not marked, but it's assigned to our detective unit.
So if you wished to, as a ranking officer at the scene, you could have dispatched one or more of those officers to run an errand, to go do something in furtherance of the investigation, had you wanted to.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Okay, you did. What did you do in that regard?
Remember, I sent Sergeant Good to get the leaf blower.
Got it. You also know that Canton PD has evidence collection bags at Canton PD.
Yes.
You also know that they have materials and tools to gather biological material, correct?
We do have swabs, yes.
And those swabs go in little containers to maintain their sanitary nature, correct?
That is correct, yes.
In other words, if you see a blood stain, you don't just walk up with a Kleenex that you find on the ground and wipe it up. There's your blood stain. There's a process for gathering that type of evidence, correct?
Sure. If you're looking for DNA, you can use a bloody Kleenex, to your point.
It'd be kind of an emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. My point exactly.
But if you're a mile from the Canton PD,
yeah,
you could have gone back and done a swab.
Could have.
But you didn't.
Didn't want to because of the weather. Because you just said because it's an emergency, and we thought it was an emergency there. I mean, the storm was coming down terribly, and I believe if we didn't collect that biological matter, we weren't going to get that biological matter.
But Canton PD was a mile and a half away, 4 or 5 minutes.
In a blizzard.
Still, in a blizzard, it was 3 minutes in good weather, probably 4, 5, 6 minutes in a blizzard, correct?
I'm not sure.
So let's call it 12, 15 minutes. You certainly could have gone back. If you wanted to, you could have dispatched one of your officers to go back and get swabs and properly collect the blood material. Right?
Sure. And I believed 15 minutes would have made a difference.
And what you did instead is, well, 15 minutes would have made a difference, but you asked Sergeant Good to drive to his house and get a leaf blower.
Yes, and while he was doing that, we were documenting the scene with photographs.
You could have documented the scene with photographs even if you went back and get a swab. What's the difference?
Because we were ongoing. It was ongoing. I wasn't leaving the scene.
I didn't ask you to leave the scene. I didn't ask if you were leaving the scene.
Needed the other officers. We talked about scene security. I already let one officer go. I now have 3 left. We're securing that scene.
So you saw pink stains in the snow, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, Officer Good, probably called him Sean, Sarge, go home and get a leaf blower. Right?
That is correct.
Could have said, Officer Mulaney, get your butt over to Canton PD and pick up 10 swabs, correct?
He wouldn't have had access to the swabs.
Oh, so now one of your officers could have gotten swabs, even if a lieutenant, a ranking lieutenant, had dispatched him to go get a swab?
Because he doesn't have access to the BCI, the Office of BCI, where our stuff is kept.
Could you have made a phone call?
No, nobody there would have had access at that time. It was only Officer Dever on the desk.
So you're the only person that could have gotten those swabs?
Sergeant Lang could have gotten them as well.
So Sergeant Lang could have too?
Sure.
But you didn't say that?
No, definitely didn't.
Okay. What you did do, however, is you went to the neighbor's house. Happened to be Tom Kelly, right?
The lieutenant of detectives, yes.
Right. And Lieutenant Kelleher gave you red Solo cups.
Yes. I asked for plastic or glass containers. He had Solo cups, and I utilized them.
The same kind of Solo cups that we all see at backyard barbecues.
Yep, they hold liquid terrifically.
They're also not sealed, correct?
They are not.
They're also not used normally. I mean, they were here. They're not normally used for evidence collection, correct?
Oh, absolutely not.
And then you decided you needed to transport that very important biological material back to Canton PD for storage and safekeeping, correct?
That's correct.
And why was it important to transport that blood material so what are the factors that you considered weighed and balanced in terms of getting that material back to Canton PD in good condition, sanitary condition?
So a criminalist could extract a proper DNA sample.
What would happen, for instance, if that blood material, I don't know, were contaminated?
Contaminated how?
You tell me. You're the professional.
So DNA is pretty hardy, pretty forensically stable. The only things that are going to harm it are radiation, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals such as bleach. That's not present here. I wasn't. Then you would have 2 sets of DNA when it's tested, which would benefit you.
Well, depends on whose DNA it is.
That's correct.
Right?
That's correct.
Right. Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
While you were, I'm going to stay on this for a second. So obviously there's a reason why blood swabs or biological swabs are handled with such care. For instance, a DNA analyst is going to put on gloves.
Correct.
Oftentimes they're going to put on a mask, right?
I don't know about that.
Oftentimes they put on goggles. Is that right?
It depends what they're testing.
Right.
Yeah.
But in order to go out and collect something, you'll see CSI, crime scene investigators, in full body suits when they walk into a crime scene.
Yeah, you can.
Because you don't want to contaminate the scene with your own hair off your arm or an eyelash falling into a blood stain, correct?
That is correct.
Right. So there are protocols. I mean, you said just a second ago, Mr. Gallagher, well, it's DNA. Unless somebody pours bleach in it, they're pretty much golden, right? That's not quite the fact, is it?
And that's not quite what I said.
No, it's not quite what you said. You were suggesting that it's hardy enough that it doesn't really matter if it's contaminated or not. If there's multiple people's DNA, it just benefits everybody.
No, I simply asked what you meant by contamination.
Okay. So it could be contaminated with debris, is that right?
Sure, it can.
It could be contaminated with other people's DNA, is that right?
It can.
It could be contaminated with foreign items, either aerosols or somebody's spittle when they're talking, correct?
Sure.
Contaminated with 1,000 things.
Hypothetically.
Right. Of course, these Solo cups didn't have lids on them, right?
They did not.
They were open?
Yes.
You didn't photograph where you picked up the samples?
No.
You didn't document where you picked up the samples?
No.
So if the samples were in 6, how many Solo cups were there?
6.
6 Solo cups. We don't know as we sit here where each of those Solo cups contents came from specifically, do we?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Then those Solo cups with no lids were placed into a bag, right?
That's correct.
You said on direct examination that this was a brown paper bag, right?
It is. Stop and Shop, I believe.
And you said that Stop and Shop bag is, other than having the words Stop and Shop on it versus evidence on it, basically the one and the same thing.
Same dimensions, made out of the same materials, yes.
Right. But with an evidence bag, you know exactly where it came from and who's handling it.
Not necessarily.
Comes from a manufacturer whose job it is to secure those bags so that they are not mishandled, so they can have some sort of bona fides that they're clean and ready to accept evidence. In, say, for instance, I don't know, the investigation of a homicide of a police officer.
Okay.
Important stuff, right?
We're not at a homicide of a police officer at this point.
I'm just talking about evidence bags in general. Evidence bags in general. In other words, I'm trying to think of some of the most important investigations around. The manufacturers of those evidence bags manufacture them and send them in a way so that their bona fides, the provenance of those bags, is maintained, correct, and protected.
That's the way they ship them, yes.
Right. And Canton PD pays extra money for those bags for that very purpose.
I'm sure they do, yes.
You mentioned almost tongue-in-cheek, look, except for the price, they're probably pretty close.
Yes.
There's a reason that there's a price difference, right?
What would the reason? What's the reason?
Well, it's not the shelf. I can go pay 10 cents for that bag because I'm really good. Who's where it's been or who's handling it, right? It's got my milk and my eggs in it. Really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they price it because of how they package it. I don't have any knowledge of that.
The other one that mentioned the price.
Oh no. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I'm sorry. We're speaking over each other. Okay.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gallagher. You gotta wait for me.
Yep.
There's a reason. My point is there's a reason, right?
Yes.
That evidence bags are more expensive because there is a way they're manufactured and they're taken care of, and Canton PD is willing to pay that extra price like every other law enforcement agency because of that, correct? All right. So they're not quite the same, are they?
No.
Those solo cups were placed in the evidence bag uncovered.
Yes.
The evidence bag was then placed in Sergeant Lank's vehicle?
It was closed and Sergeant Lank transported it to his vehicle, yes.
Okay. When you say closed, you mean the top of it was rolled up?
Correct.
Or folded over?
Correct.
Okay. It wasn't forensically sealed?
Not at that time, no.
There was no evidence tape that went on it?
Not at that time, no.
Matter of fact, the cups were still open and could slosh around? Assume they melted?
Yes.
There's liquid blood and liquid water, like
that's correct.
Snow.
That's correct.
And you indicated that those were, at least you believe, those were placed in an evidence locker, temporary evidence locker, correct?
No, the blood samples were put in a refrigerated unit.
My mistake. I thought the refrigerator was the temporary storage locker. It's different?
Yes, lockers are not refrigerated. That's where the glass would go into a locker.
Okay. This was placed into an evidence refrigerator.
That's correct.
That was to maintain the integrity of the sample, the biological sample inside the cups, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have an evidence log of that?
I don't, no.
You've never seen an evidence log indicating that those were actually put into a refrigerated evidence locker?
I removed them myself, so I know they were in the refrigerated unit.
When did you remove them?
On February 1st.
Right. We're talking about January 29th. They were taken to Canton PD by Officer Lank, Sergeant Lank, on January 29th. I'm just asking, well, let me ask a foundational question. Does Canton PD maintain something called evidence logs?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not the evidence officer.
No.
There is, it's all computerized.
Right.
So like I explained earlier, when they do get logged in, the officer puts the description of the property, hits the space bar, and the computer generates an evidence number.
Right. And that evidence number is associated with just that piece of evidence?
Just that piece of evidence, correct.
And every time it's checked out or put back in, there is a log created, correct?
Yeah, they do it by computer, yes.
It's a digital fingerprint?
Correct.
All right. I mean, you're a former narco specialist, right?
Mm-hmm.
You did narcotics for years, right?
I did.
Drugs, about the most sensitive thing out there, right? I mean, you get a bottle of fentanyl, you're not just going to go set it on the evidence subject's desk. You're going to make sure that damn thing gets logged exactly how it's supposed to, correct?
Of course.
Because it needs to have a trace of where it goes and who touches it and who has access to it, correct?
That is correct.
You've never seen an evidence log for these items that were taken from 34 Fairview and supposedly put into the, well, not supposedly because you took them out, and ultimately went into a refrigerated evidence locker.
Yeah, I wouldn't have access to the evidence log. Our evidence room is a very strict process. There's only 2 people that can even have access to the permanent, once it goes into permanent evidence. And it's the admin sergeant that changes the custody when it comes out for court, if an item has to come out for court, or if it has to be transported to another agency, or if an officer needs it removed from evidence for further inspection, the admin sergeant would take care of that.
That's the way it's...
Mr. Jackson, you're not going to finish today, right?
No, I'm
in
not.
2 minutes.
Two questions, and I'm also...
All right, 2 questions.
Thank you. That's the way it's supposed to work, correct?
Yes.
But you've never, as you sit here, you've never seen an evidence log determining where that blood went and who was handling it between January 29th and February 1st.
I have never seen an evidence log.
That's all I had, Robert, at least at this time.
All right. All right, Lieutenant, we're going to have you come back tomorrow morning.
Thank you,
when
Your
the jury files out, you can file behind that.
Thank you.
So, jurors, that's it for today. The same 4 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about it, please disregard it and let us know tomorrow, and be very careful with your social media use. All right, see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I can let you know, at least what I'm seeing now. I'm not seeing another hearing, but hold on. That does not mean that something won't just randomly happen, little towels. I am here with you up on the screen. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I am a good little towel. Now let's see if anything else happens today, friends. Are we done for the day? Are we going to be little towels? We'll find out. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We're on hour 8.5. Pardon me. Towel has a disability that results in him sometimes swallowing air. And you all are going to simply have to live with that occasionally because it's a disability. Yes, Towel's airway and esophagus penetrate into each other. Let's see what's happening.
Very short issue.
Please be seated.
Oh, we're good. We're back. I'm glad we stayed. I'm a towel.
You don't need me for anything, right?
No, Your Honor.
There's one very short issue.
Please be seated.
That's Sidebar report permission.
Yes.
Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. One very quick issue. My name's GrantSmithEllis. That was the end. Judge Cannoni wanted to go home. Everyone wanted to go home. Folks, it's only Monday. We have 4 more days. We've already done 9 hours. Pardon me. Once we confirm we are actually out of session, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel will go forth and we will find out what is going on. Now, as far as I understand, Little Towels, this is just a quick sidebar, but there we see Tara Kerrigan supporting Paul O'Keefe after 9 hours in court. Oh, God bless you, Jew Drops. You are so kind to support the Towel Chat. Look at that big Jew Drop sticker. Oh, that was the greatest part of my day. The Jew Drop sticker took up the whole chat screen. Oh, God bless you, Jew Drops. You are a wonderful honorary towelette. You are the leader of the towelettes. Yes, Jew Drops, when towelettes come to inherit the earth, you shall take over with them. God bless Paul O'Keefe and his family. Looks like we might be done for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Just waiting for the sidebar to wrap up. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Then we will do our towel wrap up. We had Katie McLaughlin's testimony. We then did some testimony from Sarah Levenson, one of the witnesses who was in the house and left with Julie Nagel later that morning. That was laying the foundation for Julie Nagel to talk about how she saw a black blob on the lawn early in the morning after Karen Reed is alleged to have struck John O'Keefe with her SUV. But ladies and gentlemen, as good little towels, we sit there, we wait, and we wait, and we wait, and we watch, and we monitor, and we find out what is going to happen. P. McKinley, it was great to welcome you to the Towel Fold. I am glad you have found a place of respite. You will find hilarious commentary, updates about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca, and all sorts of other fascinating information. Now, listen, I don't know if we're going to get to our Chewbacca and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man update today. We may have to do a cliffhanger, ladies and gentlemen. I heard reports from Christina that, yes, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca were seen in a weed field. That can only mean one thing. They are coming for Little Towel. They must have found out that I live amongst the weeds. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's true. I'm not just a towel. I actually just roam among the fields of weeds as if they were golden rays of barley. Yes, that is the American dream. Thank you, Lynn Hennis. I'm glad to be able to help. Let's find out what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Court was still in session. We're just waiting for Judge Cannoni to actually end the session. Looks like it might have ended. And
hey there,
we
Karen
go.
Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials
No,
we
I'm not guaranteeing that's it, but I saw folks leaving. I don't think we'll come back after Sidebar. But, ladies and gentlemen, something that we will do is we'll review the biggest moment of the day. Oh, thank you, Angela Powell. Jew Drops, God bless you. H, it's great to see the Sheffield Towel. God bless Sheffield United. The Sheffield United are the Blades are the honorary team of the Towel universe, or we are honorary Blades, whichever way it goes. But yes, let us look at firefighter Katie McLaughlin's testimony. It was devastating. We don't have the answer as to clips from Hank Brennan, but what we do have, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow towels, is we have Katie McLaughlin's testimony, and I dare say, my dear towels, that was quite explosive. So let's take a look, little towels. Let's watch it as it played in real time, and let us be erudite little towels. Sorry about that. All right, where is it? Oh, so we finished with the State Police Crime Lab technician talking about Karen's blood alcohol level. We moved on to the next witness, who was, I think, in the car with Ryan. I think that is Ryan Nagel, or it was the guy who's in the car. I think it's Ryan Nagel. Then we didn't get Julie Nagel. Yeah, it was Ryan Nagel. So we heard Ryan Nagel's testimony about seeing John in the car, then seeing Karen's hands at 10 and 2. This was a big moment. We'll listen to this testimony.
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV, what was your primary focus?
My sister, sir. Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the house?
I saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to identify the person?
It was too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with their hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That was the moment identifying Karen Reed. Potentially at the moment John O'Keefe got out of Karen's car around 12:31 a.m., just seconds before at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. Eastern on 1/29/2022. Karen Reed is alleged to have struck John O'Keefe with her car. And ladies and gentlemen, this was the moment. Let's listen to Katie McLaughlin's devastating testimony. This was it. The moment that it all led up to, the moment that the retrial jurors in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case literally basically heard Karen confess. Let's listen, little towels.
He gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
before we say this, Jew Drops, God bless you. Enjoy your evening rest. You deserve it so much, my dear friend. I hope you get a lot of hours of sleep, and send my towel regards to the girls, and truly thank you for all your support. Jew Drops is always the first little towel or towelette here. Jew Drops is always commenting in support of the O'Keefe family. There is no better towel than Jew Drops, in Little Towel's opinion. But then again, all towels are equal. It's just Little Jew Drops as a towelette deserves praise and regards from the other towels. And Ange, truly, I saw your name pop up as well. You're so kind and compassionate to your fellow towels, and I see how kind and compassionate to you they all are, and I know we've all had you and your dear departed brother and your family in our thoughts throughout today's stream, which was, of course, in your brother's honor. So truly, God bless you and Dwittick as well. Dixie Doodles, I see you there as well. God bless you, dear friend. Let's continue watching the bombshell moment with Katie McLaughlin testifying about Karen Reed's confession that, in context, folks, makes so much more sense. Katie McLaughlin said, did John O'Keefe suffer any trauma the night before? And we're going to hear Karen Reed out of nowhere say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Let's listen, ladies and gentlemen.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this, and she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him, and a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him, Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was sustained.
Do you get why that's such a big moment? Jackson wants that evidence out because that is evidence of Jen McCabe being like, Karen, why are you confessing? Like, quiet. Jen McCabe, if she was really guilty of anything, would have loved that Karen was saying that. But Jen McCabe didn't do anything wrong. This was the moment that Katie McLaughlin, the other firefighters, the first responders, the police, and Jen McCabe, I think, put it together that Karen was confessing. My word, that was truly a devastating series of comments, and we're only halfway done.
Jurors disregard that comment.
Did
Sleep
Ms.
well,
McCabe
Jew Drops.
Interject verbally?
Yes.
After Ms. McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that, and it was also really not my place at that point, and I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was one of the first big clips of the day. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a look at the other clip from Lieutenant Paul Gallagher holding up the glass from John O'Keefe. Let's do a recap, actually, for our towel friends, ladies and gentlemen, as we finish up the day. Hello, towel friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. It's coming on up on 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time, and we have just concluded a very rough day in court for Karen Reed again. Very technical, very precise, but there were two big moments. My name is GrantSmithEllis, or Towel, as people may call me, or perhaps Grant. Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel Smith Ellis, as some others may call me. And if you missed the day 9 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, all 8 or however many hours of testimony, let's recap it for you quickly. First, there was the moments that Katie McLaughlin told jurors that Karen Reed confessed to hitting John O'Keefe. Let's listen to it together now. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
Another question, once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this, and she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him, and a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it right there from firefighter witness Katie McLaughlin. Karen Reed confessed multiple times extemporaneously in response to a simple inquiry from first responders. Did John O'Keefe suffer any trauma? And then, ladies and gentlemen, when Karen Reed was asked by a police officer right near that firefighter, what? Karen Reed said, I hit him again, and police officers called for their supervisors. That was the moment, folks. People began to realize something was terribly wrong. It went very bad for Karen Reed today, folks, and it got even worse when Lieutenant Paul Gallagher of the Canton Police stood up in front of the jury and showed the glass which John O'Keefe was holding and was in John's hand when he was allegedly struck by Karen's car at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29th, 2022. And ladies and gentlemen, with Karen Reed angry, frustrated, let's watch the video of Lieutenant Paul Gallagher presenting that information to the jury.
Thank you. If you could put it back in the bag and the bag back in the box, please. Lieutenant Gallagher, does that appear to be the same item that you found in the area where John O'Keefe was at Fairview that morning?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to have the box and the item marked for identification, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, you saw it right there. The glass that John O'Keefe was holding in his hand, shattered and charred, held up by Canton Police Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. That was the crescendo of the 9th day after firefighter Katie McLaughlin told jurors about Karen's confession. The glass held up. Tomorrow morning, back on this channel, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis at 7:30 a.m., where Lieutenant Gallagher will pick up his testimony. What witnesses are to come next? Will the videos of Karen Reed talking about the argument John O'Keefe and Karen were having between 12:24 and 12:31 in the moments before John's death be played? The cliffhangers abound, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and we will be watching closely as Jew drops the wonderful towelette says, justice for John O'Keefe, justice for the vulnerable, and keep continuing to do small acts of service for those around you to embrace that dignified principle. All right, towel friends, that's the end of the clip. Now, towel friends, I'm back with you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have summarized. We have one more thing that I would like to watch with you. I would like to watch the clip of Alan Jackson just absolutely red in the face and to end the day. I don't think, towel friends, there is any way truly better for us to end this towel day than looking at a beat red in the face Alan Jackson trying his best, trying to not make a fool of himself, stumbling over the cross of a witness in the Karen Reed trial. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I will be happy to bring that up for you right now. We just need to get to the moment where the camera went on Alan Jackson's beat red face, and we all talked about it. It didn't actually happen until the cross of Lieutenant Gallagher. So give Little Towel a second as I bring this up. I can't imagine a better way for us to end our towel day. And then, of course, I will say thank you to all you wonderful towel friends, and then we will sign off because we'll be back to do it again tomorrow. But yes, there was a very specific moment. I think some of you may have remembered it. It was later on in the cross. It was the only time during the cross that the pool feed showed Alan Jackson, and Mr. Jackson's face was simply beat red, and and that is putting it lightly, Little Towels. But yes, give me a second here as I look for the moment. There was there was only one moment when Mr. Jackson was shown on cross, and we are going to find this moment, Little Towels. We are going to find this moment. Hold on. Little Towel will not be deterred. I will not be deterred that easily. I think it's kind of funny that my mouse keeps hovering over the chat here. That should fix it. All right, hold on, Little Towels. We're looking for a very specific moment of Alan Jackson, so it might take a second to load up here. We're going to watch the moment where Alan Jackson's face just turned beet red, because I think that is the kind of vicarious catharsis that can get us through these difficult moments. There we go. Okay, now can you start playing the video again? Thank you. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, I will sort through this as a towel. I think this is it. I found it. You were not remiss to stick around, towel friends, because I have found the moment of the red-faced. We will call him the reddened Marshmallow Man, Mr. Jackson. Here it comes. Here it comes. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? There it is. There it is. The red-faced Marshmallow Man himself. Hold on. If we're gonna do a red-faced Alan Marshmallow Man Jackson clip, then I am going to make this. Not only am I going to focus your towel comments, but I am going to make sure the first screen of this clip is truly the reddened Marshmallow Man himself, Alan Jackson. All right, hold on a second. He must be gesticulating while we're doing this. No, more gesticulation than that. Come on. Give me the gesticulation, Mr. Jackson. There we go. That's the kind of gesticulation that we want to see. See, Mr. Jackson comes straight out of Hollywood. You say gesticulate as a director. Mr. Alan Jackson knows what you're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not just saying that as a towel. That's the truth. Mr. Alan Jackson knows how to gesticulate. No one will ever convince me otherwise. Listen. There's nothing wrong with one man admitting that another man knows how to gesticulate well. Listen, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear any judgment or bias or bigotry. There is nothing wrong with me saying that Alan Jackson knows how to gesticulate well, okay? I just want to put that on the record. You can write it in stone. You can quote me, put it on a podcast. Alan Jackson knows how to gesticulate well in court, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, he is about as obsessed with the word gesticulating as I am with the phrase Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Now, you can say that that's maybe a little weird, but all smart people are a little weird. Okay, so we need to make this clip. I don't even know if we should give him sound. Yeah, we'll give him sound. We'll give Alan Jackson sound. Why not? Okay, here we go. Let's start the clip. Ladies and gentlemen, in some hodgepodge John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial news, listen, the towel friends and I, the towelette, my name's GrantSmithEllis, the towel friends and I, the towelettes, the washcloths, the flannels, the soap dispensers, the paper towels, the hemp towels, the microfiber towels. There have just been a litany of new towels added to the fold. We've had a discussion, and we want to talk about something with you all. We wanted to let you know that, one, we have decided after watching 9 days of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial that Alan Jackson is obsessed with the word gesticulating. We're not really sure why. We don't know if it's a body innuendo. We don't know if he just likes gesticulating in court and wants to extol the virtues of people gesticulating. Now, as a towel who appreciates the act of gesticulation, I must admit that Alan Jackson saying the word gesticulation 10 times an hour in court is hilarious. But that's not what we're covering, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Jackson became so beet red and flustered during his cross of the brilliant Lieutenant Paul Gallagher from the Canton police, who confirmed and held up for jurors evidence of John O'Keefe's broken cocktail glass that was in his hand at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds Eastern on January 29, 2022, when Karen Reed allegedly backed into John with her car while drunk with a BAC between 1.4 and 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, with her car in reverse with 75% depressed on the accelerator at 24.2 miles an hour, reducing to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction to the right at the moment of impact, therefore causing John in that cocktail glass to go to the ground, John to suffer a traumatic brain injury, and John over the next 5 hours to also, according to reddening of his pancreas in the medical report, die of hypothermia, which contributed to that traumatic brain, which combined with that traumatic brain injury caused John's death. As Lieutenant Gallagher was testifying about the location of that broken cocktail glass and the weight of the evidence and John's DNA and blood evidence around where his body was located after 6 a.m. that morning, Karen's confession to hitting John, and otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson was so flustered he became a reddened Marshmallow Man. Yes, the lawyer who had the gall to bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man during the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial during a prior cross of a firefighter, now all of a sudden himself is so bright red that he could take on his own character form, a new Stay Puft Marshmallow Man for the 21st century, whatever we're in now, ladies and gentlemen. Alan the reddened Stay Puft Marshmallow Man Jackson. This is what Alan Jackson has become. Let's take a look at it in real time. I don't even know if we're going to listen to sound. I just want to show you the reddened Marshmallow Man in real life.
Where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. You never saw his body in situ. You never saw his body in place.
That is correct.
Now look, ladies and gentlemen, the Alan Jackson, the reddened Marshmallow Alan Jackson in the courtroom habitat, even for Towel Attenborough, is a rare sight. You must move very slowly to not disturb the gesticulating Jackson, especially in his reddened state. Now the court camera pool operator you saw there, very calm, was still. When you capture a rare image of the reddened Alan Jackson in his Marshmallow Man form, you must operate methodically. And as such, I will say, ladies and gentlemen, we have suggestions that Alan Jackson is actually a beetroot masquerading as a Marshmallow Man. I can't get into that analysis, but I will tell you this is the kind of stuff, the intricate, nuanced analysis you miss if you don't engage with the towel friends in the fabric of the towel universe based on love and compassion instead of soft power politics that are rooted in expanding, preserving, and demonstrating power. Instead, we flip it around and center a new sort of universal ethos based on preserving, demonstrating, and expanding small acts of service and kindness for others through universal love. You will miss that kind of erudite analysis about Alan Jackson being a reddened Marshmallow Man that truly will make your day better. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. I'm going to end this clip now about Alan Jackson being a reddened Marshmallow Man. Now, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have got fully caught up. We're almost 9 hours in. Here's what we should do. I think I want to do a few things. One, as is tradition, I am going to go through my towel feed, and I'm going to thank each and every one of you who spent time commenting or tuning in. As we do that, I'm also going to remind you we'll be back here tomorrow together to hang out again and watch another 9 hours of testimony, a full day in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial on youtube.com/GrantSmithEllis. So, allow Towel to get this done quickly. H, it was great to see you, Sheffield Towel. God bless you. Jew Drops, Christina, amazing to see you. Bailey, MJ Baker, Ange Whittick, God bless you and your family. And this stream was in honor of your brother today. God bless his soul and may he rest in peace. Linda A., God bless you. It was wonderful to see you. Val, I'm so happy you're here with us and you became a towel member. I hope you enjoy the towel emojis. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Who else do I see? P. McKinley, welcome. You're such a wonderful new honorary towel. I saw you, Linda A. Wicked Uma, it's great to see you back. Macy, your contributions are wonderful and your questions are so appreciated. We also have Alex, your contributions were wonderful. God bless you. Thank you for being with us. Dixie Doodles, my dear friend, it was wonderful to see you pop up. Debbie B., great to see you as always. Oh, the towel friends were just engaging in vociferous discussion today, ladies and gentlemen. Carrie Gold, it was great to see you. Diana Natale, always a pleasure to run into you in the stream. Angela Powell, Beach Nance, God bless you. Lisa Cox, as always, wonderful to see you. I saw Joe O'Keefe in there. God bless you. Stacy Gardner as well. It was Lynn Hennis. It was wonderful to see you. Thank you for all your supportive comments. Lucy, great question about Clip 17. We'll see you later this week. Jew Drops, thanks again for your super sticker. You're such a wonderful towelette. Go get some rest, and God bless you, and I hope you sleep for a bunch of hours. No Stray Ents, it was great to see you. Eva, I can't believe you popped up. I was so pleased to see you, and your questions and comments are always insightful. Anna Shaw, you as well. Great to see you. Oh, the towel friend list just grows and grows, ladies and gentlemen, by the day. Linda Cole, I saw all of your wonderful contributions. Paul Doherty, thanks so much for being with us. D Nice, as always, dear friend, thank you for popping up. It was great to see your comments. OMF, GITS, MIRS, it was great to see you. Kerry Gold, I saw you earlier. LA Connection, always appreciate your comments. HB as well, appreciate you. Taylor, great to see you. Wild Roses, I saw you pop up in there. Nancy from the 508, dear, God bless. And She Hit 'Em, you have a great username. Ladies and gentlemen, to end the stream, as a reminder, you can support Towel Stream in a few different ways. If you learned a lot today, if you enjoyed hanging out with your towel friends, one, you can like this stream while it's still live and subscribe to the channel. We're almost at 750 people on the towel. We're almost at 750 towel friends. That's wonderful. Two, you can share this channel. Let people know you're watching. If you enjoy the commentary, the towel multicam, the Karen cam, let people know about it. Invite people over to the YouTube to chat with us. If they're wonderful, we'll make them honorary towels. It'll be great. You can also support this channel in a number of other ways. One, you can send over some donations to Towel if you want to help Towel out. Towel's always running into various crazy things that are occurring. Towel is never, ever going to manage to be stable at this rate, but I'm going to go day to day with the help of Towel friends, and we will someday make this a viable operation to facilitate industrial towel production in Latin America, facilitate intercontinental economic cooperation via towels, protect the petrodollar, ward off the rise of the BRICS, peacefully invade northern France, and rename it Norman Towel. All of those things are necessarily related. And finally, to close, as you know, my favorite way that you can show support for this channel, fellow towels, ladies and gentlemen, is to go out into the world. Oh, Bailey, I saw you. Bill McIntyre, great to see you. Charlene, great to see you. Tom Grist, great to see you as well. And let me close by saying this, ladies and gentlemen. Bill, you're a super towel, by the way. And Merv, it was great to see you as well. Let me close on this. The best way you can show support for Little Towel is to go out and do small acts of kindness and service for other people around you. Truly, a world based on universal love, compassion, and kindness for others is possible. We don't have to base it on 6 degrees of Chewbacca. We can base it on 6 degrees of authentic acts of kindness. It's as little as shaking someone's hand, saying hello to a stranger on the street, donating to homeless veterans, going to see a family member, saying I love you to someone close to you. When you do this and it replicates out over and over and over again, it will bring about the rise of a new world in a new age based not just on Aquarius carrying a water jug, but also on Aquarius carrying a towel. And I believe that that new age based on, oh, Macy, God bless you, I just saw your super chat, you are so kind. I believe that that kind of new age based on, and new world based on universal love, small acts of service, and compassion and kindness is possible. And the reason it's possible is because of towel friends like you. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Truly, God bless each and every single one of you. And I want to reply to Macy by saying, God bless you, Macy. You are a true towel in every sense of the word. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you'll report back tomorrow with some of those kinds of acts of service you've done. And now let's all wish Dewdrops a good night. She deserves the rest, and we'll see each other bright and early tomorrow. Oh, also, we'll add a new towel friend. We can't answer the question about the juror Karen was glaring at, but MELW222, come back tomorrow morning. Let's talk about it. But yes, go to bed, Dewdrops. It's bedtime, towel friends. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Until tomorrow, be well. It was great to be with you. See you then. God bless YouTube, friends. I ended the X stream early. You get one more goodbye. Sleep well, friends. Till next time.